dogs popped up their heads of the really political regime Gosford installed. Reversion, reversion, she cackled. Those tools. Reversion in Gosford's Canadice meant dat difficult person Deborah Sweet had her mitts in every cookie jar. Gosford wanted that turkey-necked difficult person running things like James Jesus Angleton in his glory. She came to my office one day, not long after you got the axe, and asked after my report on Remora. His intel was going into reports left and right, and that difficult person was joining the briefings with Gosford on the backs of that reporting. Remora's punching her tickets to the Oval. She told me that the 7th floor and the Russia House front office had complaints about my assessment, that now was not the time to question an asset taking serious risks. And she said, of all things, why was I even yammering about the safe house expense? I'd sent a few emails on that, you see, nothing in cables, and Procter cut her off. Safe house expense? Oh, it was stupid, Artemis. There is a farmhouse, Provence, beautiful spot outside Lacoste, chosen because Remora could travel there when he visited his wife's family in Barcelona. She's half Catalan. And the place, as you can imagine, was terribly expensive. Finance threw a fit about it, said, why don't we just go through one of the cutouts to rent properties on Airbnb or whatever the hell? Why are we retaining this place? And the answer was always the same. Remora is one of our top producing assets. We need a place that is comfortable, that does not change, that is there, always, if he can travel and needs to talk to us. You ever hear of us sitting on a property like that for a single asset? No, Procter said. No, I have not. What'd you say back to Debs and the boys, hon? You don't mind me asking? About the anomalies? Simple things. Remora is deputy in the 5th. Have him bring us a list of every operation Moscow is running in Europe right now. Have him bring us the names of every SVR case officer.
They had their reasons. I was throwing cold water on their case, making Theo's life difficult. Shade on Mac's golden goose. Gus felt that I'd iced a few of the Moscow cases with lousy assessments when he'd been chief out there, and you very well know how black his mood was when he came home in the spring. Bad juju all around. No one likes derms. Procter raised her glass with a sick smile. In any case, Petra continued, your Bratva and that difficult person got their mutual wish, though I don't believe they shared motivation. I got knocked off the assessment. They gave it to a more pliant lad, a baby-faced, inexperienced kid. Don't remember his name. And it was Debs who pushed you out in the end. Who else? Course, that giraffe wouldn't let me go in peace. The way they pushed me out, I can't even get contract work. Her eyes were bright with anger. Now, Artemis, Petra said, your cereal is mush. And if we talk about this too much longer, I'm going to get so angry that I might kill you just to calm my nerves. Time for you to scram. The woman accompanied her to the car. Procter gripped the door handle, Petra her shoulder. Her eyes were a shade wild. The dogs were yapping again, feeling Petra's energy. There wasn't a squirrel in sight. Petra spoke to the ground. If they've been running a high-level penetration and we've lost only a few sources so far, you've got to wonder what the game is, don't you? If Zhamov is playing a different one entirely. Petra punctuated the sentence by crushing a pine cone beneath her shoe. I thought I'd be celebrated when I retired. You probably did too. Gave the place our all, didn't we? Then we got turned out. Not a salute, not a thank you. They said they would mail me the blue bag with the flag and the medallion and their really certificate. And you know what? Never came. Lost in the mail, I'm sure. Lord knows I wasn't looking for a ticker-tape parade, but how about some gratitude? A little payout for all the sweat equity. Didn't seem like too much to ask. By the end, after that difficult person and I had said our piece and my head was snuggled under the guillotine, I realized I was done helping that building. If there's a mole digging around in there, I said to myself, Petra, well, you let those ingrates find it. You've done your time. Whole place is just a bunch of ineffective managers and woke kids now. Anyone actually spying around here? I thought about that in my last few weeks, dinking around in the cafeteria, not even visiting the vault anymore. 7th floor didn't want me there. Your Bratva didn't want me there. I would watch the youths walking around, all the contractors and all the managers. What a useless flesh pile Langley had become. They sent a 7th floor flunky, some HR doofus, to speak at my retirement ceremony, and the bastard got my name wrong. Called me Patty. And do you know what I said, Artemis? Op conquerin', I said really to them. You might consider that too, after all you've done. But if you decide not to say that, you should be careful, Artemis. So very careful. You stick your hand down this mole hole, something's gonna bite back. Sink its little buck teeth in real nice and deep. You watch yourself. Listen to Petra on this. Then the woman's grip on Procter's shoulder loosened, and she was walking away. Dogs plodding at her heels over the carpet of pine needles toward the house. Free Radicals, Dallas, Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Around the neighborhood, on long walks or when they played with him in the front yard, Peter and Irene Venable's French bulldog was known as Joseph. Only in their home was he called by his proper name, Stalin. The house was a one-story adobe with a terracotta roof fronted by massive palms, snuggled in Dallas's leafy eastern flank, a neighborhood where the deadening flatness of North Texas warps into low rolling hills. They'd purchased the property a few years earlier, after they'd graduated from the University of Texas and moved up from Austin. Peter, slogging through a Zoom call, stared sleepily out the window into the trees. This year the heat had raked its nails across the autumn chalkboard. Mid-October, and the mercury would scratch 90 today. He sipped coffee from his home office and daydreamed about snow. After having contributed nothing during the call, Peter closed out of Zoom, answered 3 emails from colleagues at Southwest Airlines, where he worked in financial planning and analysis, and opened his personal email. The usual: news, a note from a neighbor planning a poker night, a reminder for the dog's bordella shot. What the Venables' unconventional friends would call a lapse in tradecraft had occurred the first time Irene schlepped the dog to the vet. She'd provided his real name, earning, in her telling, not even a sidelong glance or arched eyebrow from the staff, who, like all Americans, were doubtless woefully ignorant of the basic facts of the world, doubly so when the subject was Russian history. The email, which made him smile, announced that Joseph Stalin's appointment was scheduled for the following Tuesday, and included a reminder that, due to a recent spate of biting incidents, Joseph Stalin should be leashed throughout. He stopped smiling when he saw the subject line of an email that arrived just when he closed out the vet's note. Sub, hi from Uncle Stephen. Gosh, Peter muttered. Gosh. His fingers were frozen to the keyboard. He opened the note. In an instant, he felt that his body had cartwheeled onto a high bookshelf, where he now watched himself sit at the desk. Hello, Peter. I'm sorry it has been such a long while since I wrote to you, but I thought I would tell you about the gardening your aunt and me have been engaged with this past summertime. Golly, such flowers, so many herbs and vegetables and maximum shrubs. It is incredible. We are so happy. I have included a snapshot your auntie tooken. Tell her how you think, maybe, you and lovely Irene. Mayhaps a visit soon, so you might see the blossoms living in advance of the autumnal fall. With utmost sincerity, your most favorite uncle. God, he thought, who wrote that crap? He remembered the simple codes, one before shrubs, one after blossoms. Maximum living. Irene, come here, he called to her makeshift desk at the dining room table. Irene ran the social media handles for a rideshare startup. All morning she'd been posting pictures of local restaurateurs zipping around Dallas in the vehicles. "One sec, babe, I'm finishing a post." "Well, when you do, bring the computer." "Peter?" "What?" "Shut up." The Spaniard had supplied the Asus laptop 2 months after Oklahoma, the memories of which still made Peter's legs feel like water. Irene logged into Instagram and navigated to the handle Maximum Living. There were pictures of jewelry, videos of models hawking outfits, shots of exotic vacation destinations and appetizing meals. Wrote influencer fare, doubtless trawled and scraped from other accounts. But Irene cooed that it did boast 21,000 followers, and the posts seemed to generate a reasonable level of engagement. Irene had insisted on as much with the Spaniard. Red handbags, he knew. They were looking for red handbags. In mounting frustration, Irene scrolled through a few weeks' worth of posts, then returned to the most recent, and, sure enough, the 4th image in the set boasted a red Hermes bag slung over the shoulder of a waifish blonde. Irene downloaded the image onto the laptop, and then dragged it into a folder labeled flowerhappy.exe. Then she punched in a strange 27-key password, written in segments across several pages of a notebook. The picture, dropped into the flowerhappy.exe program on the main computer, was now sent to another program hidden on the hard drive. Irene clicked 10%, 20, 50, 80. Then the computer's hourglass showed up, and she wondered if something was wrong. "Peter, did you touch something?" "What? Of course not."
Irene mashed the trackpad with a steady, menacing gaze that seemed to declare her intent to punch it through the desk. Suddenly, 100. Text replaced the hourglass. Steganography for the digital age. The art of hiding a message in a picture. A location, a date, the body language. A note supposedly from the highest levels that their friends were counting on them. "Peter, like, oh my God," Irene said. Peter imagined the enfolding winter, the ramparts engulfed in snow. In his mind, he reviewed an endless expanse of green-brown rolling hills, took the loam of the black earth into his nostrils. A valve opened to his soul. 2 days later, and Stalin was packed away to the kennel. They'd hailed their mail and asked the neighbors to collect the Amazon deliveries. A weekend getaway in Puerto Vallarta to help Irene de-stress, he told his team. Both had plenty of leave. Indeed, neither company had a formal vacation policy. Work from anywhere. Peter's job at the airline meant the couple flew standby for free. They spent 4 hours sitting in the Love Field concourse waiting for open seats, 3 hours on the flight itself, and a few more in the car. By late afternoon, they were careening into another round of margarita stress reduction therapy at the resort's deserted beachfront, struggling to maintain even a modestly stilted conversation. Irene wore a black bikini and a Texas Rangers ball cap. Peter wore blue trunks and a matching Rangers cap, as the decoded message had instructed. Their shared intimacy to consecrate their room and the IV drip of alcohol they were wheeling through the day, dinging of the button once they'd hit cruising altitude, and screwdrivers please, yes, a double would be great, had done little to blunt the edge. He did not know precisely what they wanted from him and Irene, but after Oklahoma he fretted, and, in any case, he knew for certain that his first sight of the Spaniard would turn up the volume on that memory, and it would be impossible to tune out. Peter first heard his voice roll down the walkway snaking from the pool to the beach, and fought the instinct to turn his head. The Spanish, bits and pieces of which Peter understood, was silky and assured. He made idle chit-chat with an American mounting a lousy, if valiant, effort at the language. Peter sensed the Spaniard taking the scene in, watching, assessing. After a few moments, he wound down the conversation with the faceless American, and soon Peter heard only his folksy whistle and the smack of his sandals across the planked walkway. The Spaniard took the seat next to Irene. He wore his usual pleasant smile and slacks and a white linen shirt. The Spaniard, Peter had come to realize, had a way of saying the right things in the right order to arrive, by some form of conversational magic, just where he wanted to be. And he was a gentle guide, willing to zigzag through a discussion not precisely on his chosen path, from baseball to the weather, tequila to the vagaries of the Dallas real estate market. Like most men, the Spaniard enjoyed the sight of Irene in a swimsuit. But, quite unlike the other resort-goers, the Spaniard made no attempt to mask his interest. He looked her over without shame. For some reason, Peter did not find this threatening, as if perhaps the Spaniard were sufficiently professional to appreciate an athletic, 28-year-old body without telegraphing the temptation to pursue intimacy with her. That the Spaniard was at least 2 decades their senior, that he was working on a second chin without credit of a first, and that Irene had once pronounced him gross did not hurt Peter's case. Let him look. For an hour they drank and made small talk, the Spaniard, Peter could feel, easing them into things. Once he seemed satisfied that it would not appear overly direct or abrupt, the Spaniard suggested they join him for a drink in his villa. His tequila was quite rare, he said, and he had a veranda tickling the beach. For a half-mile they shuffled through the trucked-in sand, along the lapping turquoise water, and finally up a meandering boardwalk to the front of a villa the Spaniard claimed was his. They gathered around the dining-room table. The Spaniard looked at them for a few uncomfortable moments, the first of their kind since he'd arrived at the bar. He was constantly pinching his mustache with his thumb and forefinger, tapping the dark wood, and running his fingers over the aquatic engravings running along the table's lip. "We have a big job for you," he said at last. He slid a black thumb drive and a folded piece of paper to Peter, who opened it. "This paper has traveled all the way from Moscow," the Spaniard said, "so that you understand the importance of this task, the responsibility we are placing on your shoulders." He noticed now that Irene had fastened her hand on Peter's knee, squeezing as if she might juice it. "What do you want us to do?" The Spaniard laughed, snatched back the paper, and ate it. Late that night, back in their room, Peter and Irene soaked in a hot bath, rose petals floating lazily across the surface like pink steamboats. They'd not traded a word since leaving the Spaniard's villa. Each time Peter shut his eyes and slid deeper into the bath, he piled up memories. The rich smell of apples floating over Aunt Lydia and Uncle Alexei's dacha outside Nizhny, that summer so long ago, of the orchards and green hills and the whine of insects. Then stronger, searing memories of the spectral Masha, daughter of the neighbors, visionary-eyed girl of 17, who throughout that summer was stapled to his hip, and with whom he would share a deep connection for 3 months' time. And, at last, he was with Irene in a Russian field hospital outside Rostov-on-Don. The latest stamp in their passports was from Finland, and they were speaking to a soldier who had lost his legs and a good deal of an arm in a Ukrainian artillery bombardment. "There is a letter from that young man on the thumb drive," the Spaniard had said. "Read it when you get home." The memories dredged from the abyss of Peter's soul an even more dizzying mess. Alienation, anger, envy, powerlessness. And, despite his brainpan's emotional clog, to say nothing of the warm water, his thoughts of Masha had made his desire grow. Peter opened his eyes. "We can say no," he blurted out. He eyed the suitcase the Spaniard had left behind. "Throw that thing in the ocean along with the thumb drive. Bury it, like in the jungle. Leave it here for the housekeepers." Irene laughed. "Babe, we've seen the names. We can't do that. And come on, is that really what you want?" "No," he said, quickly, to avoid a fight. "It's not." But was he certain? No, he was not. She slithered across the tub, drawing closer to kiss his lips and his neck. She tasted like salt and booze. His fingers slid down the furrow of her spine. They shared a close moment. Then she withdrew ever so slightly and whispered, "This is our chance. They have given us a chance, Peter, and I think we should take it." "Why us?" he asked, perhaps more to himself than to her. "They have professionals, for God's sake." As the plane descended into Dallas-Fort Worth, Peter was thinking of the customs form. Was he carrying more than $10,000 in cash? There were no paper forms on U.S.-Mexico routes anymore, the flight attendant said, and for some reason that put him at ease. As if his transgressions might still be deniable. Future sins considered but not yet committed. As they crawled through the sweaty line of sun-scorched tourists and screaming children, he thought his heart was going to explode. Irene applied lip balm constantly. He watched the tube disappear and reappear into her pocket, her hands gripping it savagely, as if it might save her, or she might use it to stab an overly inquisitive customs officer. Finally, they were at the front of the line. The customs official called them forward and wordlessly scanned their passports.
He and Irene collected their cases from the carousel and wheeled them as to technical or chapter or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He and Irene collected their cases from the carousel and wheeled them past 2 customs and border protection officers milling by the doors. They strolled through the line for returning U.S. citizens with nothing to declare. The air was oily and metallic, and he wondered if this was what it felt like to be alive. That evening, Peter and Irene were examining the contents of the Spaniard's suitcase, spread open on the floor of their walk-in closet. Irene had already worked open the concealment device with the combination of pressure points and dials the Spaniard had demonstrated not long after he swallowed the paper. Irene plucked a stack of bills from a pouch and handed it to Peter to count. "$25,000, he muttered. Irene sniffed. "Excuse me? I said 25. We make this in a month. This is chump change. We deserve respect. This does not feel like respect. What is this?" What was unspoken and yet so very real that Peter could feel it rattling in his heart was that money had little or nothing to do with it. "We do this," Irene said. "We prove ourselves. Then we ask for more." That night, Peter and Irene sat in the encroaching dark on green Adirondack chairs, sharing a joint and drinking hard kombucha. Stalin was snuggled on Irene's lap. She'd pulled out her phone and was admiring a few of the rideshare's Instagram posts. "Twice as many likes as last week," she said. "More than double the number of comments." She set down her phone, took a hit of the joint, and handed it to Peter, who was gazing dreamily up at the rising moon. "Is it a kamikaze mission?" Irene asked, exhaling the smoke. Stalin gave a contented rumble as she dug fingers into his hips. A head appeared above the back fence. A wave. "Hi, Venables," came the voice. "How was Mexico?" "The best," Peter called back. "You guys doing well, Doug?" "Business is good," Doug said, "so I can't complain." Peter hated when he did that, talked about business being good. The man was a heart surgeon. Headed to Breck next week for another break, though. Figured, why the hell not? He sniffed at the sky and shot Irene a wry look. Doug liked to look at Irene. Now Irene, young Peter. Really you, Doug, he thought. "You guys smoking weed?" "Indeed we are," Irene said. She accepted the joint from Peter and cast a cloud into the air. "This stuff is real sticky. You want a hit?" Doug laughed. "I'll pass. Hey, mind picking up the mail through Thursday?" "All good," said Irene, punctuating her thumbs up with a stoner smile. "Cool, thanks guys. Next time we'll watch Joseph, save you the kennel trouble." "Deal," Peter said. "Thanks, Venables. Take it easy," Doug said, and disappeared. Peter took the joint. "Do you want it to be a suicide mission?" She lay back in the chair and closed her eyes and rubbed Stalin's haunches. "Maybe. We see. Maybe. We find out together?" Langley, Clarendon. Since Procter had left town, information had been running in the wrong direction. Sam was giving it all, with none coming in return, an exceptionally uncomfortable position for any CIA officer. To start, they told him the psych and medical reevaluation was routine, a pulse check after the trauma of Moscow. Gus had previewed that it would include a few more discussions with security and the CI debriefers. Maybe 2-3 of those, Gus had said, outlining the entire process with a nonchalance that put Sam at ease. He found the reboot odd and inconvenient, but what could he do? The security debriefings spread over 2 weeks had been particularly strange. In place of the usual coldness bordering on hostility, the interviewers were, without exception, disinterested, disengaged, bored. At first, Sam had taken heart, interpreting this as a signal that the review was in fact a formality, a box-checking exercise, to tick then tie any concerns after his captivity so everyone could just move on. The calendar invite read OMS Reevaluation Decision and Outbrief, and had been sent by Gus the night before with the Moscow ex-HR rep CC'd. Sam was half right then. The process had indeed been a formality. The outcome, though? Well, as Sam walked into Gus's office to a curt nod from the HR rep, he saw that he'd had the outcome completely backwards. A decade earlier, Sam's Joseph's first trip in front of a CIA review board. It had come on the heels of falling in love with his Syrian asset, the kind of pleasurable mistake now rich with layers of joy, regret, nostalgic lust, and self-loathing. In other words, the type of sin you'd gladly commit again. He should have been fired for it, and even now, even knowing the entire story, he marveled that he had not been. At first, he'd gotten the tale in drips. Though she would play a starring role, the chief, of course, had never said a word about any of it. In fact, for a while after Syria, he didn't see her, and she didn't really try to see him. He'd wondered if he should take it personally, but he'd grown to understand the chief's bizarre weather patterns. Procter, he decided, didn't bear him any ill will. Like everyone else, she'd merely forgotten him. But during an otherwise innocuous happy hour during the dark early months of that Langley internment, the scars of Syria still fresh on his mind and body, a drunken colleague who also happened to be a farm classmate pulled him aside and slurred out that his old chief, Artemis Procter, had come calling during the review board process,
Had taken him out for a lunch, in fact. And the thing was, the guy said, I didn't know her at all. Never talked to the woman. And lo and behold, I come in one day to find a note from her inviting me to lunch. Why'd she do that? Sam had yelled over the din of the bar. She had some excuse. I don't even remember what it was, because after about 5 minutes, she only wanted to talk about you. Sickening, yes? About what? What? The music had grown louder. What did she ask about? Oh, sappy nonsense. What you were like at the farm, my impressions of your general character, your honor and good judgment, and gosh, I said the right things, lied for you. Big smile, tip of his drink sloshing over the sides. Why did Procter do that? The guy didn't answer. Instead, he said that he knew of another farm classmate who'd received a similar invite for a chat. The chief had, of course, been interviewed during the review board process. She'd offered something akin to sworn testimony regarding the cataclysmic events that had marked the last days of his Syrian tour, when he'd wound up in an interrogation room with his asset, who was also his lover, and both had nearly died. He'd returned to Langley not a hero, not a goat, but something far more ambiguous, and thus potentially dangerous. A highly capable and wrecked case officer who'd performed heroically and also grievously violated the moral code of the tribe. His old mentor, Ed Bradley, then running the Near East Division, had put it simply, the board will weigh the heroism and distinction against your obvious mistake and render judgment accordingly. When Sam had asked for odds, Ed said it was better than Vegas. It was a coin flip. 2 months after the review board had flipped the coin and decided he might stay, and 1 week after he'd learned of Procter.
Well, what's she up to? She won't even return my calls. She's not normal, Sam. You know that. I do know that. Let's drop it. What's done is done. Where are they going to send her next? Well, with the flack the board shot through her, I don't know. She's not riding a desk yet, but they might put her on ice for a while. This, from Bradley's lips, was the first Sam had heard of the chief taking any heat for his decisions in Syria. What do you mean? Well, they shoveled some gosh on her, Sam. To be honest, she shoveled it on herself. Ed, come on, man. Just tell me. Bradley did not want to talk. Sam had wondered if the board had shoveled some gosh his way for the whole thing, too. But he did offer a few clarifying bits. One, that Artemis Procter had, in effect, assumed responsibility for every operational call in those last Syrian days. That she vouched fully and comprehensively for his character. Bradley said Procter had assembled a dossier of approximately 20 testimonials from Sam's colleagues to make this point. And she testified that Sam had come clean about his relationship with the Syrian on his own. He had told the truth, that most precious and essential ethic in a world where, outside the walls of Langley, they were paid to lie and steal. Why'd she do all of that? Sam asked. I told you, she's not normal. After 3 more beers, Bradley admitted that she'd lost her next chief slot. Procter was in Florida licking her wounds, probably on a colossal bender. It sunk in later, and in pieces. On the drive home from the farmhouse, in his apartment lying awake, in the endorphin high of the come-down from his evening run, staring through the cable traffic the next morning. The chief could have walked away, fence-sat, or heaped the blame on him, washing her hands of the ordeal. Instead, she ducked into the ring and started swinging. 2 days later, working off a motel address and room number that Bradley had reluctantly provided, Sam was on a flight to Orlando. In those days, she did not have the trailer and had taken up at an econo lodge outside Kissimmee. She hadn't been answering her cell phone because it was turned off. She'd apparently gone so far to call her provider and suspend service for the month. He saw her RAV4 in the parking lot. He walked up to room 202 and knocked. Bad timing, Magda, he heard the chief growl through the door, along with the slide of the bolt. I forgot the door swung open. And anyway, when... Oh, hey, Chief, I thought you were housekeeping. Got that. Well, you missed the exit for Disney. He stole a glance into the room. 4 feet dangled off the bed's end. A bag of Fritos was scattered across the floor. The smell leaking through the doorway was damp clothes and skunked beer. The chief met his eyes and then swiveled back to the room to see what was attracting his attention. He thought he caught a flicker of surprise, as if she hadn't quite figured what she might find. "What time is it?" came the pained voice of a man from the bed. "Oh, shut up," came a girl's. He poked his head through the door. "Seems like it could be more fun here than at Disney." "Well, the room is occupado," Procter said, and, sliding into sandals, added, "You're driving and paying and going to do most of the talking, Jaggers. Take me to Harmon's." There is a certain panache to the CIA officer out in the field, but the return stateside can be a bit like the bell tolling midnight on Cinderella, the officer transforming into a pumpkin of humdrum middle-class mediocrity. Artemis Aphrodite Procter, however, was never one for mediocrity. Instead, she had chosen to slide a few rungs lower into unbridled tropical squalor. Her sartorial choices in Damascus had been strange, fabrics mismatched to seasons, colors to everything else. But now they veered even further afield. Biker shorts, white top, no bra, Birkenstocks, Indian's hat flocked by grease stains. On the drive to Harmon's, she did not ask why'd he come. She seemed to assume no preamble was necessary, no "how are things with you," small talk to catch up. As was her way, she launched into bantering as if he'd been with her in Florida for weeks. A series of complaints about and praises for the maids at the motel. A run of curses for her cousin, who owned a gator park or something. She was not particularly specific about him, nor her laundry list of grievances. Harmon's was a bar that also boasted a breakfast buffet stuffed with customers fast-tracking diabetes. The staff all smiled and addressed her by name, and Procter approached the buffet with the certainty of someone getting down to business in their own kitchen. The chief assembled for herself an overflowing plate. She did not waste a moment debating her selections, and joined him in a quiet booth where Sam was sipping black coffee and picking at his far more sensible meal. Scrambled eggs, sausage links, 2 pieces of toast. She shingled 4 pieces of bacon across a waffle. Atop the bacon went 2 chicken strips, which she slattered in syrup and a creamy sauce that she sniffed thoughtfully before deciding it passed muster. 4 more strips of bacon were draped over top, then a second waffle to complete the masterpiece. Procter took a sip of coffee, then searched around the plate, the table, the booth seat. "Very thing must 'a' rolled off," she muttered. "One sec." She went to the buffet, where she collected a single strawberry to sit atop the waffle. She picked up her silverware, sighed, and, still staring at her plate, said, "You didn't quit, did you?" "Phew," she said, "really phew," before cutting into the waffle to take her first bites, saying she was hungrier these days, lots of time in the gym, and I can't seem to get enough calories. "Glad you didn't quit, though. Would have royally pissed me off." "What brings you down old Florida way? This a social visit? You haven't been answering my calls." "Sometimes I don't answer calls." "Why?" "I'm in a different zone now, Jaggers, and I don't multitask so good." "We're talking now, aren't we? What's up?" "I spoke with Bradley and a few old farm classmates. Heard about how you went to bat for me during the board process. I didn't know. Wanted to say thanks." "Well, you're welcome," she said, though she was laser-focused on hacking through a piece of chicken. "But you could have said that in a voicemail. Felt like something to say in person." With her fingers, she plucked the failed strawberry from her plate and plopped it into her mouth, treating him to a shrug that said, "Whatever, man." "I heard that you lost the chief slot." "Oh, good grief, not this gosh," she said. "Let's talk about something else." "No, I want to talk about this. I heard you lost the slot in Ammon because of me." "And I'm wrong, all wrong," she said, making a wet noise and picking up her silverware with gusto. "Erroneous." Gosh darn it," he said. "Shut up for 1 second. I wanted to say that I am sorry about that. I wanted you to hear that from me."
She was now spearing soggy hunks of chicken with a manic energy. Fine, fine, really fine. We can do this, Jaggers. You flew down to Florida for the party, and I'll deliver, seeing as you're getting all contemplative in your golden years. Monstrous forkful of chicken and waffle, seconds of chewing. My tour was deferred, a term she would use with strict consistency in the days to follow, because of me. Not you, me. Not always about you, Jaggers. How many times do I have to say it? This was about me. And truth is, it's really, really simple. Seems nowadays headquarters likes to launder the easy gosh into three-dimensional chess or a lubed-up Rubik's Cube or whatever, but sometimes the simple gosh is just that, simple. You are a good case officer who really messed up, and this place allows one mess up, long as you come clean, which you did, to me. One entire strip of bacon inserted into her mouth, folding over itself like a fleshy piece of chewing gum, and a long pause until she'd gotten it down.
Now, that all being what it is, our friendly spy service and its doughy overlords sometimes prefer to shove the blame for a disaster on a single intrepid soul before showing them the door. Heap the villages vary. A coughing fit, halted only by the arrival of a waiter with the largest glass of orange juice Sam had ever seen. Bless you, Sandra. God bless. She's a doll, Jaggers, one of the good ones. Where was I? Ah, yes, sins. Sometimes Langley sees fit to heap all the sins onto one goat and slit its throat. I've seen the movie, Lord knows I've seen it, and yes, it would have been easier to pile on and let that happen to you because you really messed up, well and truly. But you know what? I was chief out there's, shut one eye to refocus on the knife work, and I was responsible for your sorry self and your sorry decisions. Also, I've been in star-crossed love before and know what that's like, doomed and beautiful all at once. I get it. There is such a thing as honor among thieves and also friends. Speech done, her plate ransacked, she said she had to use the ladies' room and disappeared for what felt like 10 minutes. "Who were you in love with?" Sam asked after she'd returned. The chief's hand flung skyward. "Sandra," she called, "bring this young man the check. And, Jaggers, go away. We are staring down the barrel of a few days of drinking, maybe even a Disney trip if you play your cards right. Plenty of time to cover all that later." They never did cover it, and he never thought it wise to raise it again, though he'd come to believe it was one of her old friends. And now, a decade on, it was Sam's boss, a member of her bratva, Gus Raptis, who sat at the table next to the HR rep and solemnly delivered the news. "After reviewing all of this, we think it's best if you resign, Sam. You've had a good run, tremendous recruitment successes, demonstrated heroism, and illustrious career. Then why this? Doctors don't think you'll—" "Which doctor?" Gus now spoke clean past him. "Let me finish. Your psych and mental wellness team does not believe you will be able to run ops in a field context again. And I know, from my own extensive review of your performance records, that you are not keen for an endless string of meaningless jobs here in headquarters. Do I have that right?" "I don't understand where this is coming from, Gus. What exactly did the doctor say?" "You'll have continued access to the psychologists and counselors," Gus said. "And we're not animals. We're going to pay you for the next 6 months to sit at home until you find another job. But we're cutting off your access. And it's not like that. I can see it on your face. Not like that. It's merely that I know if I let you stay here, in this vault, with your access preserved, you are going to just keep at it. Hope that, as before, rehabilitation is on the horizon, and in a year or so, you can be out in a station again." Up to this point, Sam's senses had been numb, as if all of this were theoretical, perhaps a discussion of another unfortunate officer run roughshod by this place. Anger flooded him.
He was plummeting into the useless and yet oh so deep abyss of, I gave this place my all, and now this? His fist had curled into a ball. He wasn't thinking of his Russian captivity in that moment, but he felt it sting, doubly so, because, having been shoved out, it was exceedingly difficult, far more than usual, to make any very sense of what it had all been for. There any room here for a different call? He could barely get out the words. For an appeal? I'm afraid not, Sam, Gus said coldly. The DDO signed the papers. It's done. When Sam opened the door to his house, Natalie was singing in the kitchen. The smells of lamb and za'atar and parsley crashed into him. What was that song? Whatever it was, she was happy. He slapped his bag down in the foyer and ducked back outside to collect the mail. The otherworldly sensation of having been fired from a job, a life really, a life had ended, crashed into the very embodied experience of Natalie having offered to cook him dinner tonight, a random Tuesday. From the kitchen, she called in Arabic, the language of their domestic cloister. Habibi, hello? He bristled when she called him Habibi, dear, my love. As of late, Sam had invested considerable energy in forcing himself not to think about why it was that he hated the word. Namely, that her feelings for him had clearly outrun his for her. He'd planned to keep things casual and carefree, let the relationship fizzle out when he was inevitably sent overseas, but now? He'd been stripped of the operational cover to avoid her love. Habibi? She called again. And his jaw involuntarily clenched. Sam knew he was fiddling around with deep stuff here. He of all people understood the long shadow of desire. In Syria, it had also been paired with love. With Natalie, it had begun as boredom, and then, after his imprisonment, it had been sustained by shame. Love had yet to show, at least on his end. Natalie had been so very perfect, so lovingly focused on reassimilating him into the human race. He hated himself for wanting to end it. Who was he to cast aside a fiercely loyal, well-adjusted Lebanese-American second-grade teacher with a smile that was like light pouring into a room? Said differently, what really was wrong with him? Hi, Habibti, he called, careful not to stumble over the word. Walking back into the foyer, he tossed the mail onto a hall table. It smells amazing in here. By the time he'd entered the kitchen, kissed her, rolled up his sleeves, and jumped in to help with the lamb and plate the food, he'd managed to convince himself that he would skip over the bit about the firing, enjoy dinner, and then they would retreat to the bedroom, the only place where the relationship was clipping along nicely for him. When they sat down at the table, the initial shock of the firing had burned to a smoldering anger that reduced his hunger to ashes. The mole was behind the firing. The nonsense from Gus made no sense otherwise. He did not want to speak of it with Natalie. He'd seen that movie when he got home from Russia. She would ask all manner of questions, and the whole thing would remind him that she loved him. Tonight, he burned with too many black emotions to heap shame onto the bonfire. "How was your day?" she asked, smiling that big, beautiful smile. "Fine," he said, picking up a skewer of lamb. "Boring." After dinner, they went out for a walk, bought cupcakes for no reason, and, because he had no shred of self-control, because, as one ex had said, he lacked self-control, they shared intimacy, moving from couch to counter to bed, before settling in for a spree of mindless television and the contemplation of tactics he might use to influence her to leave, and to think it had been her idea. On that score, he was not optimistic. He made martinis, which they sipped from the couches, amid a languid display of peak gluttony, Netflix rolling, drinks going, greasy cupcake box sprawled on the coffee table alongside. Natalie wore a robe stenciled with tigers. It parted when she curled toward him, exposing a glimpse of her form and offering a fleeting distraction from his anger, which had matured throughout the evening into a silent rage. He heard his phone ring from the bag in the foyer, the one the chief called him on. His drink was empty. Natalie's hands had begun exploring the possibility of further intimacy, and this, of all places, was where Sam summoned the moral courage to draw a dull and wobbly line, the best he could manage. He gently set aside her hand. "I should get that," he said. He said, answering. "Petrus set us up with Frankie," Procter said. "Where will the meeting be?" "Vegas. Apparently Frankie won't travel. He thinks people are trying to kill him, and I'm not sure he's wrong. Vegas work for you?" "Vegas is fine. It's always fine. I've been cautioned that it will not be a linear discussion. Petrus warned us to pack some patience." "Understood."
Where should we meet him? Tell him we'll be at the Bellagio. When can you get out there? He thought about that. He still had to clear out his desk, sign the out-briefing papers. Thursday night. Thursday. What'll Gus think? It'll be fine. Okie doke. I'll let Frankie know. I can be at the Bellagio around dinner time. See you there. She hung up. He found Natalie at the kitchen sink, filling a glass with water. The Bellagio? You are going to Las Vegas? Yes. Again? This time it's for work. What kind of spying happens in Vegas? The fun kind, he said. Dallas. The Venables' living room blinds sliced the twilight into amber bars along the floor. Irene had eaten a THC gummy and was reading a novel. Peter was listening to sauce popping on the stovetop, the bubbles dissolving with the smell of garlic and oil. "I want some before dinner," she said, jamming in the bookmark with a pleasant smile. Peter looked at Irene. Then the sauce, already thickening. It could use a few more minutes anyway. In a thunderclap, they shared a moment of intense intimacy before the beep of the timer for the sauce. She was laughing. Irene often laughed after their intimate moment. It was a chesty laugh, and kind, as if she were startled by her own good luck. They ate a quiet dinner in their underpants. A half bottle of white wine disappeared while she sat on the patio scrolling Instagram, Stalin on her lap. Peter popped an Adderall to girdle himself for a batch of crew planning data he had been ignoring for weeks. Much later, with the chemical blinders subsiding, he pinched the bridge of his nose and looked up from his laptop to find that Irene was beside him on the couch, the television was rolling, and Stalin was asleep at her feet. It was midnight. "Maybe time for a practice run," she said, with her eyes glued to the television. Low risk, ready the muscles again. A flash memory of Oklahoma turned his stomach. Irene picked a bottle of nail polish off the coffee table and began working on her toenails. He had always enjoyed watching her do this. The precision and color were enchanting. Most of all, he liked how she rested her chin on her knee while she worked. He focused on the toenail painting until the fog of Oklahoma had lifted and his nausea had wilted. She'd chosen an aquamarine blue, a color he'd not seen before. Peter did not think he liked it. Peter and Irene purchased ski masks and gloves and boxy sunglasses and booties and loose-fitting sweatshirts and tactical pants on a shopping excursion that concluded with a salad lunch in the cheerful food court at North Park Mall. "We are rare," Irene was saying, spearing a tomato on her fork. "We are rare, babe, because we are smart and capable, and, more importantly, we are willing." The next day was Monday, and Peter was in his cubicle deep in the airline's sprawling headquarters outside Love Field. He was finalizing a report on turn time by station, but his eyes were glazed over. Irene's words echoed through him, and he realized he was struggling to square the Peter Venable in his mind with the man correcting an Excel formula error impacting cell AB-112. There was a panhandler who slept under an interstate overpass not 10 minutes from the Venable's house, but the man might well have been on another planet. The homes nearby were sway-backed and crumbling. Trash fluttered through the streets. The air was choked with urine and diesel and exhaust, fed by the unceasing traffic rumbling above. Peter and Irene cased the spot for 2 nights, and on each found the pattern the same. By midnight, he was wrapped in the same ratty sleeping bag, and he was always alone. On Thursday night, after work, they ate pizza in silence, standing over the kitchen island.
Irene fed Stalin a morsel of crust, and Peter's mind drifted to morality, a topic that he'd never given much sustained thought. He was a numbers man, and now he ran through the numbers, gathering them, creating order from chaos, and, in so doing, quashing the swells of anxiety that had been roiling his conscience all day. How many of these people would die of overdoses or random violence anyhow? How many had any family to mourn them? And this, how many Russians had died in the war? The world was random and senseless anyhow, and this was, let's be honest, small beans. It did not matter. This was a bug squashed in a remote jungle. A baby dies in the womb, in childbirth, a child drowns in a pool, a teenager is killed by a drunk driver, a man's heart gives out, he dies in his bed at 90, he is stabbed as he sleeps, all the same. He put a whole slice on the floor for Stalin. Irene clicked her tongue, scolding him. In the closet, they changed into tactical pants and loose-fitting sweaters with gloves and ski masks in their pockets. "I will do it," Irene said, reviewing her appearance in the full-length mirror. "Why?" he said. "I can do it." The closet safe buzzed, the bolt slid away, and Irene removed the sheathed knife, sliding it into her pants pocket. "Because I want to," she said. Peter drove. A spot of urine had leaked into his pants. His bladder ached, though he had emptied it twice before departing the house. "I am having trouble breathing," he said. He stole a glance at her face, glowing beneath a stoplight. Under the tightness in her chest, he knew, lay excitement, the thrill of finding herself atop a roller coaster creaking toward the plunge. He tried to say something encouraging, but the words would not come out. His throat was constricting from pure terror. When they reached the overpass, the place was empty. The man's shopping cart and sleeping bag were gone. "Oh, for really's sake," Irene said, folding her arms across her chest. Peter drove off, on the route they had planned, careful to remain under the speed limit. He looked over plaintively at his wife, who seemed to be reading his mind. "It's fine," she said, staring out the window. "You're sure?" Peter could breathe again. He was ravenously hungry. He wanted to smile. "Yes," she said, pouting. "It's fine. It'll be just fine." He stopped at a traffic light and stole another look at Irene. Blood was filling her cheeks, the beginnings of a hangdog look creeping along her face. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing, Irene. Nothing. Just drive." On Friday, Peter fired off a few final emails, and Irene's day on Zoom ground to an exhausting end. They played a match of doubles tennis with the neighbors, Doug and his wife Lisbeth, freshly returned from Breckenridge. After the good surgeon and his wife made quick work of the hapless Venables, they all went for brisket tacos and mambo taxis, and listened to Lisbeth slur out a long explanation of their troubles building the second home in Breck. Skyrocketing material prices, slow-motion contractors, workmen who never appear when they should. The problems are endless, guys, endless. She stopped complaining to polish off her mambo. Peter was acutely aware of their lower position on the social totem pole. Doug was an entrepreneurial doctor with a degree from Stanford Medical School, 2 Porsches, 3 practices, and 4 generations of Dallas blood pumping through him. Lisbeth, a one-time nurse who hadn't worked since Doug finished residency, believed most of all in late-morning spin bike classes. Her breasts had been expanded and renovated the prior year. Peter gathered it had been far less disruptive than the second home in Breck. Peter politely agreed with Lisbeth, feigning outrage on her behalf as the woman recounted the difficulty of finding a decent contractor in Breck who knew how to properly apply Venetian plaster. He looked at Doug, smirking into his phone, as if he'd dispatched a secretive fart beneath the table. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but in that moment Peter realized that for the first time he felt superior to this man. He knew a great secret Doug did not. He had found a wormhole in the social atmosphere, catapulting him and Irene above these 2 absurd Americans who were none the wiser. To betray, you must belong. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Narration style, suspenseful pacing, tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I know what I am, he thought, and I'm not one of them. As had become their ritual, that night the Venables streamed Russian state television through a VPN on Peter's laptop. They watched a lively panel argue over the extent to which the Americans and their NATO pawns controlled the Ukrainian government. Answers ranged from mostly to completely. Later, a jowly man in a shimmering blue tie, an expert on American affairs, explained how the United States was already in a state of civil war, that the front lines were drawn deep inside every American heart, and that Russian purity, perhaps the soil itself, would ensure Moscow's strategic advantage in the generational and spiritual contest with Washington. Directed to a new Russian blogger by one of the television commentators, Peter and Irene soaked another hour with videos of atrocities committed by the outlaw Nazi Kiev regime and margaritas from a mixer purchased that week from Williams-Sonoma. There were dozens of clips displaying the bones of Russian victims, skulls, femurs, rib cages showered in dirt. Over the second round of margaritas, Irene launched into a lecture about her great-grandfather, who had fought and killed Nazis in Russia, in the Ukraine, in Poland, and in Germany. He had seen some of the camps on the march to Berlin. Nazi expansionism, she said, licking salt from the rim of her glass, is historically and geographically determined. I say this as a Russian and a Jew. On the floor, she crossed her legs. His gaze lingered on the pale skin at the last reaches of her thighs. What will we tell our children, she said, when they ask? That we lounged in Texas, playing tennis with Doug and Lisbeth, and did nothing while Nazis killed Russians again, on the borders of the motherland? That we did nothing while they dismembered and Nazified the Russian world and killed our boys in their own backyard? She wagged a menacing finger at her own question. Your father is a janitor, Peter, and mine is a monster moonlighting as a mechanical engineer. Here Peter sat upright, because Irene did not like to speak of her father. She'd not seen him in a decade, since fleeing Sheepshead Bay. But do you know what they have in common? They are cowards. When the going got rough, they fled Russia to play American. And voila! Minimum wage, maximum scorn.
Your father, this she sneered. She despised his dad, with those absurd American flags fluttering from his minivan and his civics lessons. His land of the free and home of the brave and apple pie mess. After all that, and do you know what? Doug and Lisbeth would need only to hear his ridiculous accent, see his ruby alcoholic nose, or smell his bleachy dishwater smell, and they'd pin him as nothing but a low-rent drunken commie. We can do better. They came here for better lives and more money, and they have nothing, really. In the end, that's all they got. We can do what they would not. We can fight. She stood to address the margarita mixer. I'm going to have another. A volley of text messages deluged Peter's work phone, a fire drill on a document for a weekly executive review at Southwest. With Irene glued to the computer, Peter flicked open his work laptop to edit a PowerPoint deck. When he was done, he took a long run to sweat out the tequila, and as he jogged, he said hello to a stranger walking a dog. He listened to the rustle of the neighborhood, and he noticed a rising anger at the indifference this world felt to his. He ran faster, down to the winding concrete path along the brown lake, under gnarled oaks. The last quarter-mile home he ran in a dead sprint. He crossed through the bedroom toward the bath, seeing Irene's face glowing pale in the light of the monitor. She'd turned up the sound on another battle video. Grunts, screams, harried, exhausted bits of Russian. Another margarita sat full, sweating on the nightstand. Her jaw was locked, a cord of muscle flickering in her neck. She did not look up. He took a long shower, and when he returned, Irene was unmoved, the margarita still untouched, the sound of gunshots and explosions and screams trickling through the video. For a while, he watched alongside her. The way we do it, she murmured, will be like super important, a message in itself. What do you mean? Peter asked. Stalin, who had been curled up at her feet, jumped off the bed and whined by the patio door. Peter let him out. Some theater might help, she said. I mean, it should be impressive, help draw their attention to us as serious soldiers. I'm not kidding, Peter. We can, make a splash. Las Vegas. Afternoon in Vegas is like daybreak at a bar. The glitz and shimmer of the party long gone, replaced by muscular odors and sticky floors. All around the taxi was a living memorial to bad decisions. Crumpled flyers carpeted the sidewalks. A bewildered suited man tripped over a bench at a bus stop. A party of 4 were face down, asleep on their table at Denny's. The light flicked green, the cab puttered ahead, and when it turned onto the strip, Sam felt like he was bumping up his driveway, coming home. For a season before joining CIA, he had lived out here to play poker professionally. Vegas was, in fact, where a CIA talent spotter had first laid eyes on him, and it was where he felt most at home outside the agency. He knew then, in a glorious strike of certainty, that once this work with Procter was done, he would break it off with Natalie, spend some time with his family in Minnesota, and then move out here for good. See how it felt a second time. His CIA lives were used up. Time for another run of cards. The cab pulled past the Bellagio fountains, licking skyward into the clear, bright desert sun. He dumped his suitcase in his room. He wanted to get his hands, quick as he could, planted on the felt of the Bellagio's poker room. Sam played for hours, in communion with the cards and the table, enjoying the ballet inside him and the great pleasure of blotting out the noise and distractions of the casino, and also his life. Natalie's phone call was answered with a text, "Sorry, can't talk now, working." A minute later, sensing he'd been too curt, he sent her a heart emoji before turning off his phone. Then he was back in the tunnel, only to emerge briefly when the table conjured an image of sitting with Golikov in Singapore, and he stood for a stretch in a smoke outside. More cards soon flushed that unhappy memory, and he pressed on, up 17 grand by the late evening, and riding the warm feeling that he could not lose. Money wasn't the goal, it was just a way to keep score. Winning was the idea, and he was winning. For a run of about 20 hands, Sam was sorely tempted to melt into Vegas for a few weeks, see how it might feel to put aside justice and revenge and duty, and just live, were such a thing even possible. Around dinner time, the chief called. "Gosh, airlines. Well, I'm here and I'm hangry," she said. "Those big buffets still a thing around this mess of a town?" Buffets, Sam was learning, were very on brand for the chief. The Wynn's was in a soaring Art Deco atrium, with bright red awnings covering the stations, green parquet marble floors, and chairs upholstered in silky gold plush. The chief had arrived first, plopped at a table behind a sad couple bickering over their gambling losses, and a gaggle of ladies fretting over a missing bride-to-be.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Procter returned with a heaping plate that seemed at war with itself. A multi-ethnic smorgasbord of an American cheeseburger and fries arrayed against Chinese egg rolls, some baklava, and a few scallops on the side, caught in a spray of ketchup spattered across the plate like blood. He took a bite of fish and smiled at one of the women, a redhead. Her smile showed a row of teeth, brilliant white, impossibly crooked. "Woof," Procter said, turning back to Sam. "Can't unring that bell. And those jeans." Procter let out a soft whistle. "Those are the lowest slung jeans I've seen in my life. Good grief, those jeans are low. How's Natalie, by the way?" "Same." "Good. Those," Procter said, with a slice of a scallop, "are not the same thing." "She's the same, then." "I'm sorry to hear that. And I'm already on the record here, as you are well aware, but I will say it again, because for some stupid reason I care. Jaggers, just because she's dumb enough to fall in love with you doesn't mean you get to torture the sweet girl for sport,
or to assuage the guiltier regions of your Midwestern conscience. Now, I get it. You can't help yourself. Your decision-making is both checkered and fiercely focused on personal gratification. But please, leave the poor girl out of it. I don't know why I told you about Natalie, he said. Me neither. The toothy redhead plopped a piece of paper scrawled with a phone number on the table as she sashayed past. Sam took it with a smile. Procter rolled her eyes. Good grief, she said. Procter was hacking away at an egg roll with a steak knife when Sam broke the news. They fired me. A twitch of rage shook her face before it went blank. She looked down at her lap, where she kept her eyes for a long time before returning them to Sam. When? Tuesday. Who did it? Gus was the messenger. Might have done it, too, for all I know. But you don't know who did it? I don't know. Sweet signed the papers and Gus passed a message. I don't have any other fingerprints. And the reason? Her eyes were wide and still stuck on her lap. Some garbage about how the psych evals ruled out any future field work, and they knew I wouldn't be happy unless I was in the field. Picking up her knife and fork, Procter tentatively returned to her work on the egg roll. Hard to figure how they would have made us, given the way we ran the tradecraft outside the building. Had to be the Remora documents, he said. But if anyone but the mole knew I'd taken those, well, they would have done more than fire me. And if the mole knows we took those documents. Procter pointed a forkful of egg roll at him. This is good news. This is proof we are on the right path. Glad you think the unceremonious end of my career is good news, Chief. Hadn't thought about it that way. Well, she said, standing with her plate, that's because you're the one who just got fired. The buffet crowd had thinned out. The bordering tables and booths were empty. Across the room sat two old men and a table of college kids glued to their phones, making a racket. Sam refilled his coffee, and when he'd returned, the kids had moved along, leaving behind a serene silence that was entirely off-brand for this psychotic and beautiful town. You're not even going to ask me how I'm doing? Sam teased. Pretty insensitive, Chief, after what happened. And here I thought you were a people person. I hate people, she said. Plus, maybe put on your big boy pants. I'm supposed to inquire about your feelings? That's like asking a guy who's had his leg bit off by a shark, how are you feeling about all this? Right after you haul him into the boat. You know how he's feeling? Like he lost a very leg, that's how. I'm not a dumbass, Jaggers. I don't ask questions that have too many answers, or worse, none at all. He looked down at his plate, smiled, but didn't feel like it. But I'm not heartless, she said. You want a job at Gatorville? You got one. Couldn't be worse than paper pushing at Langley. Now you've got it. Sashay, she stared off for a moment, her voice dropping to a whisper. Speaking of paper, who was in the back room when you took the Remora files? The 4 of them. They were up there for a meeting. They all saw me in one of the bullpens. Anyone pay special attention? Not that I noticed. But all 4 of them saw you? Gus, Mac, Theo, Debs? All of them? You're sure of it? I'm sure of it. They sat for a while in a flung-open silence, watching the ebb and flow of diners, listening to the faint jingle of the slots from the distant floor. The chief made another strafing run through the rest of the buffet, returning with a lone chocolate muffin. A question had nagged for a few weeks, and, unsure of how he might set it up, he simply let it fly. You were all together that night in Afghanistan, that right? Procter, who'd brought the muffin to her lips, set it down without taking a bite. That's right. Would you tell me what happened? Procter did not answer. Instead, she picked up the muffin and took a bite while gazing off at the prime rib station. Then she said, You think you know someone, but you actually don't. There's something or someone else in there with your friend. And that other thing has been watching you for years, but you never knew it existed. Do you really believe one of them could be a mole? Even now, not really. No. He frowned at his coffee. Why are you doing this then? Because one of them almost certainly is. Las Vegas. Procter busied herself with the muffin for a few moments, her mind turning. Sam wanted to ask who she thought the mole might be, but he intuited that though she doubtless had a front-runner, she would not share it with him, at least not yet. That perhaps the chief was still reluctant to allow such speculation across her lips. Instead, she began talking about Afghanistan, about her friends. In those days, war zone tours were when, not if, kinds of things. And Gus was base chief in Shoshkin. He lobbied for us to join him. I was divorced. Theo was divorced for the second time. Lulu was in one of her fugues, fine if Mac left the country for a while so she could pursue her own interests, which seems to happen about once a decade or so. But Sweet and Gosford weren't stationed there? No. They were out for a short visit. Why? They were going to see an asset. This was a decade after the farm. Debs is Gosford's assistant, and he's running the counter-terrorism center at that point. Gosford wants to shake the hand of Shoshkin Base's best asset, guy who reports on Taliban plans and intentions. Gosford had played some role in recruiting him, maybe 2 years prior, when he'd been in Kabul, though the details are fuzzy to me. So, on a whim, really, they come out to our little claptrap frontline base near the Pak border, our fort peeking into Indian country, hostiles all around. Gosford wanted to see this guy again, and he wanted to visit Shoshkin, but it wasn't the best meeting to drop in on. Why was that?
Apparently pretty old, too, because after wed all had a ride, the bride did one final stroll through the base on the back of the donkey, waving at all of us, kind of a Palm Sunday vibe, you know? Except in this case, the crowd's wasted, and the rider is trashed, and in a trashed wedding dress. And first time she waves to her adoring fans, she tips right off the side and into the dust. Donkey goes over next, except he's dead, keeled over, killed by the bride-to-be. Right there at the very party, in the middle of the CIA's shocking base. Dead, Sam said, as a doornail. Assets pissed, of course. The donkey is a source of value. And we can't prove it was the old age that killed him. I mean, that played a role, there's no doubt, but so did the proximate factors, hours of back-breaking work. And the bride wasn't so slim, you know. Point of this being that we had debts to pay. The meeting with the assets scheduled for the evening of the day when I injected Deb's yogurt with the hot sauce. She's wretched by that point, and she's come on back into the bullpens with Gosford. There's a war party to get to the bottom of things. And Gus says, guys, look, I don't know, gosh, he said, crap, it was Gus, after all, about this yogurt sitch, and that was true. But we've got an espionage business to run here, and a big meet tonight. And Camel was fine? Sam interrupted. Not a scratch, she said. Though of course we'd all wished the camel had died, with the bucking and spitting and biting, and not the poor silent donkey who'd been a real workhorse through the entire party. But there's no justice this side of eternity, and that's as true for Afghan livestock as it is for all of us. Where was I? The logistics of meeting the guy. Right, she said. Gosford insisted that we all go. Something dumb about numbers making the asset feel warm and celebrated or some nonsense. And the relationship with the asset is fairly casual, which was true. He loaned us the camel and donkey after all. Place is up in the mountains. 2 Hilux pickups bouncing around. All us old buddies from the farm riding silently and joyously to pay off an Afghan for killing his donkey. Now, it's the Wild West out there in those days, so we're all ready for a gunfight, always and everywhere. Helmets and body armor and M4s and Glocks. 7-man Afghan security detail. Back of the trucks and armory, single-shot grenade launchers, rifles, pistols, ammo. Debs and me in the back seat. After an hour, she leans close, says she knows I did it, that I poisoned her, that she can't prove it but knows it was me. And I said, hon, if I'd done it, you wouldn't be walking right now. That made her laugh, a nasty one, and we went back to our hateful silence until we arrived. Big metal gate out front.
House is 2 stories of broken cinder blocks covered in mud. Nice little stand of pomegranate trees in the courtyard. Our security guys found out. They've been here 50 times, and there's a routine. Asset's gonna be tickled because there are 2 people here from Washington. He's a big deal, meriting such thoughtful attention on account of his poor deceased donkey. We go inside, sit around a table on the floor on old silky pillows while tea is served. Gosford is talking him up like he's shouldering the load of Afghanistan's flowering Jeffersonian democracy. We're chatting all friendly, but I can feel that something is off with the vibes. I give him the pack with the donkey blood money. He puts his hand to his heart. Then, boom! Explosion outside, in the courtyard. Invades the ears first. I feel it in my teeth. Suicide bomber. One of the source's bodyguards blew himself up along with 4 of our security guys out near one of the pickups. Plan, we found out later, much later, was to take us captive, or as many of us as they could get. But then it's chaos, right? Even now, there are portions of my memory with holes blown clean through them. Gaps I'll never fill because I can't really talk about it with them. Even Mac and Theo. I imagine a few psychologists and security types are floating around who could reconstruct it all, just none of the people who actually went through it. For example, I remember a few of the big important set pieces to that night, clear as day, but lots of brain space is clogged with little useless details. Deb's wearing a powder blue hijab, blinking incessantly in the seconds after the blast. Theo flicking at the radio. Gus and Gosford sitting there in a stupor, looking helpless. And here the chief stopped for a moment. She ran her finger through a few crumbs on her plate and licked it clean. "And Mac?" Sam asked. She shook her head. Lost him for a spot there. Theo is shouting into the radio for the reaction force from Shakin, the helos. 20-minute ETA, a lifetime. Gus has gathered himself, and so have I. We peek out the kitchen door. The 2 pickups are mangled. Half the metal gate's been blown right off. Blood and barbecued human are streaked across the walls and the pomegranate trees. Gus takes a step outside, and squish. Still hear it. Even now I can hear it. Squish. Like he'd stepped on an overripe orange. Squish. It's a hand. Human hand. Not sure Gus ever saw it, because the first baddie pickup truck is in through the hole in the gate. A round clips off the wall near Gus, and he gets a bunch of concrete chips in his face. We turn back, head upstairs for the lay of the land. And it's chaos. Remaining 3 security guys, me, Mac, Theo, Gosford. Gus, we weren't sure he could see at first because of the concrete in his eyes. Deb straggles up last. All of us in that room. 6 baddie trucks down in the courtyard, a few of them mounted with dushkas. They'd like to snag a few of us still breathing. A live CIA officer in Taliban custody, well, there's value there. But they know the air support's coming. These guys like to fight, and they are not dumb when it comes to fighting. Some guy gets on a bullhorn and gives us, in pig English, a long message. Essence of which is, it'll go easier if we surrender, and please come on downstairs. We check weapons and then radio the response team for an updated ETA. At last, we all sit there in some silent communion, making peace with our gods, thinking about loved ones, or whatever one does when you've got a hunch this is the end. And, what are you thinking then, Chief? Sam, with genuine interest. I thought it would be a fine way to go. 6 stars on the wall. Off to glory. Procter blinked, and Sam blinked, expecting more, but she just looked at him for a moment before launching back in. So anyway, after an eternal 3 minutes, we hear the screech of the bullhorn and the Talib says, "Time's up. Last chance." Through the window, one of our security guys gives our answer by lighting up one of their trucks with a grenade launcher, and all hell breaks loose. The dushkas are rolling, glass everywhere, dust from the dissolving concrete hanging real thick. Security guy's legs twisted on the floor, rest of him painted across the walls. First breacher comes in. Gosford points his Glock and fires, shoots himself in the foot. I see it clear as day. Future director of the CIA shoots himself in the really foot.
Mac sees it, no one else. Goss shot himself in the foot for the really intelligent star. Gosford, Sam interjected. He said the name tentatively, not wanting to throw Procter off course, but from an irresistible curiosity. Just want to make sure I'm getting this right. Gosford not only shot himself in the foot, but he claimed he was shot by the Taliban? He lied about that? Those aren't the same thing. I mean, he did claim later that the Taliban shot him. I don't think he lied, though. Or at least I'm not sure. You trust my recollection of this night, Jaggers? The story you're hearing? Mostly. Well, it's rare, in my experience, for one person to have the truth to themselves. You got one too, right? Sam asked. What? The star. Yeah, we all did. Anyhow, Gosford goes down by his own hand. Gus kills the first Talib with his M4, then the second. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically ignore and do not pronounce any phrases that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions. Example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters. Example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Debs is in a corner. Screaming Dushka rolls again. This time, Theo goes down. I was sprawled next to him and he's shouting. There's blood. Another volley and I get a splinter, piece of the roof I'd bet, in my shoulder. Then things get patchy. Theo's lying on top of me trying to cover my head. He was like me, at least then. He had no life other than this and his very fish. He was ready to go, fine to sacrifice himself so more of us could live. He didn't save my life, but he tried, and I love him for it. Hellos arrive. I can hear the buzz and the first of the explosions. They're lighting up the trucks. Blackout for a minute, 2, maybe 5 seconds, I don't know. She paused to tie up her hair. Next I remember, I'm on my knees searching for a weapon, and I'm staring at Deb's fancy shoes. Knees pulled into herself. Total shock. Didn't hate her for it then, and don't now. It's understandable, isn't it? Losing your mind in a moment like that. But it's the kind of thing you carry with you, to your everlasting shame. Even if no one else puts that on you, you're gonna drag it along. She hated me. Hated me for the hot sauce, of course. Hated me for passing the farm when she failed. Hated me for joining Mac and Gus and Theo and leaving her behind.
and hated me even more that night for the cold fact that I saw that she'd been a coward, that I knew, and she knew, she was a coward. Not that I wouldn't have known even if I hadn't seen her like that. She was the only one unscathed. I mean, you look at a baseball team after a game and say, hey, 8 of you guys are covered in dirt and grass and blood, and 1 of you is clean. Did you even play the game, or did you just ride the bench? Gus, though, is on the radio with the reaction force, screaming that we're in the main house. Do not light us up. But we can hear a crew of Talibs below, and there's an explosion outside the room, in the hallway. Grenade. This time, Theo is yanking me across the floor toward the back window. Didn't know it then, but I had a hunk of metal in my leg. Gus and Mac, I now see, are firing through the door. Gosford grabs Debs and they're moving toward the window. Slowly, mind you, on account of his stillborn foot. I don't hear anything for a minute. I just see moonlight shining through the holes in the roof. A few stars peeking through. Then I can make out the bleats of sheep. We're moving away from the doorway, Theo and me, following Debs and Gosford. Then, snatching a glance at her watch, she mumbled, "Gosh, I'm rambling." She wiped her hands metronomically across her jeans as if, lacking a cigarette or a drink, they'd nothing better to do. Sam looked at her significantly, wondering what to say and how to say it. He had nothing, so he just asked how she made it out. Procter said, "Theo got me on the roof, Gus and Mac behind, Gosford and Debs in the lead. We all jumped in the end. I held hands with Mac and we jumped. The tibia shot out through my leg on the landing. I don't think I saw it happen, though. I just remember the x-rays at the hospital in Germany after the surgery. Because I was in so much pain, Mac was dragging me into one of the sheds, little stone thing, just him and I. It was madness. Reaction force was hitting the house after we jumped. I heard ringing and felt heat, and my body was vibrating, my ribs shaking like someone's jerking on the jail bars. My tibias jammed through my skin like a loose tent pole, and there's a decent-sized marble's worth of metal fragments in the leg. Courtyard is an inferno. I've got my head on Mac's shoulder, and he's shouting into the radio. Talib appears in the doorway, lurching, clutching the frame. Half the face is charred black and looks like rubber. He's got a length of rebar jutting from his chest. He came here to escape the house, and, like me, he's decided it'd be swell to die as long as he takes a few of the opposition with him. So he points a gun at me, one of our Glocks, collected from the house, no doubt. Small detail, but critical. Root of the hatred between Mac and Gosford, right here, in this moment. Little twist of fate that Mac gets shot by one of our weapons, not some ancient Soviet thing or any of the other 600 varieties of weapon loose in Afghanistan at that time. A Talib shoots Mac with an American Glock, and it gives Gosford air cover for his own claim about the foot. Equivalency. Both guys got shot with American weapons. We're both heroes, Macintosh. Nonsense. Anyway, Talib points it at me, and Mac rolls over my body covering me, and 3 rounds slap into him. His head goes onto my shoulder, body limp and slack. And we're twisted up together, and we roll on the floor. The shooter is slumped over in the doorway. Guy's got a foot of rebar in his stomach, makes standing tricky. And I held Mac there, waiting to die, eyes shut. When I opened them and saw we weren't dead, I caught sight of the really Talib crawling our way. He wants another kill, something to chat about with his virginal mob that night in paradise. I ease out from under Mac, unholster his Glock, and aim. First 2 rounds go high because my hand's vibrating like a tuning fork. Third nicks him. Fourth sinks clean into his crown. I empty the rest of the mag, for insurance purposes. The chief wasn't looking at Sam anymore. She was looking down at her emptied plate. A strange thought intruded. He should stand up and give her a hug, or at least say something kind. But there was no precedent for that style of intimacy in their friendship, and, fighting his own good moral sense, he stayed planted in the booth. "And then I crawl along," she continued,
still fixated on the plate. I scoot alongside Mac, my bum legs dragging like a bloody windsock, and I held him and said I was sorry. For what? I didn't even know. I told him he was a jerk for not painting anymore. I told him he was a jerk, and so was Theo, for saving me and dying first. That your good friends deserve better. Gosh, don't leave me here, man. Just stay with me. I'm gonna keep on talking until they find us or kill us or someone rescues us. Hold on. Can you hear me? Gosh, your legs and back, man, they are not. It'll be fine. I know it. Fine. But you are a selfish jerk, Mac. You know that. Jumping in front of me like some moron angel. I can feel your pulse, man. Can you hear me? I am going to keep talking. I'm just talking. I've got my forehead on yours and I'm talking. Think about Lulu. Think about me. Think about that night in Paris. Man, I hate Paris normally, you know. Sewer of a city. But that night, well, I'd go back for that. Maybe soon we go there. You can paint one of your stupid paintings. Maybe a nude of Lulu. We'd all like that. That's 2 votes yes, me and you. Who cares what Lulu says? Mac, are you there? Man, please don't. Don't go. Do not leave me here, man. You stay here with my voice, man. It's me, Artemis. If you see light, don't walk into it. Just turn around and walk back into the darkness. That's where I am. Las Vegas. The chief's story did not end so much as it trailed off. Procter did not discuss the flight back to the base, nor did she offer any detail on what Sam knew had been a lengthy and excruciating rehab.
She was done, and her face had begun the process of rearranging into its original self, which conveyed that if he asked for more, he would be met with scorn, sarcasm, weird noises, and polite suggestions that he go really bother himself. Procter stood, stretched, looked longingly out toward the casino floor. Now we're in Vegas. Let's soak in the table, shall we? I've got a thirst going too, and those barmaid chicks wandering around must have some gin in those cups. Let's have a look-see while the night is young. Next day, they reconvened around lunchtime in the Bellagio Starbucks to prep for the meeting with Frankie. Procter had arrived first, Sam a few minutes later, gingerly nursing a Gatorade. "You want something to eat?" she asked. "I missed you at the breakfast buffet this morning." The poor guy could only wince and shake his head. "I'll just go right ahead," Procter said. "You stop me if you're going to hurl or pass out." He took a sip of Gatorade and offered a slow nod. Most defectors are washed-up crazy losers struggling with post-usefulness syndrome, drinking alone at a Red Lobster outside Des Moines, pushing paper in the back office of an insurance brokerage, or something equally lame. Typically not a pretty picture. Frankie Potnick, née Fyodor Fyodorovich Trenin, known inside Russia House as Imperial, is indeed crazy, but he managed to smuggle a decent chunk of family money out of Russia when he defected, and he's been putting it to good use here in Vegas ever since. The problem today is going to be focus, linearity. Conversations with Frankie tend to bounce off in all manner of directions. Our job will be to prevent that. You okay? Fine, he said. Keep going. Refresh my memory on the case. I wasn't working Russia when he defected. Frankie, if memory serves, was recruited in London, then recalled to Moscow to serve as what he called a political technologist in the Kremlin, whatever that really means. The new access was interesting to us. He transitioned from a mid-level Ministry of Foreign Affairs flunky to a Kremlin official with steady access to the upper rung. He was a risk-taker, an adrenaline junkie. Recruited because he liked the drama of playing spy, and his moral compass had been smashed to pieces, if it ever existed in the first place. For a while, we had a crazy Russian providing hard copy planning documents and offering color on his interactions with the bosses inside the Kremlin. Frankie/Imperial knew who was up, who was down. He was the source of some primo reporting on Putin's COVID phobias and medical condition because he had first-hand access to people who spoke to the president in those wild years. The cat who spoke to you during your interrogation, Zhomov, well, Frankie bumped into him many years ago. I want to ask him a few questions about that. Sam checked his watch and stood up. What time is he picking us up? 8. Where are you going? To take a nap. 8 p.m. The Strip, a slab of light stretching along the desert floor. The rolls cruising toward MGM was gunmetal gray, floors so plush they swallowed Procter's flats. Ceilings sparkled with little pin dot lights like the starry sky. Frankie was in the front seat with the driver, fiddling with a curated EDM playlist, so obscure that even Procter did not recognize the tracks. They'd picked Sam and Procter up at the Bellagio, and the guy had already swung chaotically between inane chatter and silence. Basic questions, how's it going, Frankie, went unanswered or were parried with winding nonsense. The car turned off the Strip by a Denny's and then onto a darkened service road behind MGM. No signs, only dumpsters and the rusted pipes and boxes of the monstrous HVA units required to maintain a comfortable 70 degrees in the desert. I'd like to game tonight, a bit to excess, Charles, Frankie had said, addressing Sam with the throwaway work name Procter had provided. The line he'd taken out at the MGM meant a comped room at the Mansion, the unadvertised property where MGM put up its whales and high rollers and fishermen, the derelicts who wooed their whale friends to Vegas in the first place. The gate rolled open, swinging the rolls into a spacious courtyard with a large fountain at its center. No fewer than 8 staff members were waiting: bellman, butler, porters, Frankie's smiling casino host in a well-cut pinstripe suit. Frankie stepped out and shook the host's hand and introduced him to Procter as Larry. They walked inside, through rooms decorated with plush furniture and dark wood, into a soaring glass-enclosed courtyard that smelled of grapefruit and bitter orange, gurgling with watercourses dotted by citrus trees and cypresses and shrubs. It was serene, the chaos of Vegas receding behind them. Even Jaggers, for all his experience in this town, looked impressed by the oasis. Frankie confirmed his $3 million line with Larry and then asked him to leave. "Bad luck," Frankie said. "Larry not so good for my games. Larry is an icer, gosh." "Villa 8, he said, pointing as they strolled through the courtyard toward his room. "Tiger Woods parties, old times." Procter had hoped for a few minutes to talk in the room away from the casino and its cameras, but when the door opened, they were greeted by a woman, blonde, maybe 6 feet tall in her heels, wearing the uniform of a French maid, clutching a bottle of champagne. "Jeepers," said Procter, "your top is revealing." The woman, her eyes darting from Procter to Sam, landed on Frankie, shooting him a doleful glance while nodding up her top. Sam said, watching the woman. "Frankie?" "Frankie, nice as this all is," Procter interjected, "can you have her scram for a while? We need like a half hour, as I've said, not long." "Sophie is a good luck charm. She must stay," Frankie said, talking straight past her. They trudged around Sophie deeper into the room, which was far larger than any house Procter had ever or would ever own. Sam pulled along her and whispered, "I've seen versions of this Vegas story before. It doesn't end with a short conversation." Sophie poured champagne and handed Frankie a pill, which he swallowed. "Gosh," Procter muttered. They sipped champagne, sauntering down a long hallway lit by Moroccan lanterns, garnished with pots of fresh orchids and lilies. In the cavernous living room, Procter noticed that the suite had its own pool, and that 3 more girls were in there, laughing and drinking champagne from their own bottles, calling for Sam to join them. Jaggers demurred, instead standing with Procter like 2 idiots in the living room while Frankie changed. He emerged in a gray pinstripe suit, and under the lights in the pool room, Procter could see that the pinstripes were actually comprised of small letters spelling "Really You" on repeat across the fabric. "We game a bit," Frankie said, looking through Procter toward a mousy brunette heaving an exquisite chest from the water. "Then talk." Later, Procter would remember only fragments of the night. Sitting beside Frankie while he played $100,000 baccarat hands in his own room of the private casino, the Russian tugging up his shirt to flash his bare belly at the dealer before jerking Procter into a bear hug with each win. Wondering throughout what pill Sophie had given him, Adderall, ecstasy. There was Frankie at the cage, asking for 30 grand in cash, then bouncing on his heels in front of her,
out through the mansion atrium, under the Art Deco glass, past 4 attendants, into whose palms he crushed wads of $100 bills, and into another waiting rolls. They were at a nightclub, XS, it was called. About right. Frankie was twisting cash into the hand of a doorman he called Baby Jesus, and then again into the massive paws the Samoan bouncer at the entrance to their table, which overlooked the dance floor below.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. The sound inside, even to Procter's EDM-abused ears, was overwhelming to the point where the noise tipped into a ringing silence, as though she'd been hit by a shock wave from a blast. Soon hearing, touch, smell, taste, any attempt to think, all other senses and experiences, any idea that she had a history before she'd plunked onto a couch in this club, it was all gone. The world was the crowd, and the crowd was ripping its collective face clean off. She watched Frankie dance on the ledge by their table. She watched Sam dance with an auburn-haired girl. She watched a few people tip off the ledge onto the tables below, where a lunatic was waving around a giant American flag. She remembered the night sky twinkling above her as they cruised back to the mansion, ears still ringing, girls screaming. They were walking over a terracotta floor, and there was piano music. They marched through the gargantuan atrium, the scent of citrus returning, the world serene except for the tinnitus. And they crossed the path toward Frankie's room, and he tripped over a low wall and toppled, buns overhead, a felled log smack into a koi pond, and Procter remembered that one of the bellmen had said these were sensitive fish, quite old in fact, and that made her wish Theo was here, and Frankie was squirming and shouting in the water. Through the haze came the sound of fins slapping and sloshing, and the Russian stood in the pond, his suit soaked clean through, looking to the glass enclosure above, and he cast a spout of vomit into the night sky, his eyes shut as if in prayer. Las Vegas. By the time Procter stumbled past in the late morning, the fish pond was drained, and there were a few guys in there wearing waders that said Housekeeping Services Biohazard Team. Procter got a table at the restaurant off the atrium and ordered coffee. In her pocket were the photos lifted from the Remora files and Petra Devine's unofficial stash, the only documentation she'd brought for this chat. Frankie appeared, alone, an hour later. Sam a few minutes after that, looking awful, perhaps worse than when CIA got him back in Vienna. A night with Frankie had wrecked Jaggers as thoroughly as a hostile Russian interrogation. For a long while, they ate a Vegas breakfast. Midday, indoors, sunglasses, silence. "Where's the annual ledger on your gaming after last night, Frankie?" Procter asked on her third cup of coffee. "Perhaps close to even," Frankie said. "Really? Who knows?" He sipped his coffee, grimaced, and snapped for a lychee martini. The waiter brought the drink, and Procter clinked her coffee mug to his glass. "We can do this in Russian if you want," Procter said, in Russian. "But regardless of the language, you need to talk to me, Frankie, or I am going to murder you." Frankie did not respond, or even nod. He called to the waiter for steak and eggs. "I want to talk about the SVR special section," she said, also in Russian. "Few basic questions. I put up with last night's gong show for this." Frankie paled at another sip of the martini. He pressed his palms into the table. Procter worried he might fall out of his chair. "This is a friendly chat," Procter said, "off the record. No recording devices, no cables on the back end, no paper." He took another sip of his martini. His hands floated low, to the table, while his eyes soared to the glass crown of the atrium. "Does Charles speak Russian?" Frankie jerked a thumb at Sam. "Not so much," she said. "English fine," Frankie said, in English. "And look, I told your people all about Special Section when defect. 3 years now, Artemis. Information," he paused for a moment to consider the appropriate word, "elderly. And I drink. So much I drink. Erase brain." "Oh yes," she said. "Fully aware, Frankie. Let's test it though, eh? Stir that cranium stew for a few minutes. Give me a spoonful." He licked foam from his lips. "Okay, Artemis and Charles. Fine, fine. Where I start?" "Beginning," she said. "You start at beginning." "Okay," Frankie said with annoyance and a long pause, as if he could barely remember where the beginning might be. "Maybe 4 years ago, SVR reorganize. They lose primo euro sources. So they do a gopher hunt." "They what with gophers?" Procter said. "A hunt for a gopher," Frankie said. "A gopher hunt." "What's a gopher hunt?" Sam asked. "To find spies," said Frankie. "Ah, you mean a mole hunt," Procter said. "Right, right. Mole hunt, mole hunt, mole hunt." His mouth widened with each O, as if he might swallow it. "And here they find nothing, but still few poor bastards get shot. Make point. But executive brass say we gotta fix some. Gosh, we gotta plug leaks in departments. And how we gonna do that? When you got a problem in America, what do? More committees. Russia same. So they rip P sources out of Line KR, out of American Department, out of Fifth Department, on and on. Give them to old bastard jerk named Remzamov. Clever, big brain, old school. He a general, but operational. Rare, very rare. But he have SVR director's ear. He do work because he love, he love the work. And he become proposer of new theory, new idea. He say, look, we want 2 big things. We want to know what Americans up to, basic intel, plans and intentions, whatever. 2, we want wreck America itself, active measures, gosh. You know, I see in eyes, why you come to Las Vegas for this. Frankie looked toward a gardener pruning a tree inside the atrium. A lime had bounced from a branch to roll along the paving stones. "This is why we're here, Frankie. Keep going," Sam said. "We paid our dues last night, so you keep on rolling." "Fine, fine, Charlie, fine and dandy," said with menace. "Well, Zamov, he a difficult person, always looking for the take advantage. That how you say it?
He grabbed the good cases from the departments and lines and run them from special section. He snaggled the best handlers and bring them to special section, honcho budget. And he careful too. Separate network inside SVR, okay? No mixing. Special section not appear on documents. This why when I defect, they accuse me lying, you see? The section like ghost, whispers. He brought a finger to his lips and blew across it. His food arrived. Procter couldn't make eye contact with the eggs, and it didn't look like Sam could either. Frankie slid the martini away, bracelets and watch jangling over hairy wrists as he unrolled silverware from the napkin. Russian special services fight like any other place, he said. That how I came to hear whispers and meet Zamov and some his guys. SVR pissed at FSB, not new thing, yes? But SVR little gosh brother to FSB cousins inside Kremlin. Lost at everything. Potato chip on shoulder? Yes, that how you say. Yes, Procter said, exactly right. Potato chips on the old shoulders. Go on. A few seconds passed as Frankie chewed his steak. Then he said, SVR craves seated table. FSB big gorilla. SVR
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Artemis. Common knowledge in Kremlin that half of SVR reports are, gosh, sorry, no, like 80%. Mostly gosh. It like this in CIA? Of course. Big organization full of humans. You got humans, you got problems. Tough situation. Special services expected to produce reports. Intelligence. He inserted air quotes. And so SVR officers provide what asked for. Reports. Paper. Quality not priority concern. Priority is numbers. And this disgusts Zamov. He say in his pitch, look, we get 2-3 sources with real access and there's business. But we gotta be patient. Gotta look for the right prospects. Gotta point at right target. Sniper, not shotgun. He say this, the clever jerk. Here, Frankie squeezed the trigger on his imaginary rifle, aiming straight through Procter toward the lime tree. Frankie pushed aside his half-eaten meal and snapped for another lychee martini. He'd stopped talking to watch a woman walk through the atrium. Another silence descended upon the conversation. You said part of the section's work was active measures, Sam said. How's that different from any other shop at SVR? Everyone thinks about the espionage business that way out in the forest. Frankie drank half his martini upon arrival, wagging a no-no finger as he wiped his mouth. Not that way, different methods. Patience. Zamov say, look, guys, what rat out Ames and Hansen? They work for us, our best boys. Now they in prison or dead. We give CIA and FBI breadcrumbs when we snatch up hard and fast. Americans are decadent but not stupid. Shoot a bunch of spies and CIA feels Moscow penetration. They search based on access. Hard to find moles, but not impossible, and maybe not so hard when we arrest 20 at once. We blow our source. No, Zamov argue for patience. He say we recruit, we develop. We not be fool, go slow. We protect monster sources. He say goal, ultimately, is destruction of CIA. Has to be, Frankie said, and guys, everyone in briefing is nodding, smiling. Destroy CIA? Well, now they eat from Zamov palm. Did Zamov say, Procter asked, how they would target the Americans or run them? Frankie's head was caged in the fingers of his hand. Through them he dueled with the idea of finishing breakfast. Scraping up a tentative forkful of jiggling egg, Frankie said that Zamov had offered little by way of detail, but that he'd emphasized the quirks of running fellow intelligence officers as sources. Zamov preach idea that intel guy's different cookie jar, Frankie said. Blackmailed Congress staffer gets website where he types, gosh. Intel guy's not gonna say yes because he know better. He know about SVR problems. Gonna say go away on the commo. Zamov saying this because he trying to steal officers and budget from other departments, and chiefs there fighting him hard bigly. Zamov say, look guys, we have some success, and handling gonna be different. Gonna take more people. Gonna take more steps. Gonna be slower. Don't pressure me, Zamov pretty much say, not much nicer. He say you want results, you pay for it, and I gonna give you results. Don't pressure me. And at this point Procter, knowing the answer but still compelled to make the journey, asked, did Zamov have any assets inside CIA? Frankie drained the martini, snapped for another. Miss Artemis, I spend 3 months in-house by D.C. I talk to 100 you people. Job, friends, family, enemies, rumors, Kremlin floor plan, house plants, and Putin office. You think I forget if Zamov say he had someone? No. What do you think I hiding? No. Zamov had no one back 4 years ago. He's starting special section then. He come for money and show us how he tough. No moles then. Early days. Zamov's crew, Sam said. You remember them? His guys. Frankie, stirring his fork aimlessly through the food, made a wet noise and said, same answer, Charles. I told your people the names I knew, all in the reports. They show me stack of pictures and I try my best. I'll try again, Procter said. How do you know if someone is special section? There's no org chart, mate. No paper trail connecting someone to it? Bingo, he said. Zamov tap officers from the lines and departments to work for him. He use guys from all departments, but they not special section on papers, just in reality. I brought pictures, Procter said, of a few guys. From her purse she spread a line of 5 photographs. Mind humoring me, Frankie? I know your brain is a boozy mush and all, but I'd like you to tell me if any of these handsome gents are fellow travelers with Rem Zamov. The martini arrived. He raised it toward the glass ceiling before emptying it in a single pull. Now, as he regarded the line of photos, a shadow seemed to cross his face. Perhaps the recognition that he was now on the verge of crossing over from rehashing old background to offering something far more direct and dangerous, and for which, if word were to travel to Moscow, he might find himself in the crosshairs. Frankie put his head down on the table and pretended to snore. Or maybe, Procter said, scooting in her chair to speak directly into his ear, I have your handler turned babysitter make a few calls around town. Throw a wrench into your gaming habits. Look at whether you're paying taxes on all those winnings. Or maybe I go into that flop house of a villa and shake a few of those nice ladies awake. See if anyone wants a couple grand to tell a bunch of casino hosts you've been handsy, making inappropriate advances.
Gosh, maybe you've got a problem, Frankie. You're a serial maker of inappropriate advances. And there are just going to be bunches of ladies coming forward with awful stories about this high roller putting sweaty paws on them. And you know what's worse? He says his name is Frankie, but he sounds like a Ruskie. Sweats like one, too. Smells of onions and beets and vodka. It'll be gut-wrenching stuff about exploitation and hush money and Russian imperialism and the very patriarchy. Bad for Frankie Potnick, your American alter ego. And bad for the Fyodor inside Frankie's skin. The kind of incident that gets your picture in papers that could find their way to the Kremlin. Putin might take a gander and say, "That snake is in Vegas." Maybe he gets someone to come out here and wet your shorts with nerve agent. Or, if they're in a more traditional mood, toss you from one of the sky suites over at Aria. Splatter you like a pizza flung onto the strip during a rager. Frankie raised his head, thin smile trickling across his face. He ordered another martini and the waiter's eyebrows fluttered with shock, then sorrow. Head hung, he tramped off to the bar. "You born wrong place, Miss Artemis," he said. "Should have been Russian." "Roditeli o rodinu neva burrowed," Procter said, and shrugged. "You don't pick your parents or your motherland." Frankie stared at the pictures, working up the courage, the skin around his eyes stretching and quivering while he reviewed the lineup. Procter could not tell if one of them had caught his eye, but he was unsure, or if the faces drew him back to the nightmare of his defection, or if he knew straight away and could not decide if he should speak the truth. His fingers wiggled in the air, curling into a fist that he rubbed along the polished table as if working out a stain. For a long while he wrestled with himself in silence. "Him," he said at last, tapping his finger on one of the photos. "Know what he did for Zamov? Old hand in the fifth, I believe. Odd jobs. Fixer. He close to Zamov. He and Zamov boys together in Petersburg." "How sure are you?" "Mostly." "You looked for a good while to be fully sure, if you don't mind me saying, Frankie. Kinda dragged that out." "I was thinking of lie." "Couldn't manage one?" "Brain is mush, as I say." "Arrivederci, Miss Artemis and Mr. Charles. I cover."
In Procter's room, the photo Frankie had selected sat on the desk alongside a clump of hair ties, shed excavated from the bottom of her suitcase. The picture, a headshot, included her short caption at the bottom. Rodion Vissarionovich Pletkov, Colonel, SVR, 5th Department, Europe. Remora. An old Zhomov disciple. Tangles within tangles, she thought, and wondered if she had ever been more tired. Sam and Procter sat down in her room, and for 3 hours they went through it all, front to back. They knew Theo had lied, for instance, about the batting order for the March meeting with Remora in France, and worried that an innocent explanation was unlikely. They knew that Theo, Mac, and Gus had offered differing versions of the arrival order that also veered off from the cable record. They knew that Remora was one of Zhomov's men. They knew that Debs had booted Petra Devine from CIA for questioning the Remora case and kicking up Gosh about a mole hunt. They knew that Mac had not mentioned his stopover visit to New York Station and the briefing with Gus and Debs. They knew that Gus had FISA on him after Moscow and might still now. They knew Debs had gotten the White House hooked on the intel and used the addiction to burnish her credentials. Lastly, they knew that the mole was still operating. They could not interpret the Tarman roll-up and Claw disappearance any other way. What they did not have, plainly, was any hard proof. Certainly nothing that 2 disgraced officers could bring forward in hopes of being taken seriously. "And, to be frank, Jaggers," the chief said, "I don't think we're going to get it. I think we have reached the limits of these little chats." And so Procter proposed, and Sam agreed, that they slink to their separate corners. She to Florida, he to Northern Virginia, in a kind of ritual time-out to figure if they might take an alternate and far riskier path. That road, they both knew, would shift the trajectory of their investigation, from a series of innocent-seeming discussions with some thin veneer of operational cover for each to a real-world interference in CIA operations that would do far worse than just blow exhaust across their faces if it backfired. Sam also sensed, but did not say, that the chief had not yet come to terms with the fact that a good friend had betrayed her, betrayed them all. Had the notoriously unsentimental Procter's clarity of vision been blurred by a suspect list made up of her old friends? Perhaps some distance was required before that grim reality could cover the chasm between the chief's head and heart. Sam had noticed for one damning example that throughout their debrief, the chief refrained from merging the conclusions of her chats in Virginia with the golden nugget gleaned from Frankie. If Remora was one of Zhomov's men, that made Remora the likely handler of the mole. The case was inside out. Sam knew that Procter knew this. In fact, he suspected that she'd had the point nailed before coming to Vegas. But her deflated countenance now suggested that she had gathered here the exact opposite of what she wanted. She had confirmation. "I'm going to piece it through for a spot," she said. "I'm going to meditate, then scrub the grime of this God-forsaken city off my skin so the smell doesn't get me tossed off the plane. You be good and break it off with Natalie. But let her down gently, for God's sake, like you're terminating a swell agent who's been very good to us. You know the script, plus she deserves better than you. It's a no-brainer. Now get the hell out. I'll be in touch." Dallas, Fort Worth, El Paso, the Big Bend country. "History teaches us," Irene explained, "that soldiers of Russia must often fight without rations, weapons, or training. We are fortunate to have money," she said, "and what of our good food and comfortable shelter? Impossible luxuries to the Russian soldier. And the Venables' inexperience? It would be overcome. Assassination was a trade. They would become master craftsmen. And we are lucky, Peter, that our fight will not occur in the dead of winter," Irene said, crouching to pull the margarita mixer from a kitchen cabinet. Around the end of their second round of drinks, they settled on a bomb, the preferred weapon of the revolutionary, an act of theater, and a practical means to create distance from the act, so, as Irene put it, we might live to fight on. Peter had found the tipsy chatter about a bomb thrilling, but the notion of an endless fight overpowered the nervous excitement gifted by the tequila, leaving him merely nervous. It was slow going at first. The decision to use a bomb was not without complications, but, as Irene had become fond of saying, they had been chosen for this work because they could solve problems, navigate obstacles. They trust us because we'll figure it out, babe. They downloaded a manual drafted by Al-Qaeda's branch in Yemen, already translated into English, and perused dark web vendors hawking classified PDF scans of U.S. military bomb tech lessons learned from Iraq and Afghanistan. Together, they watched dozens of hours of YouTube videos on electrical circuits. They endlessly debated the parameters: delivery device, explosive type, detonators, circuitry. At work, Peter massaged PowerPoint presentations and tweaked Excel models and suffered through hours of pointless meetings. He was bored. But this project had quickly ballooned to devilish complexity, and, much to Peter's surprise, he found it exhilarating, challenging. Because what was this, other than the greatest challenge of their lives? In Texas, the only resource more plentiful than land is weapons. Peter left his cubicle at the airline on a Friday afternoon, and by dinner time, he and Irene were strolling among the Fort Worth gun show's 1,200 vendors inside the Will Rogers Center. At the Ajax Knives table, they purchased 2 Amtac Northman blades. At the Texas Shoots table, 2 Sig Sauer P320 pistols, a .30-aught Springfield rifle, and several boxes of ammunition. They paid in cash, flashing their driver's licenses for proof of Texas residency.
But because many of the vendors were selling legally as unlicensed hobbyists, the Venable name and address would not be connected to the weapons inside any official database. Peter also bought a box of 50 empty 30-aught casings and 3 pounds of black powder. Because sometimes, he told the vendor, in a speech he had practiced with Irene, he just prefers packing his own ammunition. Big smiles all around. They loaded everything, all purchased legally, into a U-Haul trailer attached to their mud-spattered Mercedes SUV, and spent the night at the Fort Worth Sheraton, toasting the day's shopping spree with a nightcap at the Riata Bar. Next morning, a shopping run around Fort Worth. REI, Home Depot, multiple mom-and-pop hardware stores, AutoZone, 2 drugstores, Target, where a generous under-the-table tip to the assistant store manager secured a mannequin wearing mom jeans and a graphic t-shirt decorated with flowers and a message that read, "Dream your life." At every stop, they paid cash, wore bulky N95 masks and ball caps, and used hand sanitizer liberally and theatrically to complete the picture. At some, Peter went inside. At others, Irene. Their license plate, as with most of the vehicle, had been caked in mud. By late afternoon, they were heading west. The sun flared blood red and collapsed into the flattening horizon. Neither had ever been to the Texas west of the Brazos River. Peter's spirit rose as they crossed into the rolling prairie. The sky opened, and the land began stretching away in every direction. Windmills and cattle dotted the grassy brown pastures, the trees thinned with each passing mile, and the barrenness, the desolate grandeur, overtook him. The motherland made me feel like this, Peter thought, remembering a summer drive east from Nizhny with his uncle. The land was wild and open. They'd driven for hours, and all around them was Russia.
It had folded him inside of her, cradled him in her womb. The El Paso Gun Show is a 2-day affair celebrating guns, ammunition, and explosives in the El Metada Shriners Complex. The Venables had come for tannerite, which Peter had spent dozens of hours researching online. It is a binary explosive, fueled by aluminum powder and titanium, oxidized by ammonium nitrate and perchlorate, popular in target practice. Peter now knew almost everything about it, from chemistry on up to practical application. After mixing the fuel powder with ammonium pellets, and when struck by a high-velocity round, it will explode, producing a bang and a puff of smoke. Peter, adopting the persona of an avid sports shooter, had called a dozen participating vendors to confirm tannerite would be for sale on site. As Peter and Irene wandered among the stalls, N95 masks and face shields eliciting a mix of irritation, derision, and amusement from the crowd, they came upon a vendor selling explosives, grenades, black powder, and yes, he said, tannerite out of the back of one of his box trucks behind the stall. "I'd like to load up," Peter said. "I've got about 20 guys coming to the ranch to shoot here in a few weeks. What's the limit?" "No limit," the man said, giving Peter an unfriendly stare. "But why are you wearing that face shield anyway?" "Wife's going through chemo, doctor's orders. I know we look like freaks." The vendor's face sank. "Oh, geez, I'm sorry, man." There were no more questions after that. That night, in an El Paso Super 8 near the airport, Irene fell asleep in minutes, but Peter churned the sheets, fretting about the gear in the trailer. Next morning, after 2 loud cups of lousy coffee apiece, they began driving south toward a ranch property they had rented in the Big Bend country. The main house was 2 stories, a white-painted adobe with a red roof nestled into a grove of pinyon pine and juniper in the northern reaches of the Big Bend. The view from the wraparound porch carried across lowland pasture until it met a rocky ridgeline across the valley. Peter and Irene drank coffee and watched the sunrise. They'd work from the back. There was a large concrete surface for cleaning game, nestled into the trees and boasting a high pavilioned roof. The nearest property was miles away, but the privacy afforded by the foliage was nonetheless comforting.
He pulled the car onto the concrete block, opened the trunk, and set up the folding table that would function as his workbench. Irene gave him a kiss and trekked out to scout the property for test sites. Peter decided to start with the initiator. With frequent references to the classified manuals and YouTube videos, he drilled 2 small holes in the bottom of an empty 3006 casing. He checked to ensure the casing was clean and bone dry. He packed in black powder, crimped the opening, and sealed it with epoxy. He placed it in the sunshine to set. For a moment, he thought about how his Southwest colleagues were spending their weekends. Kids' sports, brunches in Uptown and on Lower Greenville, the financial planning and analysis weekly pickup volleyball game, every Sunday at noon, on site at headquarters in the shade of planes taking off and landing. He looked at the carload of supplies and the initiator and laughed. They were all dumb sheep. Selecting a rock playlist, he cranked up the volume on his phone. He assembled one of the large cardboard boxes and evaluated the dimensions. Next, the circuitry. From the bag purchased at a Fort Worth hardware store, he removed Gorilla Glue, a clock, a 2-inch knife pin, a metal hacksaw, and a file. He cut and filed down the knife pin. When the clock struck 12, the minute hand would kiss the metal of the pin. He glued it to the clock. Then, cursing himself, he realized he should have tested the initiator without the powder. He drilled 2 holes in the bottom of another 3006 casing, then ran 2 leads through the holes so they jutted into the brass like tines on a fork. He ran those leads to the battery. There was a small, glinting spark inside the casing. Yes, hell yes. Going well? Irene smiled as she walked up. "We have a spark," he said, looking up from the table. She clapped and gave him a kiss. "What can I do?" she said. He pointed to a pile of boxes. Irene began unpacking the magnesium bars from the fire starter kits, the steel balls, and the shanks of nails. The magnesium was pyrophoric. Anything flammable would be set alight inside the blast radius. An insurance policy, they had decided, to increase the odds of success. While Irene arranged the magnesium and shrapnel in the box, careful to leave room at center for the bucket of tannerite, Peter labored over the trembler device. The clock would count down, 10, maybe 20 minutes, enough time to clear out, and the minute hand would hit the knife pin, completing the first circuit. When the target moved the box, the trembler device would complete the second circuit. Then the box goes boom. From a drugstore bag, he collected a syringe and cut off the needle, so all that remained was a plastic tube. As he had with the casing, he carefully drilled 2 small holes in the top, pulled 2 leads through, then glued them in place. He slipped a steel ball inside the syringe and cut a small wedge of plastic to fill the open end. Then he took 2 thin strips of wood and glued those to the syringe so it would sit level like a ship in a bottle. He set up one of the smaller cardboard boxes and taped the syringe to the bottom. He practiced, picking up the box, sliding, dropping. The bearing rolled nicely. He taped it inside the bottom of the larger box. Now the circuitry. He again watched one of the more helpful YouTube videos, and Irene read aloud from a classified manual on the iPad as he worked, laying it out on the concrete like a spaghetti diagram. When he felt confident in the wiring, he said, "We can do the last bit at the site." Packing the bomb materials, a 100-foot length of rope, and the mannequin into the car, they set off for the test site Irene had selected. To his consternation, it was flanked by a screen of trees. "Irene, we might start a forest fire," he murmured. "The magnesium." Irene slipped off her sunglasses and looked around. She bit her lip. "Gosh," she said. They trundled around the property for another hour searching for a suitable spot, finally settling on a patch of treeless valley floor nestled into a rocky crumble at the base of a ridge. Peter filled the bucket with 50 pounds of the tannerite. He closed the lid and slipped the powder-filled casing inside, through a hole he had drilled, checking to be certain it was snuggled into the explosive and that there was sufficient wire peeking out the back end to close the circuit. The battery went into the box alongside the bucket of tannerite. Peter wound a rope around the cardboard, securing it with several hastily tied knots. Irene stood the mannequin next to the box. His hands were shaking while he completed the wiring. Irene's face was rosy when he first looked up at her. Next time he met her gaze, her cheeks were flushed, and by the time he was finishing, they almost looked bruised. "Focus, baby," she whispered. "Almost there. You are crushing it." When he was done, he turned the clock hands with his fingers to give them 20 minutes. He slid the clock into the box, and for a breathless second took in the stillness, the caw of a distant crow, the rustle of long grass flattening in the wind. Irene set a timer on her phone, and they gathered the rope and hiked up a low rise until it pulled taut and it pulled taut. They were 70, 80 feet from the bomb. Was it far enough? Why, he kicked himself, why had he not bought more rope? 10 minutes left. Though it was early November, the weather was fair, the sun was high and bright, anxiety was turning them inside out, and they were both soaked in sweat.
His phone lit up, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. His phone lit up. He'd not had cell service for most of the morning, but now, on this rise, he did. He mindlessly scrolled through work emails. His boss wanted him to double-check the math on a financial model he'd built. He grimaced, looked to Irene, sweat staining her shirt. "Something wrong, babe?" she asked. No. He saw he'd neglected to turn on his out-of-office message. The phone slid into his pocket. 2 minutes. He felt they were maybe too close. Should he say something? One look at Irene and he knew a stony, resolved silence was the answer. "None of this is illegal," he reassured himself. "You're out here having some fun with your wife." The phone timer went off. Irene's jaw set, and she twisted her frantic eyes toward the rope, sitting in the dirt. "Let's do it together," she said. They knotted their hands together, entwined fingers hovering over the cord. He pulled her in for a kiss. "I love you," he mouthed to her. "I love you too," she said. Then he slid their coupled hands around the rope. They braced themselves like this was tug of war.
yanked as one. The overpressure filled his ears. He ducked, then fell, hearing only a tinny ring. Debris plinked across his back. He looked up. A fountain of dust had shot into the air above the test site, masking the ridge. Irene's hand covered her mouth. A trace of blood ran from her nostril, but he could see that she was smiling. 30 minutes later, walking through a patch of long grass for a tour of the damage, celebratory bottle of tequila in hand, Peter stopped for a pull and peered down at the sound of a crunch. He'd stepped on a charred plastic ball. He bent down for a look. It was the top half of the mannequin's head. Kissimmee. In the dim light of the trailer, boggy air rushing across the swamp and through windows open to free the smoke, Artemis Procter sat at her banquette, facing a pile of yellow legal pads and an overworked brass ashtray fashioned into the shape of a gator's snout. An old shoebox sat on the counter above the dishwasher. A haphazard stack of faded photos lay curled beside it. She'd only needed one, from that fateful day in Afghanistan, a shot of them all standing in front of a HESCO barrier at the base. It was, she believed, the last surviving picture of all 5 of them, and her scissors were swishing through it. She'd wanted the pictures because she had to look at their faces for this part, to make it real. A skyline of newly acquired liquor bottles dotted the sill under the bead curtain. Procter had vague memories of chess pieces being used to mount the pictures in the old spy stories, but alcohol was more in line with her present mood. Plus, she could drink the booze, and she really hated chess. The occasional whomp and flitter of wings floated by the opened window. Procter was so consumed in her work that she did not hear the bump of a fruit bat into the trailer's metal skin, nor the shrieky meows of a pair of cats. Inside the black beating heart of any double-cross operation is an essential and blinding lie, forcing you to reckon with its version of the truth, foisting a set of facts on you that suit perfectly innocent theories, turning you inside out. Tangles within tangles. That afternoon, alone with her thoughts, she'd at last put structure to the dark reality bearing down on her. All of them had been on the flight from Vienna when CIA had brought Sam home. Following spy swap tradition, each of her friends had brought something to drink, for the toasts. Jagos had supplied the details during the all-night debrief when he had first appeared on her doorstep in Florida. Mac had carried a bottle of Blue Label for the flight from Vienna, Sam had said. But her reptile fund was dwindling, so she'd bought Black Label and spruced it up with a blue Sharpie. She taped the cutout picture of his head to the neck of the bottle. Next, Gus. Teetotaling Gus sipped sparkling water on the return. Perrier. Gus's picture was affixed to the bottle. Then Theo, a man whose alcoholism was nothing if not functional, financially reasonable even. "I don't like to break the bank with my bad habits, Artemis," he told her once, and she'd held her tongue about his choices. Theo had trucked along a handle of Canadian Club. Onto the bottle squatting on the sill went his picture. She cut out his entire body because in the photo he'd been giving the middle finger salute. Finally, Debs, the brat, brought vodka. "What kind of sociopath," Mac had said, "brings a bottle of Russian vodka to offer a guy who just got sprung from a Russian prison?" She could have been sensible, brought Grey Goose. Debs had carried along a nice bottle, started with a K, Procter recalled, but she hadn't been able to track it down in Kissimmee and so settled for Stoli. Deb's mug was taped to the neck. Procter looked across their faces and, for the first time, forced herself to say it aloud, to speak it into being. Procter put a finger to Mac's photograph, snug on the blue Sharpied bottle of Black Label. Whispered, "Rich man." As a child, on walks out in the pines, Procter sometimes collected stones and sang a little counting song. At the time, she had been unaware of the British version of the rhyme, and its use in the hunt for a fictional mole. As an adult, she felt it fitting to put the American version to work in pursuit of a real one. Then Gus,
flash of a wry smile at the memory of his minivan and the family finances. Poor man. Theo and his bottom-shelf Canadian club. Beggar man. She spoke louder now, confident, getting the hang of it. Deb's absurdly expensive Russian vodka. Thief. Impossible. And yet it must be, because it could not be otherwise. Too many facts had gathered. Skipping doctor, lawyer, and merchant, Procter hoisted her own picture atop a bottle of sapphire, where it stared down the others. Chief. Procter blew a last lungful of smoke outside, shut the window, and killed the lights. The nightcap, Slim went into the heap of the ashtray. She sat facing the pictures for a long while, as if in a conclave, or operational powwow, breaking bread, planning, debating, drinking. The emotional bramble here was unbearably thick. She thought of Sam, how he'd suffered, and as she slid into bed, she found that made her hate herself. The sensation, unwelcome and foreign, shuddered all thought to a sudden stop, as if a stick had been plunged into the spokes of her brain. She fell asleep. I-10 East, I-75 South, Kissimmee. Peter and Irene had last cast out on a long road trip in the first year of their marriage. There'd been so much of Irene bottled up, and one dark piece, quite by happenstance, had spilled out in the first months of matrimony. Peter had the date postmarked in the files of his mind, March 18 of that year. That evening, he'd gone out for a casual run, only to half his usual 10-mile route, which had him back at the house about an hour earlier than anticipated. He saw Irene when he turned into the back alley. She'd set out the trash cans for the next morning's pickup and was gazing at something on the ground. She had not even noticed Peter rounding the corner. Irene's face.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "You are quiet tonight, babe. What's up?" Shed said, still buried in her book, and Head fed her something about stress at work. Shed offered intimacy to calm his nerves, or, in retrospect, perhaps to shut him up. "I love you, babe," he said, "but can I take a rain check?" He punctuated that with a prudish peck on her forehead that elicited only an eye roll. He'd lain awake that night, racked by the side-swiped sensation that accompanies the discovery of infidelity or abject betrayal. Was the savagery in the alley an aberration, or had something very real and very deep risen to the surface? What exactly had Irene been doing? And worst of all, who was she really? Peter had thought a long road trip might create space to answer these questions. He imagined they would spend all those days together in the car. He would coax whatever this thing was right out of her. She would explain everything, show regret, remorse, repentance, whatever, and by the time they'd pulled into their driveway at the end, they would be even more in love. That first road trip, Dallas to Nashville to Atlanta to Savannah to Charleston to the Outer Banks to D.C. to Chicago and back home, and when they'd bumped into their driveway, he hadn't summoned the courage to ask her one question about the incident with the robin. They'd blazed a trail of tipsy partying and frenetic sightseeing and endless chatter and sensational intimacy across much of the eastern United States. But by the time they'd arrived home, he'd decided that whatever he'd witnessed was keeping a low enough profile that he could just let it be. A benign tumor wrapped around the vital organs of their relationship. Excising it, he sensed, would kill the marriage. On this current trip, as with the last one, Peter had fantasized about putting all manner of questions and thoughts to his wife, namely, when can we stop? He sustained the fantasy through a short leg in North Texas, on their way to purchase an unmarked transit van from an Amazon supplier offloading excess inventory, under the table of course, that he'd found through a marketplace on the dark web. Once they had loaded up the van, Peter had convinced himself that when they turned east, he would boldly put these questions to his wife. And who knew, he might bring up the Robin incident, or, God help him, Oklahoma. He would get his answers at last. Instead, he listened to Irene ramble. Through most of Louisiana, she spoke obsessively of Russia, of her visits with her mother and father when she'd been young. She offered these stories unprompted, and he was glad to listen because he was running out of things to say. The drive turned into a kind of confessional. She was plumbing the depths of her father's manias, as she termed it, and then veering off to tell rose-colored stories of her mother's blintzes and cinnamon kugel and a trip from New York to Disney World when she was 10. And then for a long stretch she was quiet. She switched playlists and songs incessantly, veering chaotically between sugary American pop songs and Russian classics, Prokofiev, Rachmaninoff, Tchaikovsky. She spent a good deal of time scrolling through influencer accounts on Instagram. First night they spent in New Orleans. Next day they made for Disney World. Mid-morning the day after the Disney excursion, and the bed still had not disgorged them. Peter woke first, his face smushed into Irene's shoulder, facing the Minnie Mouse print on the back of her t-shirt, mouth dry as cotton. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and for a moment could not place where he was. On the shuffle to the bathroom, he stumbled over the shopping bag they'd filled with souvenirs. He felt his foot crack one of the mugs, next the Mr. Toad popcorn bucket, and the bag heaved over with him as he fell, lightsaber igniting and keychains clinking and the rest of the mugs tumbling, and Irene's Minnie Mouse printed handbag spilling across the floor. He caught himself on the footstool. Irene uttered fragments of surprise from the bed. "Oh, gosh, he said. His foot was throbbing. Reaching down, feeling for his feet in the blackout shade of the room, he touched a warm run of blood. He sat up on the footstool. Irene flicked on a light. "Babe, are you okay?" I stepped on one of the very mugs. In the light, he could see a shard of Mickey Mouse's ear stuck in his foot. Wincing, he pried it out. They popped THC gummies and lounged until lunchtime, scrolling their phones until both feared that if they did not move, they would succumb to the tug of afternoon naps. As they packed, Peter felt what he had anticipated. Threads of nausea were climbing his throat. Irene was eating a microwave burrito with gusto, but his was untouched on the nightstand. "What's wrong, babe?" Irene asked, chewing on a bite.
She was carefully arranging the Disney mugs in her case, wrapping them in clothes so they would not break. I wish we knew if there was a dog. The pity in her eyes made him hate himself. Heel of her hand brushing his cheek, Irene bit his lower lip and ran her tongue behind his top teeth and said, "Let me show you something, babe," for courage. On the laptop, she navigated to one of their usual Telegram channels. They watched a video of Russian soldiers in a mad dash to clear a home somewhere in Ukraine. The camera, mounted on one soldier's helmet, shook frenetically amid the gunshots and smoke and clamor. The Russian boys, it turned out, were all killed. The camera sizzled static. Irene shut the laptop. They walked like men. No floor plan. They did their duty, she said, left their wives and girlfriends back in Moscow or Peter or Novgorod or wherever, and marched out from Russia's black soil to defend her, to die in glory and honor. She kissed him again, a feral shadow falling on her face. They gathered up the bags. The address was a swamp. No buildings were visible on the Google Street View satellite images. The Spaniard had said there was a trailer now, though he didn't know where it was parked. Peter pulled the van off the road, and they peered into the rustling trees. Nothing. Irene shrugged. They drove a quarter-mile down the road until they came upon a gravel lane that plunged deeper into the bog. He stepped from the car and squinted through the tangle of palm and pine shrouding the drive. The soundtrack was a persistent whine of insects and the distant bark of a dog, though thankfully it did not come from the CIA woman's property. "We should go in there and see," Irene whispered. "We don't know if she's home," Peter said, scowling. "Well, say we got lost. We're Amazon after all. Wrong turn. We need to see what we're dealing with, Peter." They crunched slowly down the drive, and in about a mile the trees and underbrush thinned and they saw a trailer on a plot of sand overlooking the swamp. "She's former CIA," he mumbled, "and she lives here." He kept the van idling at a distance and searched for cameras. He didn't see any. But they had to be there, didn't they? No sign of a dog, but it might be inside. He heard the rustle of a foil package as Irene popped loose a few pieces of spearmint gum and chewed loudly, mouth open, which she did when she was lost in thought and which he despised. He told her so many times. She smacked on the gum, fussing with a chipped nail. "We'll come back at night," he said, and threw it in reverse. That afternoon, they checked into their hotel and drove the 15 minutes to Gatorville. They wore their N95s, walking through the yawning plaster gator mouth that made up the park's entrance, Peter smacking his hand on one of the teeth, absorbing it all with some measure of wonder and disgust. After saying yes, yes, of course,
after a moment, she produced 2 masks stenciled to resemble a gator snout, wide open, teeth bared. "We've got plenty of these left over. You all have fun." They found the target starring in a wrestling show. The Spaniard had provided several dozen photos from what he had termed the archives. In truth, it was nearly impossible to miss the wild spray of hair, even if it was tied up under an old Cleveland Indians baseball cap. When they took their seats, she was approaching a gator from behind, finger to her lips, shushing the crowd in what Peter at first took for theater, but upon closer inspection of the woman's countenance, he believed instead to be extreme agitation. She paused, bracing herself, then leapt onto its back and fluidly wrapped her hands around its jaw. He was near enough to see that murdering the animal could not have been far from her mind. The gator whipsawed back and forth, but the target held on, narrating the experience into a headset mic in a slurred jumble. The specifics were nearly impossible to make out, but the crux of it was simple. She was teeming with rage. Irene, looking up from Instagram, had lowered her sunglasses for a better look, and her eyes spoke for them both. Moscow cares about her? We have been sent to kill this? Kissimmee. When Procter pulled her RAV4 alongside her trailer, she just sat there for a few minutes and zoned out to the comforting noise of the swamp. The smack of a bug flying into the window broke the reverie, and she went inside.
Not caring if she showered, a common feeling since her return from Vegas, she stripped out of her shirt, threw it on the bed, pulled out the ashtray, and fixed herself a smoke at the banquette. She slathered Bengay across her lower back, shoulders, and arms, and tried not to look at the bottles across the sill. She often avoided eye contact with the photos of her old friends, but it was typically due to anger or disbelief, not, as it was now, from the temptation for the type of drinking best done alone, without anyone watching. She knew she should not, but she also couldn't quite come up with any good reasons not to. So she poured herself 2 fingers of the blue Sharpie Black Label, Mac, Rich Man, for company, while she did a crossword puzzle. An hour later, and she'd sampled the Canadian Club, Theo, Beggar Man, and Stoley, Debs, Thief, and was ready to wave the white flag on the crossword, which, when paired with her drunkenness, had begun to make her very angry. Stubbing out her last slim of the night, she flicked the picture off the bottle of Perrier, Gus, Poor Man, and took the water into her bedroom, where she promptly fell asleep. That night the dream slithered back, unwelcome and uninvited, as always, but not infrequent since Sam had visited with news of a mole. In the dream, she was in Afghanistan with her old friends, and they were all about to die, shuffling through the tick-tock window of silence after the suicide bombing, but before the worst of it. They were in the house's upper room together, making peace with their gods, or themselves. There was something ordained, even ominous, about former friends, long since dispersed, finding themselves together, years later, on the far side of the world. As if such a thing could not happen without violence or tragedy. She could hear her friends' thoughts, felt their feelings, saw, in pure bright color, their palette of emotions. She was with Gus as he considered his love for Connie and his children, his guilt as he considered death and abandoning them to life, his stoicism in the certainty there'd been no other way. She was with Theo and his desire to live, though his life was so miserable, knowing that though he had a daughter, Millie was in that moment absent from his mind. She was with Mac, his thoughts of her and of Lulu, his wonderment that in death he might yet prove a hero to his father, who then not yet passed, and who would ultimately offer a cosmically indifferent shrug of the shoulders to his only son, though he returned a bona fide agency legend. She sailed with Debs and her bone-deep fear that all was for naught, that after this there was nothingness. She communed with Gosford, checking his glot again and again, and felt his belief that he would emerge from that night a hero, so foolish then and now, and yet, somehow, proven correct. She spoke to Mac as he bled out on the floor of the shed. What was he thinking? Where were her friends? Procter woke in a pool of chilly sweat. Night was still going, an oppressive, still blanket of darkness. Thunder banged in the distance. She tossed aside the sheets, sat up, and took a few sips of the Perrier. Her room was tilting on its axis, spinning, rotating. She shut her eyes and hoped that she might be spared another dream world visit from her friends. Peter and Irene changed into their flex vests in the back of the transit van and checked the other duffels, Northman blades, pistols, ammunition. If all went well, the guns and knives would be unnecessary. The night was moonless. On the way to the swamp, a driving rain picked up, whipping water across the windshield in thick drops that were soon falling in sheets. Boggy Creek, a sign said. He'd missed that during the scouting run earlier in the day. They turned off the county road and rolled the van down the drive until they reached the trailer. Lightning flared across the edges of the sky. The target's car was there. Irene matched the license plate to the numbers in the files provided by the Spaniard in Mexico. The trailer was dark. Peter crawled into the back of the van, Irene trailing behind him. The moment, their moment, had arrived. The waiting had left a dreadful weight in his belly, but that stone was now gone, busted to bits by the freakish adrenaline smack of one very simple fact. It was all on the line. Marriage, self-worth, honor. The next half hour on the battlefield would determine what sort of man he was. Peter did not say a word, because he knew if he did, he would stammer. He checked that the ball bearing in the syringe was not kissing the electrical leads. He turned the minute hand back on the clock. 5 minutes. They didn't need more than that. He connected the wires to the battery. Then he shut the box and ran a line of Amazon tape across the seam. He flung open the back doors of the van to a crash of thunder. Jumping down, he huffed the box through the rain toward the slab in front of the trailer. Irene held the umbrella in a vain attempt to shield the box from the rain. He left it on the concrete slab. There was an awning overhead, but occasional gusts of wind blew the rain sideways, soaking one side of the box. He rang the doorbell. Then they ran back to the van. The ringing drowned out the explosions. It punctuated Mac's speech in her dream. She awoke, head floating, to the buzz of the doorbell. Standing, then slumping back onto the bed, then rising again, she tied up her hair and walked through the kitchen. Ping-ponged was more like it. She knocked into everything: dishwasher, banquette, walls. The patter of rain sounded on the roof. She swung open the front door, gripping the frame to keep herself upright. Procter was looking at a large box, tilting, sliding, spinning. The world a booze-fueled gyroscope. A box. Huh. A whip of lightning brought sudden clarity to Amazon tape across the package. Thunder rolled. She hadn't ordered anything. A gift? The thought made her laugh aloud. Raindrops were plopping onto the box. Procter looked up into the tilting darkness, and a droplet landed square in her eye. Then the volley picked up, the sky finally ready to let loose the worst of the storm. Peter and Irene watched through soaking binoculars from a stand of trees across the swamp. "She's examining," Irene said. "Pondering." "She's wobbling," Peter said. "Drunk," whispered Irene. "Good." There was a crack of lightning, another rumble of thunder in the distance. The rain was crisscrossing the trailer in sheets. The target put her hands on the box.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Irene put her hands on his arm. "She's going to bring it inside," she said. "She doesn't want it to get soaked." "Really, Amazon," Procter muttered.
She slid her hand across the top and tried to move it. Thing was heavy. She dragged a chair from the kitchen to prop open the door. Rain was really coming down now. The drive had soaked to a sandy muck. Her blood swam with booze. She reached down for the box. Peter and Irene dropped to the sand, shut their eyes, and braced for the explosion. There was a boom, a crack. He shuddered, then looked up. Another roll of thunder. He peered through the binoculars. The target had a hand on the box. She was getting into a squat. "What happened?" Irene hissed. "The ball in the trembler must not have touched the leads," he said. "She needs to pick it all the way up." Procter hauled up the box. Another flash of lightning, then a boom that rippled into a low drum roll. Peter watched the target pick up his bomb and carry it inside her trailer. The door swung shut. "What the hell could be wrong, Peter?" Irene asked. He felt sick with failure. "I'm a financial analyst, Irene, not a munitions expert." Had he made a mistake wiring the circuit? Was the black powder wet? He didn't know. "We should have used the guns from the get-go." She smacked him hard on the crown of his head. "You're a soldier," she said. "Act like one." "She's drunk," he said, standing up and wiping rainwater from his brow. "Let's just shoot her." Whether wet from pride or merely the rain, Irene's eyes were shining. Then they were in the van, headlamps off, backing from the roadside parking spot to pull onto the main road. Irene was slapping magazines into the pistols, checking the knives in their sheaths. Procter was in the banquette, smoking, listening to the storm. Her one open eye was stuck on the wet box. "Let's have a look-see." She steadied herself on the cabinets and cooktop to walk through the galley kitchen. Rain was pelting the trailer. She split the tape with a kitchen knife and flipped open the box. "Lord Almighty," Procter said. The rain had washed the trailer's sandy drive to soup. Peter kept the van at a slow, steady pace, tires slurping and sliding through the muck. He was hunched over the wheel to peer through the windshield. They could not risk flicking on the lights. He stopped a few hundred feet from the trailer, before the tree cover thinned and the drive spilled into the clearing, now thick with mud. "We should use the blades if we can," he said. They spilled from the van. Hugging the trees along the drive, they padded toward the trailer, knives out, pistols holstered. With each step, Peter watched the sheath bounce along his wife's hip. Procter killed the lights and pulled back a strand of beads and peeked out a front window. She waited, steadying her breathing, her pickled brain straining to focus. A crack of lightning, and the world turned white, and she saw the glint of metal in the trees. Movement, a shape, maybe two or more. Hard to know. She was so very drunk. She thought for a second, then 2, 3, 4. Deep breath. Shook her head as if that might kick loose a bit of the booze. Then on to the bedroom, crouched on the floor, grasping under her bed where she kept the guns. Mossberg 12-gauge shotgun. A dear friend, but not useful right now. Baseball bat, same. M4 carbine, brought that out. Her MK48 Mod 1, snug in a Pelican case with big latches that gave her drunk hands some trouble. Inside was a belt-fed all-purpose machine gun and a bipod mount. She had some ammo pouches, each with 100 rounds. She slid one of those on, slung the M4 over her shoulder, and went into the closet. There was a floor hatch for access to the trailer's undercarriage. She pried it off and jumped down. All mud down here. Her presence upset whatever the heck had made this home because things were skittering and slithering to the corners. She reached up and slid the hatch shut, and took a deep breath and slunk toward an opening covered by thin cross-hatched wood. At the door, Peter found the knob unlocked. He waited for a rumble of thunder to open it a crack. He peered in, half expecting to be shot, but the trailer was quiet and dark. Where had she passed out? He leveled his pistol and pushed inside, heartbeat in his teeth. His fingers were vibrating and jerking the gun. He stepped over a few boxes and scanned the kitchen. Empty. "You check the bedroom," Irene said, loudly over the wail of the storm. "I will check out back." Nodding, Peter glided carefully around the bomb and through the kitchen into the bedroom. From somewhere outside, maybe below, came the splintering and crackling of wood, an animal rustling under the trailer, then a banging clap of thunder, and Irene was calling, but he could not understand her words. He pointed the pistol into the bedroom and squeezed the trigger, and the gush safety was on, so he clicked it off and began firing, charging forward. When he got there, he put rounds into the closet, the bed, the cabinets. It felt like his heart was going to explode. Procter crawled through the mud and the blinding rain as the gunshots dissolved into the thunder. Then she stood, sprinting into a stand of trees, where she caught her breath. More gunshots rang inside the trailer. A handgun, Procter thought, operated by a moron. She waited for another crash of thunder, and then darted across a stretch of mud and dove behind a strip of squatty palms. Dim light poured through the front door, which was swinging on its hinges. Another gunshot. What was that jerk shooting at in there? The sky was veined with lightning. A shape appeared from behind the trailer. Then it disappeared into the night. Procter flopped into the mud and pointed the MK-48 toward the kitchen, where she'd left the box. She extracted the bipod to steady the weapon, fed in the ammo, flicked off the safety. A deep breath, then she squeezed the trigger. Peter had torn and shot the place apart, and still he could not find the CIA woman. He called for Irene, who yelled back from somewhere outside. "She's running!" Irene shouted. "Tracks! Come on, babe!" He'd just made it into the galley kitchen when he heard a gun roar to life. The weapon had more bite than Procter remembered. Then again, she'd never been this drunk while operating the gun, which now swung left, ripping into her bedroom for a couple seconds before she tried to correct, fanning right, a murderous searchlight pouring out 12 rounds per second, punching the trailer's skin into a ragged cheese grater. Her aim tracked through the kitchen, toward the box, and she held it right there, dousing her home with a thick volley of lead until the bomb detonated. Everything was noise and light, fire and fragments, and her eyes had barely shut, on instinct from the sudden surge of brightness, when she felt the blast overpressure muscle through her. And then she couldn't tell if her eyes were open or closed or had been burned out of her skull. The world was black, then white, then black again.
Disregard, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam.
Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. There had been 2 of them, she'd swear it. She checked both parts again. Did the hand belong to the head? She couldn't tell. It was all blackened char. Procter took a long look at the twisted metal, the dozen white campfires dotting her land. Had anyone survived? In the distance came the faint wail of approaching sirens. Local cops would be first, then maybe some state officers, and the Bureau would arrive pretty quick. Briefly, she fantasized about running. Dumb. The Russians were clearly hunting her. Why add the Bureau to the list? Red and blue lights began painting the drive. The wail of the sirens grew louder. Procter put down the rifle and stretched her hands into the sky. Damascus, Syria, Moscow, Russia, and now to her list of detention centers, Procter added Orange County, Florida. The crimes had been different, but the places were pretty much the same. Tough guys would ask you questions, make you feel guilty, though whether you were, well, that was beside the point. They'd put you in a concrete cell reeking of mold and urine. And, if things were tilting spicy, they'd trot in a wacky cellmate who'd prod you to confess. Captivity in Orange County wasn't so different from Damascus or Moscow, except that this time she wasn't guilty of anything. Jittery and severely hungover, she used her one call on Cummings, both to tell him she wouldn't be at work the next day and to ask if she might avail herself of the Gatorville legal team at Carlsberg Crag and Peters over in Kissimmee. The first night was an exhaustive interrogation, with 2 Phoebes from the Orlando field office and her mousy legal counsel. Next day, a few counterintelligence types showed up from Phoebe headquarters for tense chats. Her cellmate was Barbara, a tweaker who'd been nabbed for public disturbance out near Lake Eola, but she slept just fine. Figured Barbara could show her whatever she liked, long as her eyes were shut. The end of the second day brought new vibes. When they hustled her back into the White Room for a talk with the Phoebes, the poor guy's stooped shoulders and lousy posture said it all. This detective had lost a perfectly good suspect to the facts, which she figured could be that they'd found more fingerprints or footprints or DNA, or that they'd discovered incriminating evidence elsewhere. Explosive residue from the fabrication site, Kamo to Moscow, a note. Of course, the Phoebes would not say. In any case, by the next morning, the walls in the new room were brick, and she sat on a green couch, and no one was yelling at her anymore. As a rule, Procter was more interested in conversations that featured yelling, but this time she was grateful, because she was on a Russian list somewhere. They had decided to reach out and touch people stateside, and being cooped up in jail was making her antsy. And Barbara, she thought, would probably be open to stabbing her to death in exchange for a few kopecks. They returned her personal effects when she'd finished the paperwork. There wasn't much. Indian's ball cap, muddy jeans, phone, dozens of voicemails and messages from Mac, Theo, and Gus. The bombing had claimed the burner she had been using for Como with Sam. The guy handling her out processing even looked a little sad for her. Procter had walked outside to start making phone calls when she saw Debs. She had wondered who would show, debated if it would tell her anything, provide any hint or clue. The DDO wore a thin-strapped white tank top, white stilettos, and a skin-tight skirt printed with a yellow rose the size of a basketball. Her face was stern, even angry, but her eyes were smiling. "Sorry I'm still alive," Procter mumbled. "Nobody's perfect. You here to help or admire the car wreck of my life? All of your friends wanted to come. Right after we got the news, Mac, Gus, and Theo were booking tickets to check on you. I waved 'em off. Wanted the first word." They sat on benches in an interior courtyard. Palms towered overhead, bent like supplicants toward the soiled stone of the building. "Bureau briefed me on the attack," Deb said, smoothing her skirt. "What the, really? Do they have any leads?" Procter asked. "The Bureau believes the remains at your trailer were left by one individual, a male, but they haven't been able to ID him yet. DNA hasn't matched to any of their criminal databases, nor any of the military ones they can easily access. And there wasn't enough left of his head to run any facial or dental recognition. They've discovered another set of footprints and an abandoned Amazon van, but, again, no leads." "Do you have any theories on who tried to kill you?" Debs asked. "Tough to say," Procter answered. "Lots of folks with motive." Debs crossed her legs, smoothed her skirt, and tugged at a thread that had come loose near the print of the rose, eyeing it with an air of disgust. "I have 3 facts," she said. 1. I know you and a nameless friend visited Imperial in Las Vegas last week. I don't know why, nor do I know how you found him, but he complained about the visit to his handler out there, who wrote a cable asking whether headquarters had gone around him for some reason. So that's 1. You saw a twisted Russian in Vegas. 2 is that less than a week later someone tried to kill you. And 3 is that a month ago, in some bizarre fit of nostalgia, you called me out of the blue, and in the grim smokehouse of that karaoke bar, put to me a set of extremely strange and provocative questions. "I need a lawyer," Procter asked. "I had one inside. I can get him again." "Look, you asked me who I think tried to kill me, and my answer is Russians. I don't know why now or who they sent, but they've got their reasons. Last year's covert action work, the unrest in Moscow, and Putin's drained bank account would be at the top of the list. Plenty of others, but those'll do just fine." "I agree with that," Deb said. "But the timing's wrong. The Russians," Procter barked, "don't take their revenge on your timeline. The inner workings of their sadism are mysterious and unfathomable." "Spare me the lecture," Debs hissed back. "This happened immediately after the Imperial meeting. And what were you trying to kick out of me during our karaoke chat?" "No, it just smells wrong to me." Debs had uncrossed her legs and turned to face Procter straight on. "You're up to something, Artemis. I want to know what it is. So here's what's going to happen. I will give you the chance to keep this in the family for the time being. I have enough to get a FISA warrant on you right now, and there is no way you need that in your life. No way the Bureau needs that either. Such a headache. Some poor phoebe in the CI division will have to trek over to ATT with a pack of lawyers and show them the warrants and hoover up your calls. They'll have to read your emails, follow you across the internet to whatever dark corners you stick your nose or other parts into. And heaven forbid they wire up whatever dump you land in next, seeing as your trailer has been vaporized. All that footage? Why, it'll be fantastically disturbing, don't you think? Not to mention loads of work." "I don't think you have enough to get a FISA warrant," Procter said. "On what grounds?" "On whatever grounds I choose. You want to try?"
He fled to Pakistan, strictly for AI instruction, technical, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect.
Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. He fled to Pakistan. 4 years later, he was nabbed, rendered to the U.S., tried, and convicted of capital murder. He was later executed by lethal injection. But what was fascinating to young Irene then, as she had poisoned her first stray cats, and what was very interesting now, on the run, was not the rendering and the eventual execution. It was that Mir Aimal Kansi at first got away with it. Kansi drove to a park after the killings, where he waited for over an hour. He went back to his apartment, hid the rifle, ate at McDonald's a Big Mac meal, she wrote in the paper, no idea if it was true, just made it up, booked a hotel room for the night, and next morning was on a flight to Pakistan, scot-free. From the trailer, Irene had sprinted along the edges of the swamp to the van, then drove to the parking lot of a hardware store, a 10-minute walk from the hotel. She scanned back guns, knives, duffels, disguises, fresh clothes to wear after the attack. Nothing linked to Irene Venable of Dallas, Texas. She slipped on a new pair of Reeboks, khakis, and a sweatshirt. She'd returned to the hotel and sat on the hotel bed, handgun at her side. For 2 hours, in shock, she waited for the police. Sirens played in the distance. On the bed, she wrestled with her dead husband, some potent mix of grief for his loss and rage for having been left behind. She cried. She fumed at him for messing up the bomb. She wept sad tears on the scratchy comforter of a dumpy Super 8 in Kissimmee, Florida. She heard the whump, whump of rotors overhead. More sirens. She pointed the gun at the door and resolved to shoot if anyone so much as knocked. But no one came. Her mind was racing, though, and it was only a matter of time before FBI agents or cops showed up to ask questions at the hotel. The front desk manager had seen Peter. "Where is your husband?" they would ask. She had known all along that she and Peter would be hunted, that there would be a decisive break with their past, that at some juncture they could never again return to their house in Texas. Instead, they would go home. She and Peter had researched how the police and the FBI would use facial and gait recognition algorithms to search for them, how forensics technicians would evaluate the scene. Vehicles leave track marks. License plates would be photographed. There would be deposits of blood or hair or fingerprints or saliva. Were they in any databases readily accessible to the police or FBI? They did not think so. That shed not already been captured meant one thing: she had time, but not much. Irene took a shower, packed up, and checked out. She walked 2 blocks to McDonald's. She ordered the Mir Aimal Kansi. The precarious nature of her situation hit home about halfway through the Big Mac. Her husband was gone. She had no car. At some point, the investigators would connect the remains of her husband to Peter Venable, and her face would be splashed all over the news, right? Or might they get away with it? For a few moments she considered bolting. Fly to Mexico City, walk into the Russian embassy, perhaps. She set down the burger to research flights until a sickening thought dawned on her. She and Peter had failed. They had failed. You failed, Irene, you dumb little difficult person. And she was in her aunt's car fleeing her father in Sheepshead Bay, driving south, driving anywhere. And again, for an awful moment, she was young and scared and ashamed. If things are bad, it's probably your fault. To the other McDonald's patrons, she appeared to be a quiet woman, slightly out of place, no doubt, enjoying her meal. But inside, Irene Venable was a blast furnace of warring voices, feelings, and memories. Her temperature eventually rising until she felt one thing, one feeling, one word slash through her. No. No, she thought. No, 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 no. He had failed. Peter failed. Then he got himself killed and left me, his wife, alone to sort through the wreckage and soldier on. These are his mistakes, not mine. She took the last bite of her Big Mac. She needed wheels. But how? Walk? Too far, too conspicuous. Hail an Uber? Rent a car? Then at the rental counter, pay cash? They would ask for an ID, though. It would be entered into a computer system. She did not like that. And then, from the corner of her eye, she felt a tension on her. Heat. She looked up, and a young man looked sheepishly down, back to scrawling on his phone. Irene Venable's reptilian operating system ran a quick calculation. Early 20s, weak eyes, lean and handsome, but not strong. Clean, no manual labor, likes women, key fob on the table. She put a fry on her tongue. A salty ball of saliva clung to the back of her throat. She could float beneath the waterline. She had done so before on the boat from Sheepshead Bay, and she could muster the cunning and grit to do it again. She could hunt and be hunted. Irene smiled, flapped a coy, inviting wave his way. "I'm Steph," she called. She smacked the bench of her booth. "Plenty of room at my table." The farm. The approach to the farm was a stockade of trees, chain link whip-stitched with razor wire, and a gatehouse swimming in sodium light. From the SUV, Procter regarded this with the somber appraisal of an escaped convict being returned to her prison. In part, this was because the farm could be credited with a certain penitentiary atmosphere. But it was also because Procter hated the place for entirely different reasons. The farm was a reminder that life had once unrolled out before her, and now, most of it, probably the best freaking parts, are miles behind. The guards waved the two SUVs through. Procter was in the lead vehicle, the jailhouse vibes reinforced by the two security officers riding with her. Debs was in the trailing car. They clacked onto the compound, toward a gravel road that led to a few of the houses, CIA used for special guests. The farm smell, though, was what really got her all bothered. It tackled her as always upon opening the door of the rental car. The scent of freshman year. The grounds reeked of river water, the buildings of school lunch and disinfectant, the occupants of sweat and intense activity. A school bus lumbered around the base for God's sake, wending by dorms, gyms, open quads, a chow hall, a bar, the SRB with darts and ping pong. The place was lousy with ticks and deer and people with strong desires, many of whom were also instructors. Procter's lodging, or cell, depending on perspective, was one of the many homes dotting the expansive base, nestled along the river. Deb's car idled in the drive. The DDO was probably on a call. The security officers led Procter inside, where she was greeted by a support officer who informed Procter that her cottage was typically used by VIPs. Seventh-floor leadership, visiting members of Congress, senior members of friendly foreign intelligence services. "You're lucky, Miss Procter," he said, "that this place is available." Hale House, a two-story red brick colonial with a wraparound porch colonnaded by flaking white pillars. The rooms were decorated like a Virginia tidewater plantation. Walls were wood-paneled and haphazardly slung with tired antebellum paintings of fox-hunting aristocrats. It was nestled into the woods, set away from the large.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. There'd certainly been lots more leash, even if in the Nosenko case it had been extended only for CIA to mistreat. Torture showed up in some of the histories, which Procter thought a stretch. A true blue defector who'd been telling the truth. Of all the gosh darn things, I hadn't realized they preserved the room as it was in his day. That a diktat from the Conservation Society, or just run-of-the-mill incompetence? Procter asked, flicking on the lights in a well-worn sitting room stripped of furniture. Is this where they got him wild on LSD? The support officer shrugged, said to call if she needed anything. Though he did not appear to mean it, and he never did offer a number. Not that she had a phone anyway. It had been impounded by one of the security officers. She also had no car. They had whisked her from Orlando in one of the Air Branch bombardiers Gosford had loaned to the DDO for domestic travel. Deb's SUV was idling outside. Procter sank onto the bed in a shadowy limbo. A part of her thought she could wait them out, see what they threw at her, and for how long. The other part remembered the felonies she had committed as of late, namely her participation in the theft of highly classified documents from safes and databases inside CIA headquarters. She'd run into the sick plot twist of an intelligence service turned inside out. She could not have run the investigation without breaking the law. And now that law could be turned against her by the mole, the very person most committed to its destruction. Tangles within tangles. Suddenly, she felt very tired. The front door sighed open. "Artemis," Debs called up the stairwell. "Let's do this. Come on down." She found Debs on one of the faded green couches in the living room. Debs gestured for Procter to take a seat. "Our worst nightmare is upon us," Debs said. "We are going to have a nice, long chat." Procter plopped down across from her old friend.
The doilies on the coffee table reminded her of Petra Divine, which, to her great alarm, she found a strangely comforting memory. Best I've got, she thought, and picked one as her focus object. She'd need it for the segments of this conversation in which she would be sorely tempted to either break things or attack her former friend. "Let's start with Las Vegas," Deb said flatly. "Your visit to see Imperial, known as Frankie out there. Tell me why you went. And who was with you? Was it Sam? What exactly did you discuss?" "It was a stroll down memory lane. Happenstance meeting. You met him at the high-limit tables, eh? A typical haunt, I suppose, for an employee of Gatortown." "Gatorville," Procter mumbled. "Gatortown's the competition." Deb smiled and shut her eyes and took a deep, meditative breath. When she opened them, she said, "Frankie told his babysitter you visited with a friend named Charles. Who is Charles? Is Charles, in fact, Sam?" "Charles is Charles." "Oh, really, Artemis? If it was a happenstance meeting, why did Frankie tell his handler that you called him before you went out there? Why did he complain?" "Frankie won big that night," Procter said, "and I'm fairly certain he shared intimacy with no fewer than 3 very attractive women. I can't imagine what he had to complain about." "What exactly are you up to?" Debs repeated. She was speaking quietly, as if she did not trust herself to raise the volume above a whisper. She crossed her long legs. After a few seconds of exchanging dumb stares, Deb said, "Let me set the table for you, Artemis. There is a general malaise in Russia House and the CIA writ large upon Finn Gosford's arrival. He's a former officer who sold out, they say. He's unconventional. He's a maverick." "A uniconventional maverick," Procter said, "is a nice turn of phrase for his directorship. Bravo! You have a future in PR after the agency." "Oh, shut up," Deb sputtered. "You get the point. The agency rejected him. And the reversion idea. No one wanted us sticking our noses into their cookie jars, questioning things, interfering. Finn and I receive a general cold shoulder upon touchdown. And I rile and rankle my old friends in the Russia House Bratva all the more because I'm demanding to be kept in the loop. And who hates transparency more than CIA's Russia hands? Probably just the actual Russians," Procter said. "Clever. Finn's entire mandate is to keep CIA out of the news. No major errors. That was literally what POTUS told him when he was sworn in. In the Oval, those words. And then week 1 on the job, Singapore happens. It's your brainchild, and it's a disaster. You called the director a very unpleasant person in a meeting. And of course, we needed a scapegoat, and you'll do just fine because you're both responsible for the disaster and also insubordinate. So you're fired." "I said he was acting very unpleasantly, remember?" Procter clarified. "Not that he was one." "You're such a jerk, Artemis. A pain in the neck. And everywhere else. Point is, Langley was primed for rebellion. And you know what I think? That you are searching for material to use against Finn and me. I do not know what it is, but you're pushing at something. And I think that something just shoved you back." "As we have discussed," Procter said, "the Russians have long-standing reasons to target me." "That is true," Deb said. "But this most recent shove happened right after you met with a Russian defector. And it follows you dredging up the Russian-tinted past with all your old chums. It leaves a girl wondering, Artemis, doesn't it? Like, what the hell is going on?" "Ruskies blew up my trailer, Debs," Procter said, eyes boring a hole through the doily. "What the hell are you insinuating? You're going to full-court press a former officer who almost got her gosh kicked in by a Russian bomb? Even that's a tricky spin for the Gosford regime's propaganda department. And honestly, you know what? Really, you ran me out of CIA. You poisoned me, cut my team, put me in the basement, hid a bunch of dirty pictures around my office, got the OEEO after me. You.
hold on. I denied your promotion, and yes, I gutted Moscow X. But I didn't put any pictures in your office, that's for sure. Why would I? And I sure didn't get anyone in equal employment opportunity involved. Why bother? I'm the gosh darn deputy director for operations, and I don't need a reason to sunset senior officers, only a story. The fight had burned through its fuel. A silence settled between them. There were a number of ethics complaints, Procter mumbled, in those months. I'm sure there were, knowing what I do of your morals and management style. But am I to understand, Artemis, that you are just going to stonewall? That you will not answer any of my questions? Well, it depends on what they are. How about this one? Why did you ask to meet with me a month ago? Stroll down memory lane, as I said. Ah, yes, lots of memory strolling for Artemis Procter. With me, your old friends, Frankie. What can I say? My midlife crisis has made me a sucker for nostalgia. It's interesting, Artemis.
A team of security debriefers and polygraphers will be out here first thing tomorrow. Good luck. In Hale House that afternoon, Procter tried in vain to take a nap, only to twist and turn in the scratchy sheets. After a while, she padded downstairs and flicked on the TV. A memory seeped through her mindless stupor. It was 25 years earlier, and she was driving away from the farm. Their class had straddled Christmas, so she'd gone to join her then-future ex-husband Tom and his family for the holiday. No one there knew what her job was, really, except Tom. And by this point she knew that she loved the work, that nearly all of her could not wait to be done with the family, get back to the farm, pronto. But the other part of her, the part she increasingly hated, had to spend a few days suffering in a thick cow-neck Christmas sweater in wintry southern Ohio, gold wedding ring snug on her finger, Carpenter's Christmas album blaring, everyone gathered in the kitchen like a very Norman Rockwell painting, Tom chattering on an endless loop about applying for PhD programs all in the U.S. He didn't want her going overseas, was the bottom line. He'd prattled on about how maybe they could get a loan from his parents. They'd be happy to do it, thrilled. They wanted to help, so she could quit the agency, and they might rent a place in Boston or Palo Alto, depending on the program he chose. And maybe also, he said plaintively, maybe Artemis could find it in her heart to go to Crate and Barrel over the holiday for a spot of girls' time with his mom and the older sister who lived down in Houston with 4 kids and a peppy smile and a husband who did something with mortgages. And Procter, who was then Artemis Jackson, having finally caved to the pressure and changed her name, was in the kitchen and said, "Hey, give me a job, something to help with." And Tom's mom had her start carving up one of the turkeys. More than 20 people were in the house that day, whole extended Jackson family jammed in there together. Merry really Christmas. And that included 4 nieces and 3 nephews under the age of 6, and she was pretty agitated while she sliced the bird, a smidge distracted, she'd say later. In the moment, the looming Crate and Barrel outing was certainly a thundercloud on the horizon, but deeper still was the growing sense that she was on a collision course. The various trains hauling Artemis Aphrodite's life were going to slam into each other, and it was going to suck. She saw the turkey breast turn bright red even before she felt the searing pain in her finger. And she let it fly, called the bird a really jerk, and about a dozen iterations of that same sentiment. The adults were earmuffing the kids with their hands. Bystanders had taken a sudden interest in their shoes. There were many sad shakes of the head all around. Her mother-in-law said, "Artemis, please, the children." And she said, I'm sorry, it just hurts like a difficult person. Can someone hand me a really towel?" What? Later, she and Tom were snug in their sexless bed, staring at the ceiling, her finger bandaged up with tape and gauze because she hadn't wanted to further demolish the family dinner by making Tom drive her to urgent care, though she probably did need stitches. Finally, Tom said, "Where did that come from?" And she wanted to ask what, but she knew what he was talking about. She had said, "I'm sorry, okay? It hurt like hell, and I'm sorry." Then they had one of those long pauses where the tension was unbearable, but maybe also someone might just fall asleep. And even now she wished one of them had. Because Tom finally said, "I don't like what the job is doing to you. It's twisting you up, changing you into something else, and I sometimes don't recognize the woman I married." That night, she thought, was the first time he'd really seen what she was, even just that little bit peering above the waterline. He hated it. And she said, "Look, Tom, I love my job. I can't do anything else." Another long pause. Then Tom rolled over, pulled the chain to kill the lamp, and went to sleep. Procter shut off the television. Tom had 3 kids now, she knew from a Google search she'd done a few years back. Photographs suggested he hadn't gotten fat, which was a shame. He ran marathons with his wife, who looked about 10 years younger and was a babe. The man had written 6 books and had tenure, she gleaned from his Wikipedia page. She'd chosen the job over Tom to save herself, but maybe she'd also been saving him. Procter absent-mindedly twisted and folded the doily in her fingers. For a long while, thoughts clanked uselessly through the can of her head, until she was up, strolling through the fading afternoon light into the bathroom, where she hiked up her shirt and looked at the 9 stars tattooed in a line across her lats, the words "In Honor" inked above. 1 star for each of the fallen officers she had avenged, a personal memorial wall on her skin. She looked hard at those stars in the mirror. There was a world where she just stopped, let it go. CIA had tossed her out. The building doesn't love you back, after all. What could she possibly owe to a place that had released her from her vows? And yet, Procter went to the bedroom and searched through her purse. Not finding what she wanted, she padded downstairs and pulled off the couch cushions. A lifesaver. 2 pennies. Crumbs. There, a quarter. Sitting on the couch, she held the coin up to the light and told herself how it was going to be, in either case. Her fate in the hands of the intelligence gods. She flipped the coin, caught it in her palm, and slapped it onto the back of her hand. She sneaked a peek. George Washington. "Gosh, very," she said, and flung the quarter across the room. She packed her bag and walked to the main gate, figuring she would just call a cab to pick her up out front. It was hard to get into the farm, not out. Upon seeing her, the guard said he had to make a call. "No," she said, "open the gate. Miss Procter, I have instructions." "Who are you calling?" "DDO's office." "It's pretty late, man, and Debs was just here. Said I could leave, so I'm leaving. Open the gate." The guard, hand on his carbine, said, "Why don't you wait until morning to leave?" "I'd like to leave now." Procter pointed at the lowered boom. The guard gave a weary smile, looked down, and tapped a palm on his carbine, the gesture more of a tick, she thought, than a threat. "Just gotta be after I speak with the DDO." Procter stood there, reviewing the lowered boom. She told the guard to call Debs in the morning and was about to storm away when she stopped and said, "SRB still open?" The guard gave her a barely perceptible smile and nodded. The Student Recreation Building, the SRB, houses the farm's primary drinking establishment. Set in a common building surrounded by dorms, the SRB is the beating heart of the base. Procter could recall farm classmates whose labors here had netted spouses and exes, brief encounters and loving relationships, tradecraft acumen, sometimes one and the same. Procter, in general a fan of drinking establishments, was not, however, fond of the SRB. Most of her memories involved pacing the sidewalks outside, burning through her phone's minutes in tense conversations with Tom, while her classmates inside drank and played darts and strutted around trying to form close relationships. In the bar, fresh-faced trainees were playing pool and lobbing darts, drinking and laughing and telling each other lies. Procter spotted a bartender she recognized from her own farm days, a roomy-eyed woman with trimmers who spilled a lot and doubled as one of the cafeteria lunch ladies. She'd been old back then, and now she was a raisin. Procter ordered a beer and focused on a herd of paunchy graybeards, the instructors. The class's required instructors who most nights would sidle up at the SRB to toss back a few beers and indoctrinate the trainees into the DO brotherhood, and it was a brotherhood. The communal drinking and raucous nighttime banter were encouraged by the instructors, who, in addition to drilling the trainees on their tradecraft, paid close attention to how they handled their liquor and their tongues and bodies while under its influence. Now, beers in hand, sinking into tired green armchairs, the graybeards watched a trainee bend and wiggle while lining up her pool shot. Procter approached the oldsters, said it had been a hot minute since she'd been to the farm, and did the instructors permanently stationed here still get the houses down near the river? She was curious is all. Had thought it seemed like a first cabin opportunity, and was considering putting her name in the hat for a PCS job out here. One of the graybeards smiled. "Of course," he said. "I've been here 15 months, got one of the white bungalows near Dock A." Procter whistled and took a seat on an armrest. Two instructors tilted their heads to see around her. She twisted her neck to catch a glimpse of the trainee's posture for another tricky shot. Procter turned back to the white bungalow guy. "Let me guess," she said. "You put the overtime and danger pay from a few war zone tours toward a sweet boat." He smiled. One of his comrades shook his head in knowing frustration, his face seeming to say, "Not this very story again." A 27-foot Albemarle. The first instructor beamed. 27-footer? No gosh, Procter said. Set you back a pretty penny? Put it this way, it's less expensive and more fun than a new wife, said the man. And the old wife, too. The lease is even less than the alimony. The farm is a secure installation, defended by 15-foot fencing, razor wire, guards, pole cameras, and an army of unseen infrared cameras and sensors. But inside the base, almost no one locks houses or cars. Keys are left in the open, bikes are strewn about. Procter walked down toward the long row of primo farm real estate overlooking the river. It was dark, and from the road, through the tree cover, she could not quite make out the color and design of each home, nor the presence of a trailer in the drive. 4 times she hiked up driveways to find no trailer, no white bungalow. On the 5th, she found it. "Holy gosh," Procter muttered, and just looked up at it for a moment, her brain firing off in all directions under the assault of the memories. The guy lived in Ganston's old house. She imagined herself up there with her friends, looking down at herself 2 decades later, a long cord drawn through the years. A gust of cold wind kicked up, and the siren that announced her victories and her failures, Damascus, Dushanbe, a black farm outside Petersburg, Afghanistan, began to bay from deep in her brain box, and she could feel the truth, the awful truth, that the whole service had been turned inside out by one of her friends. Langley's collective world had been completely upended, leaving them utterly disoriented and exposed, and if she did not do her part, then everything strung on that cord from then to now would be for naught. The boat was hitched to a Black King Ranch pickup. The car doors were unlocked, but she could not find the keys inside. She peered into the darkened house, rang the doorbell. No answer. Like everything else, the front door was unlocked. A wooden bowl sat on a table in the foyer. Papers, pens, cigarettes, a lighter. Ford keys. She punched the unlock button, and headlamps flicked on in the drive. Rifling through the papers, she found another key ring with a plastic chain on it that read Dove Marina and Water Sports. On a whim, she stopped halfway out the door. Turning around, she marched upstairs and into the master bedroom. She opened the cabinet under the sink and felt around the bottom of the basin. Her fingers met tape, then paper. She plied back the tape. Then, kneeling, she worked off the nub of glue she'd applied to the photo in that long-ago November. Apparently, a plumber had not visited this sink during the intervening quarter-century. She tugged it out, blew off the dust, and stared at it for a moment, yellowed and fraying and faded. She thought the photo scandalous then, could recall nudging Deb's shoulder for a laugh while she'd been cutting it out. But now? Gosh, 25 years later, and she'd encountered many things that once seemed scandalous. She tucked the picture in her pocket and hustled downstairs. She tossed her duffel into the pickup and drove to Dock A, backing the trailer down into the launch. Two trainees necking on the dock did not bother asking why Procter might be putting a boat into the river alone and well past dark. In the pickup, she scribbled a note that read, "I'll leave the boat near the point. Sorry about this." She set it on the dash and left the keys in the center console. Tossing her duffel into the boat, Procter brought the engine to life and eased out into the glassy, moonlit water of the river. I-95 North, Crystal City. At the point, Procter had tied up the boat and walked to a bar. Using the bar's phone, she called Sam on the burner number she'd memorized, then a cab that ferried her to the bus station, where she paid cash for a ticket on the last northbound Greyhound, now grinding through inexplicable late-night traffic on I-95. It had been stop and go for a while, but Procter hardly noticed. She was thinking about what she might set in motion, racking her brain to remember every detail of the Remora case from back in the mists of time, before this sordid affair had become a blood-soaked journey into the pit of her soul. Brake lights ahead glowed orange. The bus stopped again, and another collective groan went up. Procter's head slumped into the window. Up to this point, Procter didn't think she'd see the inside of a prison cell for her crimes. Now, though, well, after flipping that coin, she wasn't so sure. The air in the Crystal City safe house was stale when Procter flung open the door and waved Sam inside. Place was trashed. Whether from neglect or the chief's few hours here alone, Sam could not know. A trail of ants was running up one of the counters toward a lime the color of sack paper. She'd brewed a pot of coffee and, judging by the smell, had vaporized maybe a half-pack of cigarettes, fumigating the place while she waited for him to show. Sam lugged in a bag of groceries. She shut the door behind him. "Don't give me any very sympathy about the bombing," she said. "I can't handle any of the mushy stuff from you. Let's just eat. Yeah, you can put it over there." He did the steaks on the cooktop, then arranged the table with a loaf of sourdough, a wedge of blue cheese, and 2 glasses, each of which he filled with a sensible finger of whiskey. "With about 6 ounces to go in his steak," Sam said. "Does Swede know I was in Vegas with you?" "She knows somebody was with me, not necessarily that it was you, though she has her suspicions. Frankie's description of you was apparently not so detailed." Sam spread cheese across a hunk of bread. "The other 3 would probably guess it was me. The mole certainly would." "The mole knows you're involved already," Procter said. "Why'd they try to kill you then? They could be coming for you next, who knows? You break it off with Natalie yet? You've got an even better reason now. Her safety." "Not yet," he mumbled. "There's been a lot going on." "You're a jerk. You mind if I smoke, by the way? I think you've earned it. Bless you." Procter eased back from the table and reached into her pocket for her lighter. Her lips pursed into a knowing smile while she was fishing around in her jeans. She emptied her pocket on the table. Setting aside the lighter, she unfolded a single picture. At first she was amused, grinning. It was weird, he thought. She seemed almost happy, but her face shed its humor the longer she stared. The grin melted into a thin, rueful smile that soon liquefied entirely, leaving the chief looking merely sad. She folded up the photo and flicked angrily to light her cigarette. The cheap lighter gave her some trouble.
"Can I see it?" He extended a hand across the table, specifically ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel.
Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Can I see it? He extended a hand across the table. She smacked it into his palm with a smirk. He unfolded it, stared, blinked. "Geez," he said, "this real? Doesn't seem possible." "Oh, it's possible," she said, casting a cloud of smoke over her shoulder. "Believe me." "You carting it around like some twisted security blanket?" "Found it at the farm. Little souvenir." "Is it?" "It is. An original. Turned out the guy I stole the boat from lives in Ganston's old house. I went in for a look-see." She laughed and took a long drag on the cigarette. "Who hid this one?" "Who do you think? None of those other clowns would have been able to find a spot so secure that it'd still be there 25 years later. I might not have been the top dog, but I was the scrappiest. You can take that to the bank." Her laugh this time was more melancholic. "True. At the farm. True again in Afghanistan. And now." She trailed off, and for a moment of companionable silence, he went back to his steak and she to her cigarette, until she was ready to go on. "I've got a theory I'd like to test with you," she said. "I'd wager that you're with me on most of it already, but I think it's time to say it aloud. Figure out where we might go from here." Kicked back in her chair, slowly burning through a slim, she began. "The Russians have recruited a senior CIA officer. But instead of a turn and burn to wreck our Moscow stable, roll up 20 sources overnight, Zomov plays it slow and creative, possibly because he understands the nature of the clay he's molding here. He's got a big fish on his hook, a guy or gal who understands that what happened to Ames and Hansen was in part because their reporting got assets killed or jailed, and the derms wove together their matrices, and then a hunt was on. Zomov sees this mole as a potential agent of influence, maybe someone who could be deputy director or even director someday. Someone that might hand the agency, effectively, over to Russian control. Zomov's patient with his burrowing mole. Sticks and bricks commo plan, infrequent meets, maybe annually, maybe twice if they can find the cover. The mole's in it for money, sure, but also for some hidden fanaticism that I cannot, as of yet, truly see or understand. I'd submit the first time the mole peeks its head above ground is to rat on the outreach from Galakov and your meeting in Singapore. The mole was surprised by Galakov's gauche. If what that Russian told you is true, the special section sprang a leak somewhere, and the whole promise of Zomov's shop is that it doesn't leak. I'd also wager that poor Buccaneer's recall from Greece and maybe Claw's roll-up were overreaches, mistakes, or the result of bureaucratic shenanigans or dysfunction in Moscow. SVR doesn't always play so nice with the FSB cousins, and vice versa. I could see the FSB jonesing for arrests. Sam had so far maintained a steady gaze in the direction of the living room wall, sometimes folding his napkin in his fingers or drumming them nervously across the table. How would the mole have known what Galakov was going to share with me? I think it was an educated guess. Galakov's message wasn't specific, but it was very urgent, very serious.
And he had primo access inside the Kremlin. My theory, again Jaggers' theory, has it that the mole thought, based on Golikov's position, that he might be trying to sell the mole's identity to us. And in that case, something had to be done. Action had to be taken. And the timing works, he said, even if we assume the Kamo plan is sticks and bricks. Just barely, she acknowledged, but it works. In this theory, Zomov's principal deception is the asset known as Remora, an SVR kernel and now arguably Russia House's crown jewel, whose information, she was watching him closely to see its impact, has been critical in 3 major events of the past year. 1. He signaled for a crash meet just as you and I were planning for Singapore, and at this meeting told Mac, Theo, and Debs that the Russians were looking to target Americans in Asia. 2. Remora supplied an innocent rationale for your imprisonment and, in a wild twist, helped CIA target the SVR officer that we would eventually swap for you. And 3. It was Remora who again flew the signal just as you and I were ramping up this investigation, before the bombing at my trailer perpetrated by freaks doubtless in Kremlin employ. 3 emergency signals precede meetings in France significant to Golikov, your imprisonment, and the attempt on my life. Those are verifiable facts. Now, Remora has given us some good gosh, Jaggers. It's a primo case. The Hall has catapulted careers inside Russia House. It's the kind of case ops officers make their bones on. And, seen in one light, that's all it is. And in the other? He asked. It's a drip to screw with us, influence us, and to provide operational cover for the mole to meet with Russians to sell our secrets. The facts are consistent with a theory that what we have seen is a pattern of Russian attempts, quarterbacked, sure as sugar, by Rem Zomov to protect their mole, to safeguard their access and investment. And there is no proof, he said. After all of it, there is no proof yet. Right. This really won't wash anywhere, she said. There's the pattern in the finished intel, the wheat to get us hooked, then the chaff so they don't give away the farm. There's the firing of Petra Devine after she started poking around. There's Frankie's recollection that Remorok is one of Zomov's men. There's grist for motive among our little bestiary of suspects. There are garden-variety lies and deceptions, particularly about who was at the Remora meeting on the cusp of Singapore, in what order, and when. But I do not believe, Jaggers, that a desktop exercise will untangle this web. It takes a mole to catch a mole. No derm matrix is going to give us the answer. But if, he interrupted, his tone becoming muscular, it's narrowed the field. If, he insistent tap of a finger against the table, the Remora stream is inside out. If we buy Frankie's claim about Remora's history with Zomov and assume that they're still teamed up, that Remora works with or for Zomov. Fair, fair, she said. Really fair. If you accept all that, I've got suspects and an idea that could lure our mole above ground. Which is what, precisely? You ever hear of a barium meal, Jaggers? That's some lingo from the Cold War glory days. Means we feed something into the system and see where it comes out on the other end, or who it comes out of. Sam made a face. That implies we need to see it at both ends. Oh, it doesn't imply that. That's what it is. We feed the meal into a few mouths and position ourselves for a good look at the butts. She paused. Then said, Look, man, it'll be hard to do it without you. But even I'm not sure. I made up my mind, but I'm not sure. Why's your mind made up? He asked. I was 50-50, so I flipped a coin at the farm. Let the intelligence gods decide. Heads, I keep at it. Tails, I disappear. It was heads. So I bounced from the farm, then I called you. Fairfax, Virginia. Paul.
Under the terms of his master contract with CIA, Portnoy was required to write up cables following each session. Many of the officers were dealing with issues, post-traumatic stress, burnout, on, and their Langley components wanted to know if they might again be trusted in the field. Portnoy's sign-off was critical to re-establishing that trust. And now one of his patients, Sam Joseph, a recently terminated case officer, was sitting on the floor outside his office, waving as Portnoy rounded the corner from the elevator bank. Joseph's hair was mussed, and he had a frantic energy rolling off him. Up to this point, the patient had functioned pretty well given the circumstances. But as Portnoy approached, he had the distinct impression Sam was strung out on something. "Doc, Dr. Portnoy," Sam called out as he stood up. "We gotta talk, have a chat." "Sam, our appointment is not until next week," Portnoy said. "Need to do it today," Sam slurred back. Definitely on drugs, Portnoy thought, steeling himself for what would certainly be an unpleasant start to his morning. Sam offered Portnoy his hand, and when he took it, Portnoy caught the stench of whiskey wafting toward him. He looked the patient up and down for a beat. "You on drugs, Sam?" "No, doctor." "No? Nothing illegal?" "Just a little tipsy." Portnoy did not need this. He had an hour and a half until his first appointment at 10, but that was reserved for charting and bookkeeping. Then he had a full roster of appointments. "Are you having suicidal thoughts?" Portnoy said, scowling. "If you're considering self-harm, I will escort you to the ER." "Gotta be in your psych room," Sam said, talking past him. "Gotta be right now. I'm working through something." Portnoy sighed. What this smelled like other than booze was a lost morning. A wasted hour babysitting a lunatic. A session that, though he could bill CIA, would not be worth the squeeze, given the quantity of frustrating cables he would be forced to draft in its wake. He could call the police, but that would definitely ruin the entire morning. "How drunk are you?" Portnoy was scowling. "Not enough." "Look." Standing, Sam walked heel to toe in a passably straight line. Then he said, Z, Y, X, W. "Enough," Portnoy shouted. "Let's make this quick." Portnoy opened the vault and sat down at his desk. He flicked on the microphones and collected a notebook and pen. The harsh overhead lights buzzed. Above them, a wall clock ticked away. Sam flopped into one of the tired green easy chairs. "What is going on? What could not wait?" Portnoy asked flatly. "I've been thinking more about the time before they got me, the few minutes when I was talking with him." "They? Who is they? And who is him?" Portnoy said, exasperated. "They is the Russians," Sam said, "and him is Galikov. When I got home, I spent a few weeks at Langley running through what I told the Russians in Moscow and what I heard from Galikov before he disappeared. And here's the thing, doctor, I've been foggy, and the memories roll back unevenly, in waves. And I was talking to Natalie Karam, Portnoy would write in the cable, Ref Co's significant other, this morning, and I said that I'd been playing more poker, maybe too much, kind of a problem because impulse control's a challenge after the unpleasantness." Here, Portnoy snatched a glance at Sam's face, remembering what had been done to him in Russia and how the guy had looked when he'd finally told the story. "And I mentioned how a few weeks back I went out to Vegas for a little gambling, and I was at a table chatting up a dealer, and I was suddenly like, I don't know, transported to Singapore, and I was remembering the few words Galikov shared with me before he went upstairs. And, if I'm remembering them correctly, it's very important." In the throes of a PTSD collapse, Portnoy scribbled illegibly into his notebook. As Sam prattled on, his voice rose and fell at random. His feet bounced so wildly he was probably shaking loose the ceiling spackling downstairs, sending it down like rain on the good folks at LabCorp. What was so important? Portnoy asked.
In Singapore, Sam replied. Galikov said SVR had someone inside CIA. At this, Portnoy swiveled his head to face Sam's directly, his naturally sweaty skin suddenly cold and dry. "Hey," he said. "Hey now. Easy, Sam. What?" Galikov said SVR had someone inside CIA, run by the special section. Some other clues I can't remember, but I will, or I think I will. "Look," Portnoy said again, "you're drunk. Let's just be honest about that. Maybe we call it here, I don't write this up, and you come back tomorrow and we see where we are." "Dr. Portnoy," Sam said, staring through him with no small amount of menace, "I remember it clear as day now. This is important." "Fine. Is that exactly what this Galikov said?" Portnoy asked, beginning to write. "Give me the chain of the information if you remember it." Galikov said he'd gotten it from someone on the Russian Security Council. Don't remember the name, but he said it. I'll remember it. He said, and I quote, "SVR has someone inside CIA, an asset run by the special section. That's what he was in Singapore to trade. From there, it's fog, smoke in the brain. Write that down, Doctor. I've got to set the record straight. We've got to fix this." After he had left Portnoy's office, Sam made the call from the Crystal City safe house with a new burner, purchased in cash and loaded with an ultra-mobile international SIM card he picked up at an electronics shop run by Serbians. As expected, Rami Kassab did not answer. And why would he? He did not recognize the number. But Sam left a short voicemail, saying he would be in Paris for a few days and was keen to see the brothers. He rang off by suggesting he'd love to go out for some barazek, a Syrian sweet biscuit covered with sesame seeds and crushed pistachios. And while Sam did love barazek, he had no illusions that there would be any waiting for him in Paris. It was a brevity word from their Damascus days. The brothers had mentioned barazek in time-sensitive communications to signal freedom from hostile control. He called Natalie and said he'd be traveling for a few days. "Back soon, Habibti," he made himself say. And when he'd hung up, Procter smacked him on the back of the head. Said she wasn't angry with him, just disappointed. "Chief," Sam replied, "give it a rest. Why do both of our homes need to explode at the same time?" Procter and Sam purchased their tickets in true name, a risk, but what could be done? There was so little time. They rolled through a mad dash shopping spree for any equipment they could acquire stateside and pile into their carry-ons. Commercially available surveillance cameras were now so small, flexible, and cheap that it was straightforward to quickly acquire an adequate supply. Rami Kassab returned Sam's call before they left for the airport. He and Sam made plans for breakfast upon arrival in Paris. When Rami asked after the purpose of his trip, Sam said business, and let it sit there for a few silent seconds. He could hear Rami breathing through the speaker, his lips clicking together, thinking. The Kassabs had no clue Sam and Procter were no longer with CIA. "We shouldn't burden those poor boys with more complexity," Procter had urged. "Let's keep it simple for them." "How are we going to pay them?" Sam asked after he'd hung up. "We? You're the card shark, Jaggers. You'll figure it out." Moscow. According to the CIA profile Dr. B had passed along, the Americans believed Rem to be a chess champion. The document stated that he'd been fond of the game since youth, and assessed that he brought hard-won lessons in strategic thinking, patience, and tactics to the recruitment and running of spies. The faulty analysis amused and flattered Rem. It was not so terrible for the opposition to paint you as a modern-day Carla, cunning and competent, always one step ahead. He rearranged his donut pillow. Hemorrhoids had been flaring up as of late, an awful distraction from his arthritic knees and hips.
In truth, Rem did not play much chess, and had certainly not excelled at the game as a boy. He found it boring, the low stakes, the snobby ritualism, the pieces as pre-programmed automatons. Rem did not think about his world as a chessboard. He did not use such analogies to order his moves. Now, despite the feverish complexity of the war he was fighting, he thought only of how Dr. B might be preserved to continue reporting, how the threats facing the doctor might be eliminated. And here, even if chess had been his bailiwick, Rem would have vainly struggled for any comparison to a board game in which two opponents sit politely in seats and flick plastic pieces across a board in a make-believe war. The photos of Mickey and Minnie's disastrous performance, first of all, put paid any notion of a stuffy conflict pitched across a wooden battlefield. He slid the printouts onto the table, cupped his hands around his nose, and looked straight at Gennady. A bomb? Gennady looked down. What did your Spaniard tell them? He did not tell them to build a bomb, and they did not tell him they were building a bomb, Gennady said. They live in a country with more guns than people, and they chose to build a bomb? Apparently not a good one. Rem nudged his chin at the pictures. The one on top was a close-up of a charred head. Such things made Rem think of Afghanistan. Even now, he did not like to think of Afghanistan. The body is Mickey's? Right. And Minnie is asking for guidance, Rem asked. Correct. She has sent a message through the usual channel asking for instructions. She will certainly be taken into custody soon, yes? Don't you think? I would assume so. We should assume so. Put her on ice. No contact. Nothing. Not after this fiasco. She's cut off. Now, I do not like to do this, but get me Laskin, and do it now. Rem liked Laskin even less than he liked thinking about Afghanistan. In fact, when he had to make use of Laskin, he typically did so through intermediaries, usually the director, whom Laskin would heed without question. The questions. With Laskin, there were always so many questions, and all were volleyed in a tone so brusque it often drifted into outright hostility. And what exactly is happening at this French farmhouse? This was Laskin's fourth question, and by a wide margin his most hostile. He gestured toward the map on the table. A blue sticker had been placed at the farmhouse's location. They were in Rem's office, sitting around the corner table, which was set into the windows facing the forest. When Rem had walked outside that morning, he'd found the air crisp, announcing a winter that had mercifully not yet fully arrived. The Moscow sky was bright blue. He traded a joke or two with his neighbor and inquired about his son's swimming exploits. He'd passed a silent and contented breakfast with Nino, and she'd laid out his clothes and had gotten dressed without any expectation of arriving at the office to pictures of a muffed assassination attempt and an emergency signal from Dr. B. Strange times to be a Russian bureaucrat. Doesn't matter what's happening at the house, Rem growled. It only matters who is there. Laskin turned imploringly to Gennady. Finding no moral support there, he swung to the windows, as if the trees might back him. And you have permission for this, Rem? This is approved? Rem wagged his finger, each jerk of the hand seeming to bring Laskin nearer to punching him. An aide knocked to bring in tea. Go away, Rem shouted. They listened to footsteps padding off. Before I ask for permission, Rem said, I need to know what resources will be required. And we both know, Colonel Laskin, just how tentative these approvals can be. This is all in the spirit of building the package. We have hours, not days. This is Singapore all over again. The mention of Singapore elicited from Laskin a weak grunt, and then a shine in his eyes that made Rem want to throw him into oncoming traffic. I'm brought in to shovel your mess, he said, as usual. I don't know what exactly you are protecting, Rem, but it's making me jumpy. Isn't this shop supposed to be boring, knife and fork business, right? Yakking up Americans at cocktail parties, that kind of thing. Buckets of blood have been spilled as of late, hardly the calling card of a jet-setting alumnus of the first chief directorate. It's not a good sign when you heist old Laskin up from the basement for a chat about source protection. When I get involved, the source isn't being protected, by definition.
"Colonel," Rem said dryly, "sometimes it is best to keep your mouth shut." Gennady began unfurling maps across the table. Laskin had said his piece, the hands up, fine, fine, retreat was entirely predictable for the man, who now stood for a more expansive view of the detailed maps depicting the Provençal village of Lacoste and its immediate environs. The SVR had produced high-quality maps of the area after Dr. B had been recruited. Rem tapped his finger on the sticker marking the farmhouse. Gennady shoved a binder of photos at Laskin, landscapes and terrain. There's a thumb drive in there with a handful of videos. 2 hours, Laskin, Rem said. You have 2 hours to tell me how many people you need to maintain overwatch on this property and intervene if necessary, and how many you can slip into France on 0 notice. That is not enough time, Laskin said, in a lawyerly voice, still hunched over the map. 2 hours, Rem snapped, is what you've really got, Colonel. This time, the SVR director asked Rem to accompany him to meet the president. Rem found himself in a 4-car convoy of armored land cruisers, blue sirens wailing, flying down the reserved center lane where the roads had them. His knee pain was worsening as the day went on. He was famished from the day's sprint and worn down by the drip of arguments with Laskin, which, as had been the case with Singapore, had stretched exhaustingly into the afternoon. The insufferable bastard. Laskin was the type of subordinate that made you fantasize about a return to Stalinism, if only to end the argument by putting a bullet in his neck. The car swaddled Rem, dim, plush and warm, womb-like, excepting the pleasurable smell of smoke and an overmatched citrus that made him think of Rome. The ride was smooth as marble, and the gentle hum of the car tugged at his eyelids. The director was reading a briefing book in silence. He also seemed to loll forward in fits. When the director shot up straight, he would press fingers into the corner of his eyes and blink feverishly for a reboot. Rem, surrendering, clutched his documents and nodded off. He woke to the driver's voice. "Director? Comrade Director." The tone was insistent, layered by the obvious worry that they were both dead. It was very clearly not his first attempt to wake them. The director mopped spittle from the corner of his mouth and heaved himself out of the car. "Let's hope we can make this quick," the director said. "I need to eat something so I can take my back pills." The office's anteroom was brown, dark mahogany walls, carved paneled ceiling, clock engraved with the imperial double eagle, brown leather chairs and sofa, bookshelf groaning with brown-jacketed books, a collection of encyclopedias by the look of it. They'd submitted to the COVID PCR test, completed the medical questionnaires, and, an hour earlier, had been green-lighted for their face-to-face with the president. Now they waited. There was no food, no tea. Rem was alone and hungry on a brown sea. The chairs were thinly cushioned, razors on him. The troubling absence of the president's security detail made Rem wonder if this meeting would be canceled. Out of precaution for any leaks inside the president's staff, the topic had been submitted as director's brief. There had of course been no mention of Dr. B, and Rem now wondered if that had been a mistake, a signal this meeting could be skipped, or perhaps attended by an uncleared aide.
The slanted amber light of a November afternoon poured through the window and made his limbs feel numb. To fight sleep, Rem rehearsed what he might say to any number of specific questions raised about the France operation, Mickey and Minnie, or Dr. B. 2 hours later, an aide beckoned them into the president's office. Putin sat behind a desk with the size and clutter of an emptied flatbed truck. He was reading a thin stack of papers that Rem was certain bore no relation to this meeting. He did not greet them nor acknowledge their presence. Both men sat at a long pine table at least 5 meters downrange, waiting to be addressed. "Small gathering for a budget meeting," the president said. "What?" the director called back. "No, that's next week. This is about the good doctor, our American source." "Ah, yes?" "Dr. B is in some trouble," the director said, palm sliding across the table. "We think," An aide flung open the door, stomped to the president's side, and whispered something in his ear, the impact of which made his eyes roll. "Tell them I will speak to him first," the president muttered to the aide, perhaps at a higher volume than intended. The aide scurried out, the door, which Rem now saw, had to be at least 6 meters high, side shut, and they were all staring at each other. "When is the budget discussion?" the president asked. The director thought about that one, for longer than he should have, Rem thought. "Next Tuesday, I believe." Putin sniffed, nodded, grunted for the director to continue. "Dr. B is in a bit of trouble," the director went on. "We need to have a chat in France." And that's normal, but there's been some heat as of late, reasons to wonder if the doctor might arrive at the meeting with coverage. And if that's the case, we need more eyes and ears on the ground. Make sure we own the turf. We're bringing this to your attention because I am suggesting that we may be required to eliminate problems as they might arise. The director punctuated the subtle request with a cough. "Didn't this happen some time ago?" the president, interest rising. "Yes, in Singapore. There was a leak. We patched it before the Americans learned anything of value, but it was messy, as you recall. It was sloppy. This will not be a mess. I recall that promise from last time. Someone said that, maybe even you, Rem Mikhailovich." He tilted to face Rem. The aide reappeared. This time his stomps toward the desk were harder, his whispers softer. When he was done speaking, the president jerked his head toward the aide with the universal expression of, "Are you kidding me?" and flicked his hand in a curt dismissal. The president had now leaned forward in his seat. Though it was not visible, Rem believed that his hand was snug on his lap, where he picked up one of the phones and made a call while Rem and the director sat twiddling their thumbs. When he was done, the president stood, shrugged on his suit jacket, and looked at the director. "Dr. B's intelligence is invaluable. Let's be sure you don't lose it." On the ride back to the forest, Rem and the director did not sleep. Instead, they reconstructed the discussion word for word, moment by moment, divining the present's fluid wishes from his words, glances, body language, and silences. Rem was no fool. He didn't speak his mind. He waited for the director to do so. By the time they'd eased out of the car to walk inside headquarters, Rem felt certain of two things. Neither he nor the director had a clue as to what the president wanted, and it would fall to him to make the call. SVR was a hierarchical system, and that meant Gosh rolled downhill. The slogging and fighting, the work, drizzled down to guys such as Rem, who clung to this business like the abusive spouse it was. 9 would remind him of his impending retirement. Tell him to back off and let someone else handle it. But how could he? He knew exactly what to do. He'd known since the information had arrived that morning, but had been forced to suffer through this circus for the risk covering and, let's face it, the pomp. Because what good is a big bureaucracy and a Russian chief executive if you don't use the machinery? The bills had to be justified somehow. They had reached the building. "I've got confidence in you, Rem," the director said, taking his shoulder into a chummy grip. "You'll manage. It's what you do." Paris. They traveled on separate itineraries. Procter caught a flight to Brussels and then hired a car for the drive to Paris. Sam flew to London and then rode the Eurostar through the Channel. By the time they reunited outside the Gare du Nord, Procter had conceded that she would contribute to the common fund. By the time they were in the taxi, driving through the suburbs toward a cafe in the Third, they'd agreed to split the Kassab's fee, should the topic of money come up. Though she was praying that they would not charge when they eventually found out the stakes and that the U.S. government was not footing this bill. Family and friends discount, she hoped. They'll be thrilled just to be back in the game. Jet-lagged and early, they bought watery machine coffees at a boulangerie and scouted the area around the cafe. An odor rose from the St. Paul metro station that to Procter mingled burnt paper and blocked drains and stale water, the smell of Paris. They watched an old man's dog defecate at the top of the station stairs. The cafe had a bright red awning and the gray stone was bearded with ivy. A window for takeaway sandwiches swung open.
A waiter was setting out tables, chairs, and heaters. Like all Parisian waiters, he excelled at avoiding eye contact, particularly with two foreigners lugging suitcases. "I'm going to take a walk," she said. "I'll come with you," Sam offered. Alone. The neighborhood had been hers once. First tour 1 year after the farm, Tom reluctantly in tow. She strolled along the narrow cobblestone streets under the black mansard roofs and hanging lanterns flickering off in the gray morning light. She passed the cornflower blue shop front, a cafe, Top Shelf Duck, she remembered. In a few blocks, she came to the little boulangerie run by the angry couple. Procter peeked inside, saw a familiar woman jabbering in rapid-fire French at her husband, whose back Procter made out. The woman looked old now, but unlike Procter, she was still married. Sunlight had begun to splinter through the clouds, but the cold was still biting, and Procter huddled into her tweed blazer as she walked on. She'd left her heavier jacket in her suitcase with Jaggers at the cafe. After a few blocks, she came upon the old apartment. The door was still green, the paint still peeling, but now bubbled with age. She looked up. Second story, window sharing a wall with a bank. Empty flower pots on the sill. Red curtains. Not much had changed. The tobacco did not have slims, so she had to settle for smoking a Gauloise outside her old building, a place where she'd loved, cooked, really, cried, argued, made up, argued some more, and at last shed her old skin. Tom had gone home after 6 terrible months. She would see him once more after that when she paid a visit to their D.C. apartment for a duffel bag of clothes. On the walk back to the cafe, she tripped over an upturned cobblestone, just managing to catch herself on a parked scooter. She dusted herself off right at the handlebars and spat into the road. "City of Light, my foot," Procter said. Bandito had been the agency cryptonym for the Kassab triplets, Elias, Yusuf, and Rami. They were former CIA support assets, the type who can acquire cars, apartments, equipment, or conduct surveillance. The Kassabs were Syrian-American dual citizens, hailing from a wealthy Christian family that had once owned car dealerships throughout Syria and Lebanon. The collapse of both countries had led many in the Levantine middle and upper classes to flee for safer harbors, London, Dubai, Paris. Sam had recruited the brothers years earlier in Istanbul.
They'd helped on a few of the thornier operations during Procter's tour in Damascus. But somewhere between the shuttering of the family business and the permanent move to Paris, they'd ended the relationship with CIA. No bad blood, Procter remembered. Agents stopped working all the time. Not much you could do to persuade them otherwise. It was insane to work for CIA in the first place. You had to have a screw loose somewhere, Procter figured. And hell, she of all people could appreciate that. She had her own wobbly rivets to manage. When Procter returned to the cafe, the brothers were sitting with Jaggers at a quiet table in the back, laughing. Yusuf smiled disintegrated as she approached. "Relax, Yusuf," she said. Rami and Elias spun around to see her, then back to Sam with a look that said, "Not this lady." Procter shoved into the booth alongside Yusuf. She kissed his cheeks, then leaned across and did the same for Rami and Elias. She hailed a waiter, and in butchered French ordered a black coffee and an omelette and a bottle of champagne. The waiter asked what type of champagne, and Procter, channeling Gus perhaps, said, "The cheapest one you've got." There was no bread, so she called for that. Had a quick little spat with the garçon on account of the bread baskets traditionally coming out around the lunch hour. But then, as usually happened, they had some sticky eye contact for a few seconds, and he knew it would not end until there was bread. So he scurried off and returned with a few slices of a sourdough boule and a small cup of salted butter. Procter was famished. She thickly buttered a slice, took a bite, and then realized no one was talking. Elias was looking at the door. Contemplating evac, thought Procter. Maybe not the worst move for these three right now. "Well, it's good to see you boys again," she said. "How's the family? How's life in this mess of a town?"
They broke bread for an hour. The champagne ran out, so Rami ordered another bottle, a very expensive one. They drained that too. There was no mention of Syria, of CIA. That would have been uncouth this early in the dance. As they spoke, and the bandito's initial shock and disbelief subsided, the rickety hamster wheel inside Procter's head that assessed, developed, and recruited human beings creaked into gear. Time to move this along. As discussed with Jaggers, she turned over her fork and tapped a finger on the tines. When Yusuf had finished describing his girlfriend's interest in working for an art studio, Sam gently turned to Rami. "This is part social call, part business, as I said on the phone. There's a job, and Artemis and I could use some help." "A job?" Rami said. His face brightened. "Good," Procter thought. "We can work with that." So did Elias's. Yusuf, not so much. "There is a farmhouse down south," Sam said, "outside Lacoste. Russians are meeting someone there. We want to know who it is." The brothers were all looking at each other, some unspoken energy passing between them. They all had the same tics, but didn't look much like brothers. Rami was squatty and had gotten squattier. Yusuf long and lean. Elias had always been right down the middle, and remained so. "Russians," Elias said. "Don't love jobs involving Russians." "Right?" Procter said. "Sheesh. But it's the hand we've been dealt. We live in a world with Russians. Maybe in the next life we won't have to deal with them, but for now, all jammed up. Look, we need your help, guys. We need to case the place, wire it for audio, and see what goes down. Need to start now." "You're talking about today?" Rami said. He shot Yusuf a bemused look. "Short notice," Sam said. "That's called no notice," Elias retorted, frowning. "You guys have equipment?" "Some," Sam said. "We may need your help with a few things." "How much does it pay?" Yusuf asked. "We pay in honor and gratitude," Procter said, with heart. "CIA pays in honor and gratitude these days?" Elias said. "You might say it's a tad unofficial," Sam offered. The brothers' eyes flitted around again. Rami coughed. Procter sighed. "Gosh." Lacoste, France. In the spy flicks Procter had enjoyed as a teenager, the breaking and entering, BE, operations were typically conducted by teams of busty and/or burly operatives with elaborate gadgets and hard attitudes. The crews were usually small. They took few precautions to cover their tracks. They did not use layers of counter-surveillance as protection. They hid cameras and microphones in locations professionals would uncover in minutes. Also, nothing randomly awful happened, as when Procter had been running a BE op in Amman, and they knocked over the target's terrarium, and there was a pet scorpion in there, and it jabbed one of her guys in the arm, and he nearly died in a dusty Jordanian hospital. After, in the movies, the surveillance would sit watching the feeds, and sometimes things would get sweaty, on account of the sexy crew, butt cheek to butt cheek, in a teensy van. The vans were the only accurate bit. A good van was critical, and the banditos had found one, a weather-beaten Mercedes Sprinter, from a dealer in one of the Paris suburbs. But now Procter was faced with a conundrum. She had an underfunded, underpeopled, underprepped BE op on her hands, just like in the movies. But instead of the silent drills and the sexy surveillant partners, she was trundling down a rutted dirt road with 3 out-of-practice Syrians and a fellow disgraced CIA retiree in a smelly van, groaning with tape, wire, and ladders, hoping to catch sight of a fully clothed CIA traitor. It was Monday morning. Procter was struggling with bone-deep fatigue from the 1-2-3 punch of sleepless nights, a frenetic pace of work, and near-constant surges of anxiety. Last night, when she had tried to sleep, her heart had been beating so quickly she could hear it in her ears, feel it thudding against the sheets.
They were 3 days removed from Sam's discussion with Portnoy, and the cable that, if they were correct, would have triggered another meeting with Remora. Saturday, after the pitch to the Banditos, had been a frenzied shopping run. On Sunday, they'd secured the van, and by the afternoon, they'd all split off again. The Banditos drove the van down to Provence, taking shifts through the night. Sam and Procter had rented separate cars, avoiding trains and the risk of bumping into whichever of her friends was on their way here to meet with Remora. They had reunited with the Banditos at a threadbare home the brothers had rented outside the village of Lumieres, where that morning they made final preparations before setting out for the farmhouse. The clock was ticking, and fast. Remora's commo plan stipulated that, once the emergency signal was flown, a meeting should occur at the farmhouse in 3 days' time, which could happen as early as that evening. And, based on the message Sam had passed to CIA through Portnoy, well, their Mo would have to be asleep at the wheel not to signal for a crash meet. On the final approach to the farmhouse, Sam and Procter again argued over the wisdom of running a shoestring counter-surveillance operation. Procter wore him down, insisting no, if they beat us here, they've already won. We won't see it. Not with the time and the people we've got. No offense, man. That's a comment on number, not quality. Though they did complete a long loop around the hillside switchbacks above the farmhouse to map sight lines and assess the risk of neighborly snooping. It was low, they decided, not zero, but low. And that had no doubt figured into the use of this property for CIA business. Much of the house and drive were walled off by towers of cypress. Clean views into the house itself would require hiking off the road, down the hill, and up another, to a forested stretch just above the swell of a vineyard. They opened the unlocked iron gate and crunched up the drive, stopping out front of the farmhouse. 1 story, stone, ancient oak door, a dry and flaking fountain decorated by cherubs.
Theirs was just another dented white van, could be a delivery truck or plumbing van, except that the people emerging from it were dressed more like crime scene technicians than tradesmen. The entire team wore N95 masks, nitrile gloves, booties, and hairnets. Procter's curly mane required 2, which she hid under a ball cap. The front door's lock gave quickly at Procter's handiwork, and then they were inside, Sam and Yusuf snapping photos and rolling video so they could be sure they left the home in its virginal state. Happily, they discovered there was not much furniture, and the rooms were Spartan and uncluttered. There would be little to move. Normally, they would have swept for countermeasures and run a radio frequency survey to see if the TV, say, or the microwave hummed with extra energy. But they had no RF analyzer and little time. They saw that there were no extra wires trailing from the appliances or climbing the walls outside. Nothing sticky on the door, no double-sided tape with hair on it. The Remora cables, too, had noted that the house was not wired. Nothing to do but knock on wood and press on. They did have 2 advantages over a traditional BOP. 1, their equipment only had to function for a few hours, not days, weeks, or months. That meant they did not need to rip up baseboards and crown molding and run wires from a power source through the floors and walls to, say, the back of a stereo system with the pinhole camera snuggled inside. Though larger and more expensive than Procter would have liked, the cameras that Sam pulled out of his case ran on batteries with a durable life measured in days. More than enough time. 2, their targets had not been in the home in months, and they did not live there. Normally, a BE team is disrupting a target's home or office. In this case, the visitors were unlikely to notice crooked picture frames or out-of-place knickknacks. Procter checked all 16 feeds from a laptop as Sam and the Banditos placed the cameras and mics in track lights, chandeliers, cupboards, the ceiling, wall outlets. A desperate feeling began gnawing at her guts. This is a waste, it said. You are a lunatic for even trying. Pale sunlight faded as they worked. Though the windows were shuttered, the breeze found its way inside, bringing with it an earthy scent that tweaked Procter's already fraying nerves. Lourmarin, France. Lacoste. Inside a concrete block building in the shadow of a crumbling winery 20 kilometers south near Lourmarin, a herd of Russians unpacked surveillance equipment and a collection of weapons smuggled through a roundabout journey originating in eastern Libya before terminating in a cache SVR maintained outside Avignon. The members of the Russian team had traveled to France in alias and on tourist passports, many of them German, by way of complex itineraries that, in the most extreme cases, had required more than a day of constant travel across no less than 2 countries and 3 modes of transport. All had crossed the French border by car or train, and all had paid cash for their tickets. The French security services would have been quite interested in putting questions to more than a few of them, Laskin foremost, if only they'd been aware any were in country. Had the team been less unwieldy, comprised as it was of Laskin's trigger pullers and the legs of the operation, the counter-surveillance who had arrived first, or had the gears of bureaucracy in Moscow cranked at the same speed as Artemis Procter's shoestring operation, they might have arrived in time to disrupt the breaking and entering work her team had completed that afternoon. Instead, hunched over maps, Laskin and his men marked out the coverage, unaware of the grave threat posed by a tattered van parked in a shady lot several hundred meters down the road from the farmhouse. Over the next 6 hours, the Russian surveillance teams fanned out across the area, establishing positions at the main arteries leading to the farmhouse. One team drove south toward Aix-en-Provence, where they would pick up Dr. B's tail, trailing the agent to the farmhouse to check for surveillance. In 2 rented Renault sedans, Laskin took 4 of his men north to Bonneux before elbowing west toward Lacoste. They drove under the watch of imperial cypresses, through vineyards now shed of their grapes and greens, past low stone walls dotted by moss. The cars zigzagged up the rise. They stopped at an overlook. Gathering up the packs, they hopped a stone wall, tramping through the dry, crackling leaves until the vines became pockets of gnarled olive trees and he could make out the house in the stretch of the valley below. Laskin studied the area with his binoculars for a long while. It was a gray, cold afternoon, and the paths and yards were empty. He did not catch sight of any lights or movement inside the 2 neighboring homes. He took note of each vehicle within range of the house. 2 cars parked at each of the neighboring homes, 3 in the lot of a winery, and a van up the road, outside a cafe tucked into a strand of trees. From the floor of the Sprinter van, Procter sat alongside Sam watching the feeds from the house on 4 computer screens. The banditos were piled behind them. Sam was smacking on some gum. Procter handed him an emptied sandwich wrapper. "Stop that." The green dials of Sam's watch illuminated his face in the darkness of the van. He slid the gum from his mouth and crinkled it across the wrapper. "Everyone's late," he said. Laskin met Colonel Pletkov in the makeshift command center near Lourmarin. He understood from Zhomov that CIA knew Pletkov as Remora, and Laskin could not help but find the name amusing, largely because he had considered the man to be a parasite long before the CIA had bestowed the cryptonym on him. Pletkov was seated in a chipped wooden chair, feet bouncing, reviewing his notes. A few of the surveillance were buried in their laptops. One was murmuring something into his encrypted radio. Pletkov had not looked up at Laskin. "Are we in the clear?" the man said. "I really should be going. The window will be short tonight." "We have not seen anything," Laskin replied. "That doesn't mean we're clear." Pletkov languidly flipped the page. Had Laskin caught the beginnings of a yawn stretching across the man's face? If Laskin had to maim or kill someone tonight, over and above anyone the Americans might throw at him, he would have chosen Pletkov. "We have not seen anything," Laskin repeated. Soon a blue Renault clipped by the thicket shrouding the surveillance van, slowed and pulled into the farmhouse drive. Procter turned to the screens and saw from the feed in the foyer the door opening. One man stepped inside the house. Here, in the flesh, was Remora.
He flicked on lights, plunked his satchel bag down on a sofa, then made a pass through each room, taking a mental inventory of the place. Remora moved through the farmhouse with confidence, like a man who knew what he was doing, inspecting a familiar place to see how it might have changed in the intervening months. Procter caught his eyes darting here and there, neck swiveling, nostrils flaring like a rabbit taking stock of the unseen deep things that signal danger. He appeared wary but not anxious, alert but unbothered. When he'd completed his review, Remora unloaded from the cabinets a bottle of scotch, 2 glasses, and a pack of cigarettes, spreading it across the coffee table in the living room. He lit his cigarette and smoked with carefree luxury. Long, deep pulls, clouds billowing into the ceiling before cascading around him. He looked comfortable waiting. Zhomov, Procter figured, would have scouted for that. If spying is mostly writing, a good deal of the remainder is waiting. Sam was back into the gum, but Procter no longer had the energy to fight him on it. Elias was picking at some leftover bread. Rami and Yusuf sat stupefied in the glow of the screens.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous turnal. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Procter watched the Russian finish his 3rd cigarette and crack open the scotch, and she thought, what if we have it wrong? She prayed, in fact, that she was wrong. That in a few hours they'd pack it all up and say, big mistake, thank God. We got tangled up, had it backwards in the end. In the fading lilac light of the overlook, the major, one of Laskin's men, worried he'd flooded the Vespa's engine. He turned the key to a stutter and wheeze. Another attempt coaxed a sadder wheeze and a mechanical cough. He waited for a moment. From behind came the tick of an engine. Soon headlamps were spread across the road, and a silver Peugeot sedan sped past, winding down into the valley. He recognized the make, model, and the license number from the surveillance reports earlier that day. The major had no idea who was in the car, other than that its occupant was an asset of the SVR, and a hugely valuable one at that, to merit such manpower for a simple meeting in southern France. He tried again, and this time the engine coughed to life. The Major zigzagged down the hillside until he reached the straight track of the road that halved the valley floor. He clipped past an unlit home, then the farmhouse. Nearing the shuttered cafe, he nudged the headlamp slightly left, drifting the scooter briefly into the left lane. He glimpsed wheel-furrowed gravel tracking directly back to the van's parking spot in the trees. He had not noticed the tracks earlier in the day when the team had initially canvassed the area. He radioed Laskin with the news. "We will have a look then," Laskin said. "A casual one. Come back here and a few of us will go." The radio crackled off. The Major had not participated in the Singapore operation, but he had heard rumors of what had been done to protect Zomov's prized source. Laskin didn't care if the van's occupants were just gypsies in need of a nap or star-crossed farm workers in need of privacy and a flat surface. It would not end well for them. Lacoste. In the passenger seat of one of the Renault sedans, Laskin checked and rechecked his Beretta M12. They'd cleaned and prepped every weapon in Lourmarin, but the thing had been stuffed in a warehouse outside Avignon for several years, and before that had seen service in the Libyan Civil War. Who knew what the very Libyans had done to it? Finally satisfied, he slid the gun to the floor. Darkened vineyards passed by the window as the 4 Russians went down, down, down into the valley. "Let's practice your French again," Laskin said to the Major. "Tell me how you'll introduce yourself to the people in the van." The car arrived from the direction of Beaunieu, a silver Peugeot, running at a sensibly fast clip. When it turned into the drive, Procter felt her lung catch on a rib. No matter how many times she tried, tying and untying the band holding a flop of her curly hair did squat to calm her wrecked nerves. Had she made a wrong turn along the way? Was she now as lost as she'd been from the start, perhaps even more so? Then arrived the sudden, almost irresistible urge to sleep, to find oblivion through the gentle ministrations of all the drinks, to wreck each piece of equipment in the van in a violent rage. Each thought she entertained, however briefly, before succumbing to utter paralysis, and in the end, sitting in a slack-jawed stupor to watch, praying something might happen, something that, and she still had hope for this, would convince her, fully, that she had it all wrong. Through the screen of the laptop, Procter watched Remora ease up from the couch at the sight of headlamps in the drive. The video resolution was so clear she could see the scotch jostling in his glass as he shuffled to the door. Remora's face was impassive. He might have been responding to a gentle knock from the mailman. Her friend walked inside, shut the door, embraced Remora, and Procter still clung to the delusion that she had it all wrong. Remora offered the opening catechism, as if it were his meeting. "How much time do you have?" "An hour until company arrives." And still. Later, even here, Procter would remember savoring the thought. This proves nothing. "Scotch?" Remora asked. "A double," Mac said. Then, "Your people missed her." "The jerk," Sam whispered, then made a noise that might have been words. She did not know. Procter swung open the van's back panel doors. Cold air rushed in. The moment was stuffed so full she could absorb only useless details. The moonlit sheen of the graffiti on the cafe. The reflections of the screens playing across the walls of the van. Her afternoon coffee barreled up into her throat. She swallowed, took a few long, slow breaths, and let the air fill her lungs. She jammed one of the pistols in the waistband of her jeans. Sam did the same. They jumped out of the van and ran across the lot. Sprinting through the cover of the trees and thickets bordering the road, Procter and Sam set out for the house. Lacoste. The run to the farmhouse was a blur, an awful dream broken by the occasional jab of branches and the crunch of leaves and the huff of Sam's heavy breaths. For all the twists of the past month, Procter's instinct was now frighteningly simple. She was running through the Provençal woods on the compulsion that Mac had to feel pain, and that she and Sam had to be the ones to make him feel it. For a few glorious moments before the feeds commandeered the investigation, Procter and Sam would break things: his nose, jaw, fingers, ribs. The point wasn't to gloat over winning, and it sure as gosh wasn't to ask any more questions. The point was that Mac should suffer. Traitors are eventually seen as pathetic, laundered into a brand of white-collar criminal. But here was a brief moment to deal with Mac as she now saw him, a monster. Procter tripped over a rock and stumbled into the leaves. Standing, she saw streaks of blood across her hands. The branches had cut her up pretty badly. She ran on. Lacoste. The gunfire began with a few tentative cracks before exploding into the low, sustained growl of a snare drum. It came from behind, in the direction of the van. Procter stopped, ducked, hustled back into the undergrowth. Another long burst crackled through the crisp air. When it was done, she heard a lone, desperate cry. Then the report of a single gunshot, a handgun, tore through the night. She heard 2 subsequent shots, and those might well have ripped through her soul, because she did not hear the volley that followed. She did not hear the van door slam shut. She did not hear its engine kick to life. She just ran. But now she ran the other way. Sprinting through the trees, back toward the darkened lot and the van, Sam on her heels, shoving aside branches, stumbling over unseen rocks and roots, her guts in her throat. A few more sticks punctured the skin of her hands and face, but she was feeling too much else to let pain into the mix. With each stride, the black vine stretched deeper inside her, and by the time she'd reached the edge of the gravel lot, it had knotted into the dreadful knowledge that yet
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Procter and Sam went into the safe house they had shared with the banditos, half wondering if Russians might jump out to bag them or shoot them.
And she was a bit disappointed they did not, because at present a bullet in the neck would be inked in the ledger as a mercy. She didn't tell Jaggers any of this. They were so tweaked they'd said almost nothing since the van had disappeared. Get off the X, that was all this was. Get away. Regroup. They grabbed the bags and reviewed the maps to see how they might shake loose of the Luberon without running into whatever team had killed the banditos. They checked flight schedules. Her nose was running. She wiped and plugged it with toilet paper, but it would not stop. "I'll drive to Marseille," Procter said, running her sleeve across her face. "First flight to London, then Dulles." "I'll do Nice to Paris," Sam said, "then Dulles. The Kassabs are dead, aren't they?" He was scratching his nose as if he wanted to feed the cartilage to his nails. "I heard a bunch of gunshots," Procter said. "We've got nothing, Chief," Sam said, tossing a bag into the trunk of his rental. "It was all in that van." "We've got Mac's name and our word," Procter said. "His against ours. You see another way?" He just scratched his nose. "I'll meet you outside customs at Dulles." She tossed her duffel into her rental and slammed shut the trunk. The nightmare rolls on. The Chief Langley, Procter and Sam landed separately at Dulles the next afternoon. They met at baggage claim and she drove them straight to Langley. Lacking badges, they waited for an hour at the front gate until the security protective officers, the SPOs, finally got through to Deb's office and relayed that the DDO wanted to know what Procter was really doing here and where she'd crawled after fleeing the farm, and other such pleasantries, though of course it was all delivered by the SPO with a cold civility and in far less hostile language. "You tell her it's about Remora," Procter replied. "You tell her I was there, in France. I was watching the very meeting, and I have something very, very important to say. You tell her that word for word, and whatever she says back, whatever gosh excuse she offers for why she cannot talk to me right now, well, you tell her to think about why on earth I would be here unless I brought with me end of the world is nigh kind of gosh. The DDO hates my guts, and I hate hers, and I wouldn't be here unless it was critical. This is the last place I want to be, matter of fact. I'd find a recreational lobotomy preferable to a meeting with Deborah very sweet right now." The SPO took a half step away from the car and stooped down for a look at Sam, in the passenger seat, who said, "What she said." Two more SPOs had gathered around the vehicle. They had brought out a dog to sniff the undercarriage of her RAV4. One of the officers looked pretty keen to shoot them. "Have you been drinking, Miss Procter?" "Surprisingly, no." "You tell the DDO that, too, when you talk to her. You mention that." An hour later, and Sam and Procter had red, escort-required visitor badges clipped to their lapels. They sat in the director's bustling anteroom with a babysitter support officer, Rudy, an old man with a face like a catcher's mitt and a voice that seemed ripe for a tracheotomy. As she had requested, Gus and Theo appeared, standing beside them to wait because there were no more chairs. Sam, seated on the couch, tapped his foot with such force it was whipping up a tide in Rudy's water glass. Each man's face creased in confusion at Sam, who hadn't even looked to acknowledge their presence. In the span of a few seconds, a dozen or more questions seemed to briefly flash through their eyes before disappearing like falling stars. But Theo whispered only one. "What the really is going on, Artemis?" "I'll tell you when we're in there." "Hey, Sam, stop it." She put a hand on his knee. "You gotta work out some wiggles. Go out there and walk down the hall. Rudy, maybe you take him for a stroll." "I'm good," Sam said. "All good." "Mac's not here right now," Gus offered. "I know. He's in France," Procter said, "and I didn't ask him to join." Theo and Gus swapped yet more confused glances but said nothing. "You been drinking, Artemis?" Theo asked. "Surprisingly, no," she said. "Not even on the plane?" Gus asked. "France," she answered. Theo, in a nice summary, mumbled, "What the really?" "Artemis," Gus hissed, "you tell me what this is about right now." "Not till we get in there, Gus. I can only go through it once." Finally, one of the EAs said yes, yes, yes into a phone,
set it down, and waved to them. "You can go in now." The last time she had been in this office, she'd retched on the floor and soiled her pants, and she'd thought it would be impossible for any return visit to be worse. But this one was definitely going to be, and by a wide margin. Gosford and Debs sat at the table, and no one was smiling. Debs wore a canary yellow dress with ruffled sleeves so large they could have been flotation devices in case the meeting ended in a water landing. The dress was a study in contrast with her eyes, which were, there was no other word, murderous. Procter briefly wondered if Debs had taken a shot at sicking the Phoebes on her, only to come up short. They all sat around Gosford's table. This time she did not even think of the intelligence star on the wall, much less look at it. All of that was dim now. "You have 5 minutes," Gosford said. "We've accommodated this bizarre request, brought Gus and Theo here as you asked. I have 0 patience remaining. Go." "Mac is working for the Russians," she started in, jerking her head toward Sam. "We heard and saw," Sam cut in. "And saw," she said. "We heard and saw him discussing the attempted bombing on my trailer with Remora. His line was, 'Your people missed her.' Mac signaled for the meeting after the cable from Sam's shrink, Portnoy. He did not recruit Remora. Remora recruited him. The Russians have been using the case as a conduit to pass information they want us to have and to provide operational cover for Mac to meet them. It's all inside out. Mac's a traitor." Gosford put a hand to his mouth and tugged on his lower lip. The noise that sprang from Theo recalled someone working to clear a bone from their throat. Gus could only slam the heels of his hands into his temples and look at her in a stunned silence. Theo did manage to scrape out fragments of a word, veering toward the incomprehensible, but bearing some resemblance to, simply, "What?" Debs stiffened and stared her down, face impassive and cold. She said nothing. Gosford, taking stock of the room, stopped tugging at his lips and instead brushed knuckles across them. Turning to Procter, he said, "Keep going." And they were off. By minute 5, Gosford said she could have 10 more. By minute 15, no one again mentioned the time. She went through it all, front to back, save for the document theft. Confession there brought no upside. 2 hours passed. No one said she was lying, and no one said they believed her either. It was, frankly, too enormous a thing to consume in one sitting, and she knew that. Gus and Debs pondered how Remora could have been inside out for so long. Gosford posed reasonable questions regarding the reliability and mental wherewithal of Imperial, a.k.a. Frankie Potnick. Same for Sam's memory of his brief chat in Singapore with Golikov, which, in Theo,
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator.
using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It's either insane or telling the truth, Procter concluded, and Debs shot back that insanity was the baseline case when it came to Artemis Procter, and, further, the options were not mutually exclusive. But they did listen. Whether Procter was cashing in on the last drops of mercy and grace from her busted-up friendship with Debs, or whether Theo or Gus had ever suspected Mac, she did not ask. Gosford and Debs both wiped their afternoon calendars. At Procter's urging, 2 sets of facts were checked. 1, the timeline on the most recent Remora meeting, the receipt of the emergency signal in relation to the cable from Portnoy. And 2, a chronology of the Remora reporting, seen through the light of the case being inside out. Here, Gosford's mind would screech to a halt. Now, this I still cannot really grasp, he said. There is no solid proof. Am I hearing you correctly? Nothing crunchy? I saw it with my own eyes. For perhaps the 5th time that afternoon, she repeated Mac's lines, verbatim. You mean you heard it? Gus said, through a microphone. And it's not a silver bullet for the Phoebes, Debs said. Hard to bank that. They can bank my testimony, Procter said. You realize that you're admitting to interfering in a CIA operation, Debs said. You unofficially wired up a safe house. You haven't said it, but surely one of you found a way to scuttle documents out of headquarters. Procter didn't respond to that. And Debs, well, Procter never thought she'd say this, but God bless her. Debs didn't press the matter. Debs was a bunch of things, not many of them good anymore, but she wasn't a traitor. Gosford had steepled his hands in front of his face, leaning forward with his elbows on the table. He'd consumed 5 cups of coffee during the meeting and was now idly sliding his emptied mug around the tabletop. Procter braced herself for a professorial lecture, but instead Gosford stood and excused himself for the bathroom. They all sat in a pure and awful silence, waiting for him to return. No one could even look at her, and she could barely look at them. Something had died when she'd walked out of Langley earlier that year, and something was dying again here. Gosford came back, sat, and again steepled his damp hands. What would you recommend I do? Procter had rehearsed this answer on her drive to Marseille, after she'd put in an anonymous tip to the French police about the shootout at the van. She'd gone through it again with Jaggers on the drive from Dulles. Anything else, they had agreed, would have been irresponsible, risked Mac leaking more information, and further reduced the already slim odds they would ever recover the banditos, dead or alive. Procter said, have the Phoebes get FISA rolling on Mac. Force him out immediately, like today. There is no use keeping him close, because you won't catch him, and the longer he's inside, the more damage he'll do. Bring back Petra Devine and her derms on a special project to run through everything and see what they can dig up. Cut Remora off, end the case, retract everything he's reported so far. And put out feelers to the French about the Kassabs, drop a few breadcrumbs to kickstart a criminal investigation. A long list, Debs said, and a hard one. Talking to the French about the Kassabs is not hard, Sam said. Pushing Mac Mason out of CIA is hard, Gosford said. Slapping our tails between our legs and marching downtown to explain why the Remora stream is bogus, well, that's hard, wouldn't you say? Those are awkward, Debs offered, not hard. At least not technically. "Well, you can go talk to POTUS and the National Security Advisor then," Gosford said, and laughed. "Mac's a hero. Afghanistan, of course. And then he helped bring Sam home. He's one of our most decorated officers." "So are you," Procter said, nudging her chin toward the star on the wall, succeeding in not quite looking at it. A cold and hostile silence descended over the room. "Seems to me," Deb said, "that unless we resurrect the Derm shop, which you really should," Procter said, "that one's easy as pie." "It's, let me finish," Debs barked. "That unless we resurrect the Derm shop and they sniff out a smoking gun, or unless Mac makes a mistake, the prosecution's case will rest on your testimony alone, your recollection of what Mac said in France. Espionage Act cases are hard slogs. The bar is very high, you know this. And, well, given your past here, and their reliance on your word, well, that is, Out with it, Deborah, Gosford said. But he was staring at Procter. "Well, it's common knowledge, isn't it?" Deb said. "Artemis was in love with Mac back in Afghanistan. They were on the edge of the world. She was freshly divorced, and Lulu was off involved with painters far more successful than Mac. There were plenty of stories. Why am I getting these looks? We all heard them. This is not news. There were the stories about the two of them, and there were even sordid rumors about a trip to Paris with Lulu in the mix. Heard it ended, like most of Artemis's business, well, now?" Debs paused, unfolding that blank mask of a face with its smiling eyes. "Weirdly, there it is. The end was weird, as everything seems to be with her. And," Procter said, "your really point?" The siren was playing through her skull, bringing with it a medieval slideshow that was intensely satisfying, tipping Bebs into a boiling vat, jerking out those perfectly done fingernails, turning a crank to stretch her across the rack. "You know my really point," Deb said. "It's been almost 15 years. It's irrelevant. It is not. It risks discrediting you, discrediting your version of events." "Have Sam talk to the Phoebes then," Procter said. Perhaps too loudly, she was speaking over the skull siren. "He never had a relationship with Mac, or Lulu, far as I know." "Enough," Gosford said. "Quite enough." He crossed his arms, sat back, glanced at Debs. He stared up at the ceiling and rifled a long breath through his nostrils. It was a long moment, the one on which it all turned. Looking at the floor, Procter realized that she'd sat down in the same spot where she'd tossed her cookies during the firing. Full really circle. Gosford scanned each set of eyes across the table before settling them at last on Sam and finally Procter. "We will take all of this into consideration, and you will both need good lawyers. Of that I am quite certain." Removing from his pocket the note card bearing his schedule, Gosford slid on reading glasses and heaved out another long sigh. Dismissed. Langley, Crystal City. In a silent pack, they marched directly from the 7th floor to the cafeteria. Procter and Sam sat at a table with a window facing the courtyard and a clean view of the cryptographic sculpture, Gus and Theo across. The late lunch set was a trickle, but the afternoon coffee crowd was thickening. The chemical coffee smell on the air was making her sick. One friendship had already been flung off the cliff, and she worried 2 more might jump with it. The familiar squeaky sound of the halls, and the sight of strangers she recognized, and many she knew.
"Well, Gosford's not going to don the hair shirt over Mac," Gus said. "He's not going to drag CIA through the mud over this. We know that much." "Mac's on uncooperative time," Theo said, pondering the soaring cafeteria ceiling. "What is he, 53? 4? With 20 in the bank and plenty more than 5 overseas. Pension's his. He was older than us when he joined because of the art detour. Anyway, doesn't matter. Point is that Gosford's got wiggle room to shove him aside, regardless of what was said upstairs. Gosford might even want to. Mac's kind of a rival. I'd bet Gosford's keen for a reason to get rid of him."
"Gus," Procter said, "do you believe me?" Gus stood, looked out the window. "I've got no clue what to believe. You just dumped a load of gosh on us, Artemis." He walked out into the hallway, turned the corner, and marched out of sight. Theo looked at Sam and then off at the Dunkin' Donuts line. "You must have taken a bunch of documents. And the stunt with the support assets? Gosh, holy gosh." Through the window, Procter made eye contact with a guy lighting the bowl of a pipe on a bench in the courtyard, and he literally spun away, turning his back to Procter. Powerful impulse, she thought, to just look away. Not the worst idea when you can't make any sense of what you see. She watched smoke drift off and looked over to Theo, who was easing up from the table. Hand on his arm, she stood to face him. "What do you believe, Theo? Tell me. Just talk." Theo fixed her with a grave stare, then jerked her into a friendly bear hug. "I believe most of all in fish," he said, and laughed. That night, Sam and Procter sat in the Crystal City safe house. There were other options, of course, other paths, and they discussed them with the detached air of a corporate planning meeting. There were potentially receptive Phoebes that might be contacted. Hill staffers and Intel committee members could be tipped off. Plenty of journalists who might be offered a scoop. In all paths, they slammed into dead ends when debating the odds of a prosecution. All roads led to their word against Mac had been meeting with Remora on official agency business, after all. And all equally risked tarring and feathering CIA for nothing. When they'd exhausted their options, and when Procter at last ate a few sleep gummies, hopeful that tonight they might help her find some rest, Sam's face tightened and he became pensive and sad. She felt the same. Here they were, at the end. It was, she supposed, the way that most adventures end, as big, really letdowns. "What will you do now?" Sam asked. "Trawl the American West," she said. "Walk the earth, that kind of thing. See who I meet, see what happens. Never seen the very Grand Canyon, can you believe it? So I'll have a peek. We've spent so much time talking about the past that I feel like I've got bits and pieces of it stuck to me, and I don't care for that. A few months behind the wheel will even me out." "Funny," he said, "when I drive, I don't think of much other than the past." "That's because your brain's not so strong," she said. "That's why you showed up on my boardwalk in Florida in the first place." He smiled. Then his grin faded and his face grew serious. "The Kassabs are dead, aren't they? I don't see how it could be otherwise. We got 'em." "Stop. You're right there," Procter said. "He killed them. Mac and his Russian friends. Not us. No use thinking about it any other way." "You really believe that?" "I must. The alternative is too really awful. I can't give any more headspace to the darkness. I've rented out so much as it is. Do you think they're going to hunt us? At this point, I can't imagine why they would care. After what happened in France, there is no way the Russians keep the case going. There's too much hair on it. No matter what happens, Moscow will cut Mac loose. What's the point of killing us now? Also, there's the fact that we're nobodies. Speak for yourself." "I speak," she said, "for both of us. Now, what are you going to do? Gambling junket in Vegas with Natalie? Garden variety bender? Spend time with the fam? Maybe stock the fields and farms for some company? Maybe the sample platter, bit of everything?" "You know, Chief," he said, "we've been friends for a long time, and when people ask, I still struggle to explain what exactly is wrong with you." "Let me know if you ever do figure it out," she said. "Color me curious." "I'm going to break it off with Natalie, get my head straight. I might go home for a while. But I do have one more question about all of this." He looked up at the ceiling. Then, no more. She looked at him. "Did you suspect Mac from the start?" Sam asked. Procter craned her neck at the ceiling, then tilted it toward Sam. "No," she said, "never. Even after we narrowed down the list? Look at me, Jaggers." "What?" "Look at me. I'm looking. What are we, you and I? Friends. Right. I'm looking at you right now, and I feel the same feelings I felt for him. Chums, fellow travelers, members of the same tribe, whatever really. We did life together for so long, and he saved mine to boot.
I'd be dead if he hadn't slid in front of me in Afghanistan. Like dead, dead. Is it true what Sweet said earlier today? Sam asked. That you loved him once? Love, she said, with a sad laugh and a wipe of her nose. We drank and laughed together, and he always had my back. 25 years of having my back. Long history. How could I have thought it was him, or any of them? That one of my best friends is... And Artemis Aphrodite Procter suddenly sniffled, then choked, and finally let out a short cry. A few tears traced down her cheeks before she could stop her them, but she did catch herself before things got out of hand. She turned away to dry her face. Little malfunction there. Sorry about that. I'll add it to the list for the docs, the ones who might tell us what's wrong with you. I think it'll still be pretty unclear, she said. Even so, Sam said. Even so. On the run. Irene slid back into her American skin. She was an every woman, a wanderlust darkening the distant corners of her native and forsaken land. In front of cracked hotel mirrors, she perfected a big, friendly smile. On stained hotel desks, she scribbled out her legend, her backstory, reciting it to herself when she was behind the wheel. At night, lying in bed, she rehearsed conversations with men, hinting that the favors she sought might be repaid, but they never would be. As she moved, she acquired documents, references, cash, car, and this most of all, a vision of a new home. A place far from these grubby motels, poisonous food, and soulless people. A hope that soon she would not feel the sting of abandonment, nor the rock slide through her chest at the sight of an idling police car or the blare of a siren. Years later, breastfeeding her 5-month-old son from her favorite chair, the one in her bedroom facing the windows out into the woods, with her husband asleep on the bed and her daughter in a bedroom down the hall, Irene will think, as she often does, of a night in a motel in Jacksonville, Florida. Thousands of miles and a few years removed from that rat hole, and the memory will resurface of the mildewy smell of the room, the wet crunch of a belly-up roach beneath her feet, the taste of pure terror in her throat, and the sight of the lifeless eyes of the dead boy as she stowed him in the trunk of his own car before she stole it. She plunked down her duffel, sat on the bed, and checked for messages from the Spaniards people. There weren't any. There hadn't been any the day before, and she knew then there wouldn't be any ever again. They were cutting her off. After the disaster at the trailer, after their failures, she was a liability. There would be nothing from Moscow or the Spaniard. On a pad of paper, she scribbled the relevant bits of information, addresses, phone numbers, full names, committed it to memory, and thought about what she might do. Turn herself in, kill herself, hide, press on with the fight. That night she weighed each one with great care. By dawn, she knew.
Vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick,
focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The Marble Spring Motel, birthplace of her new life. She went to Texas to torch their old one. She cried once on that trip, and it was for her dog, Stalin, dropped in a box outside a shelter on her way out of town. She visited a dozen other states, searching, wandering. 3 months on, and she had not seen her face on television, on the FBI's website, or anywhere. 6 months on, and the only stubborn connection to her dead self was Peter's parents, who often emailed him sad, angry, confused, or some combination, and who could not comprehend how she had so thoroughly brainwashed their perfect son to the point where he would not speak to them. And in that new home, far away, her baby suckling from her breast, she would sometimes wonder if Peter would hate her for what she had done, or if, like a true soldier, he would have understood that she'd been forced to sacrifice everything. The price for her future was their old life, and with it, his honor. By summertime, a bell was jangling on a door, and she was walking inside, that glowing smile planted on her face. She was driving a car with Iowa plates. Her purse boasted an Iowa driver's license with her picture and someone else's name. She had 3 months' rent in cash and pocket money to cover her bills. She was looking for work, she said. She carried 2 reference letters, both impeccable. One from a restaurant in Old Town Alexandria, another from a bar in Orlando. "I'm a wanderer," she offered, as she had rehearsed, when the owner asked how she'd found her way here. "Hard time sitting still, I guess you could say." Flash of that smile. In those days, visions of her future, the home yet to be seen, the daughter and son yet to be born, the husband yet to be met, propelled her onward. These gave Irene hope in a coming metamorphosis, that soon she would writhe free of the American heartland, that she would, at last, be wrapped in her true skin. Langley, Moscow. Mac Mason was put out to pasture with a stilted formal ceremony in the first-floor CIA award suite, spread catered by Corner Bakery, plaque presented by the deputy director, because, though Finn Gosford was doubtless thrilled by the departure of a potential rival, he was otherwise occupied and unable to attend. In truth, it was unimaginable that he might speak generously of Mac in public for any sustained period of time. Others would be forced to do so in his stead. Theo, drearily sober, offered a grindingly formulaic speech, vaguely recounting a buffet of Max's adventures and contributions to CIA. Gus was more glowing, even by the stiff standards of a Langley Awards ceremony. He spoke of Mac's valor in Afghanistan, his feats to earn the Intelligence Star, their long friendship, and Mac's decades of public service. After, in the windowless den of the award suite, a crowd of 200, the Russia House faithful, old colleagues from the farm, long-lost friends from the salad days in Afghanistan and the counterterrorism center, waited patiently in a proper bread line for rubbery sandwiches and a mess of a pastry spread. Everywhere Mac was mobbed. Every word was kind, respectful, awe-filled. That afternoon, surrounded by well-wishers and friends, Macintosh Mason completed his walkout ceremony. Lulu at his side, he handed his badge to the SPO on duty in the marble-floored lobby of the CIA's original headquarters building. Mac was full of cheer and nostalgia, a few tears, plenty of smiles. Stopping 3 times for official photos, Mac walked across the marble seal and out the door of CIA, Lulu on his arm.
Many pondered the abruptness of the departure. Mac had grumbled, as had all of them, about the new regime, about the weakening of CIA's influence in the world, about the youngsters mucking up a perfectly decent espionage outfit. He had more money than they did, a fat reptile fund courtesy of Lulu's family, on which they could spend a splendid retirement, and that surely helped. What Mac Mason's dearest friends, Gus Raptis and Theo Monk, thought of the departure, no one could quite figure. When pressed by a few Russia House hands in the run-up to the ceremonies, both men had demurred. And, oddly, neither had materialized for the post-ceremony festivities at the Vienna Inn. This was most unusual, given their long-standing friendship and, for Theo at least, the cold fact of an open bar. Come to think of it, one Russia House hand mused, watching the Masons' Porsche putter out of the parking lot, neither Theo nor Gus had even been present in the lobby when Mac had walked out of CIA for the last time. That same week, in Moscow, Rem Zhomov's illustrious career fizzled to a similarly whimpering end. With Dr. B's ominous retirement message, the director had pounced, said it was at last time to go. Rem had no clue what would happen to his special section, but, at the director's explicit direction, he'd focused his last energies, as he supposed all old men must, on making himself irrelevant. He spent his final days digging his own grave. The Dr. B case had given Rem purpose in his final years in the forest. Here had been a shot that he would not fade into irrelevance, but might manage, like almost none before him, to go out with a bang. What would become of Dr. B? What improvements in security might Russia see from his work? What gains might be reaped from the trade of his material to the Chinese? Rem would not be around to answer these questions. He would be gone. Rem spent 5 days washing Dr. B's material, retaining its fundamental essence while obscuring its true origin. Any shred of intelligence that might link SVR to the good doctor was carted off to the incinerators. Rem himself ventured downstairs while they burned the compendium. He took the privilege of rereading the first letter passed from Macintosh Mason to Rodion Vissarionovich Pletkov, eventually known to CIA as Remora, during their time in Paris. The note, quite short, explained Mac's desire to meet with Pletkov away from my friends. It had been the first true line Macintosh had crossed. Rem read it in a solemn silence. You had to be delusional to betray your country and your service, he thought. But to betray your friends? Well, that happened every very day. He set the note on the stack. The clerk pressed the button. The papers slid into the flames. The formalities commenced in the SVR banquet hall, where for 2 hours, colleagues, friends, and enemies alike trotted on stage to laud Rem's accomplishments and victories. There were stories from his service in Afghanistan, from his first days in London, from the tour in Rome. The director pinned on his left breast the Ruby Cross of the Order of Alexander Nevsky, awarded to recognize those who have achieved personal merit in nation-building following at least 20 years in the civil service. Well then, maybe I should have received 2, Rem thought, watching the director fumble with the pen. Rem lost count of the toasts. His friends and colleagues put back vodka like water, and by nightfall, the celebration had crawled to one of the event's dachas on the forest campus, accessible by a walking path curling deep into the pine and ash. Pletkov sidled up to Rem while he refreshed his sparkling water. Even Rem had begun to think of the man by his CIA.
Think of any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Think of it this way. Rem Mikhailovich, what would you do if you could do anything? Rem clapped Pletkov on the shoulder, raised his glass to a passing well-wisher, and took a long drink. I would work. Sherman's Corner, Minnesota, months later. Sam Joseph slid into his regular booth. From the waitress, he ordered black coffee, scrambled eggs, and toast. He worked through 2 newspapers over his meal and the first half of a novel over 3 refills of coffee. The breakfast crowd drifted into lunch. He ordered a 4th cup of coffee, plugging away at the book. Such was his discomfort with the actual world that he'd averaged around a novel a day for going on 3 months. Sam felt that a reckoning with reality might pull the life right out of him. Reading kindled hopes that there would be something else, that other worlds existed. A plate bearing a roast beef sandwich and fries, his usual, clanked onto the table. He looked up. He had not ordered it. The waitress was smiling. "On the house today," she said. "You seem to have a lot on your mind." "Thanks." "You sure?" "Totally sure." The waitress had foolish brown eyes and jet black hair, and he did not remember once seeing her smile. He'd never asked her name and felt bad about that now. He'd been a regular for months, since he'd come to spend time with his parents. "Sam, by the way," he said, and offered his hand. "Melissa," she said. "Everyone calls me Mel." Her hand was soft and dry. He noticed the heat of her skin when they shook. She treated him to another broad smile, sleuthed her apron, dawdled for a half moment, and said, "So, what you readin', Sedum?" "A book." She rolled her eyes and shook her head and laughed, a hearty, chesty one that threw its arms around him. "I figured you'd be a jerk," she said, voice tinged with play. "Now I've got proof. Enjoy your sandwich, Sam." She turned for the counter, and he stole a glance at her ringless left hand. He also took note of what could possibly be curves, cloistered under her sensible slacks and the black long-sleeved shirt required of the waitstaff. "Mel," he called, "when does your shift end?" She turned around and looked up at the clock hung above Sam's booth. 15 minutes. "Have lunch with me?" "I don't like eating here." "Why not?" "Company's bad. Food's worse." "You suggest somewhere else and you stand a chance at a yes." She was smiling again. She righted a tipped-over salt shaker on one of the neighboring tables. "But I've already got my sandwich." 15 minutes later, the sandwich was in a togo box in the back seat of his car and the engine was running. Mel emerged from the diner, walking toward her own car. He called to her across the lot. "I can drive," he said. She laughed. "I'm not getting in the car with you," she said. "How do I know you're not a serial killer or a perv?" There was a nut in his belly, pulled taut at the thought of Mel. First time in months he was excited about someone's company. Stonehouse Coffee was a timbered storefront 10 miles north off Highway 53 on the approaches to Orr and Pelican Lake. She took her coffee black, like him. Mel enjoyed electronica and had done something in marketing for an uncle's wilderness excursion business until it went under. Her husband had died in Iraq in 2006. They'd married young. She did not keep pictures, she said. She did not think the past should be granted such power. She possessed a thoughtful intelligence that seemed to float above something scrappier, harder. He wondered if someone, somewhere, had beaten her. After a few hours, he told her about CIA. Nothing specific, of course, but he was out now. What was the point in the charade? Mel at first did not seem to believe him, but he insisted it was no joke, and soon she was asking all manner of questions. And not the ridiculous, cartoonish, awful ones. Have you ever killed someone? Did you carry a gun? Are you like James Bond? That would have made him want to get up and leave, to say nothing of answering. No, Mel asked the questions that he asked himself, the ones that he pondered in the clockless hours. It struck him that maybe he and Mel had been pulled from the same depths, heated in the same kiln. Over the table, he knotted his hand in hers. She feathered her fingers around his. She spoke openly and casually of her doubts and mistakes, in the way only a stranger can. After a while, she inquired after his. "What do you regret?" she asked, bringing her other hand onto the table so he might take it, which he did. "Or do you regret anything?" He thought about that. "There was a woman, once," he said. "We were in love. There were good reasons we shouldn't have been, but we were. And it didn't work. It's hard to explain, but the CIA couldn't allow it. I don't know what's happened to her. She was one of those beautiful things you lose along the way. Which do you regret?" she said, brushing his fingers. "Falling in love in the first place, or not making it work in the end? Both. Do you resent CIA for interfering in your love? Forbidding it? No. If it hadn't been for CIA, I'd never have met her. What do you think of the place? CIA? Yes. Tough question. Complicated. You worked there for a long time," she said. "Then they threw you out. You're living at home and picking up the pieces and whiling away the days reading at a diner. Of course you're thinking big thoughts. Tell me." "I stole secrets for a living," he said. "And what you're asking is a mystery. Not a secret. Not my department. I haven't considered it once. Might as well ask what I think of planet Earth. I could give you 10 answers. They'd all be true, and they'd all be lies." "Well, let me put it this way," she said. "In the end, were you a good guy or a bad guy?" "That one's easy," he said. "Good guy, and not only at the end." It was well after closing, and the manager had to ask them to leave. They had refilled their cups 4 times. They had ordered dinner. They had been talking at the table for nearly 10 hours. The moon was bright over the lake, and the skyline of pines on its banks. He took her hand in his, and they shuffled into the parking lot. At her car, he drew Mel to him and kissed her. At first, she did not kiss him back. Shock, guilt, but soon she was reciprocating, kissing him long and deep. When he pulled back, Mel's eyes were already open and listless, as if she were asleep behind them. And really, after all they had talked through and shared, he could make no sense of that. "Spend the night with me," he said. On the road. Move, Procter thought. Just move. By summer, she had carved up much of the American West. Trailing in her slipstream were lovers jilted and relieved and terrified, a quantity of empty liquor bottles sufficient to fill a commercial dumpster, and a shockingly sparse quantity of photographic or forensic evidence. She spoke frequently with Sam and her cousin, Cummings. A few times Theo checked in. She called Gus once and spent a few minutes making small talk before she lost reception in a stretch of western Nebraska. Highlights had been the Big Bend country and the parks in Utah. The Brant Canyon she had found mostly underwhelming. When, as sometimes happened, her mind veered in agitating, senseless directions, in other words, to the past, Procter would stare gravely through the windshield and slam on the gas, and imagine those thoughts on foot, vainly chasing the car, hands up, waving, shrieking like an unwanted child that has been left behind. Straight ahead and onward, she thought. There's a good girl. Move. Procter was sunk deep into a burger at a brewery outside Denver. Her phone shivered on the table. Unknown number. She ignored it. When she'd moved on to a bar seat and a beer,
"Where are you, Artemis?" "That," Procter said, with a long swig of her beer, "is super classified. It's super loud in the background is what it is. I am out with the general public, for a change. They make my skin crawl, and I'm working on that. I can hear you, though, loud and clear." Deb said, "Hey, Artemis, this call didn't happen, okay? Course. The Phoebes have stopped the FISA surveillance on you. Investigation's done. Same for Sam. Are they looking at Mac anymore? You found the line, Artemis. I always do. A dog barked in the background. Tell her Artemis says hello," Procter said, taking a few sips of beer because the barking carried on for a while. When it stopped, because she was so far from Langley, or perhaps it was the altitude, Procter said, "Was it ipecac in the muffin, Debs? I've wondered." There was a pause. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Then Debs laughed, and Procter laughed, and she looked around the bar, and an old guy drinking a dark beer raised his glass to her and smiled. She put back a good bit of beer until Debs had stopped laughing. "Thanks for letting me know, Debs, and it was good to hear your voice. For once. You too, Artemis. Be good." "I won't." Then she hung up. Procter unplugged and disappeared into the Rockies. A week later, on a Tuesday morning, she trudged out of the wilderness, and by nightfall, the headlamps of her RAV4 were painting the slats of her rented cabin. Much later, Procter would come to believe that she had felt it then, the moment she stepped out of her car. There was a new dent in her universe, and darkness filled her like a can of oil. In the moment, Procter chalked it up to paranoia from her smokes and a couple mushroom experiments out in the mountains, and maybe also fatigue. She'd been on the move since dawn. Her back ached from her rucksack, her legs were stiff from sitting immobile behind the wheel. Too tired to heat anything in the microwave, for dinner she picked at surviving bags of trail mix and beef jerky. Collecting her phone from the closet to briefly reconnect with the world, she sat on the edge of the bed. It went berserk soon as it powered up, a cacophony of dings and beeps and a notification that her voicemail was full. There are moments that, even while living through them, you understand to be dividing lines. End of an era, beginning of another. From here on out, there will be a before and an after, marked by this slash of time. Afghanistan had been one such day, and this night, for Artemis Aphrodite Procter, would be another. The first sensations were oddly dull, arriving at the 10-second mark of a long voicemail from Theo, like rocks shaking around in the jar of her head. Then pure agony came. At first, it felt painfully concentrated, like the tip of a glowing needle jammed into her neck, a shock, searing and immobilizing. With each word, the hot needle twisted and jerked, dialing up her temperature, fraying the edges of her vision and shivering the skin around her eyes, which were now blinking frantically. Procter retained sufficient command of her faculties that by the time the message was done, the phone had not been flung through a window, smashed against a wall, or pulverized in her grip. Instead, it was gently returned to its shelf in the closet. She stood there in the darkness for some time. How much of it, she was not sure. She moved only because it became unbearably hot. Her skin was scorching, though not a drop of sweat had seeped through her pores. Procter wandered into the living room. The world beyond the immediate searchlight of her eyes had slipped into a dreamy haze. There were a few glorious moments in which, while languidly twirling fingers through the curls of her hair, she wondered if this might be a dream, and she desperately tried to soak in the relief that comes upon waking. That fantasy was cut to ribbons with the shrieking pain that arrived when she punched a hole clean through the drywall and into the unforgiving pine of a stug beam. The paroxysm of anger and despair and guilt would run end to end for nearly an hour, and it would consume much of the cabin.
Drywall was pockmarked by knees and elbows and feet and her operable hand. Mantels and desks were swept of knickknacks, which were then loaded up as ammunition into the cannons of her rage and fired off in all directions, against glassware and windows, appliances and walls. Lulls, breathless, ragged, desperate, were quickly drowned by swells of panic and anger that only sowed more destruction. This was the kind of unnatural fire that could only be doused with alcohol, the type of drinking only possible when no one was watching. She drank. In a quantity shocking for even Artemis Aphrodite Procter, she drank. When Procter woke, the sun was high, and she was sprawled on a bed of pine needles. A painting lay in tatters next to her on the forest floor. The microwave, flung through a window, had come to rest at the foot of a fir tree. A faint sound of music floated through the open front door of the cabin. Procter tried to sit up, but found she could not. A squirrel bolted across the lawn. She began to cry. The road home. Irene slid from the sheets and pulled fresh clothes from her backpack and changed, and left Sam sprawled in bed, a few hours before first light. By dawn, she was deep into Iowa. On the backseat floor of her Kia was a backpack. Inside was the precious little box, the tapes, a knife, and half the cash in neat stacks. The remainder she'd hidden around in her car. Next to the backpack was a duffel. A few changes of clothes, her .38 special handgun, boxes of ammunition, and the laptop. She wore diapers to limit her stops, popped caffeine pills and Adderall to ward off sleep. Through her windshield, America unrolled like a nightmare she was at last escaping. In Kansas City, the buildings were scarred with graffiti. In Tulsa, they crumbled like dry cakes. In Austin, a litter of children mewled and stomped for Slurpees at a gas station while obese parents scrolled on their phones. Approaching San Antonio, she watched a deranged man hurl obscenities at passerby, all of whom looked away. The light flicked green. She drove on. This was the last days of an empire, its decline marked not by some great battle, but by the slow and gouty death of decadence. She was hurtling through a tunnel on the verge of collapse. But she would not perish. She was a soldier on the march. The SVR's Mexico City resident clanked open the door of the consular interview room and returned to his seat in front of the American woman, who had insisted on addressing him in broken Russian. "The names," he said, sliding her pen and paper. "Write them for me once more, from memory, and in English. No more attempts at Cyrillic." She did, returning the paper with a shove and an air of haughty indifference. The resident was not so much bothered as intrigued. Who was she? He fixed himself a smoke and offered her one. "No, thank you. You have what you need." Her chin nudged at the paper. "You make your calls." The presumptuousness took him aback, but he did have calls to make, so, after a few more questions, all unequivocally dodged, about her journey here, and the pack she was clutching but wouldn't relinquish, and the laptop she insisted that representatives of your intelligence service examine, though he'd not told him he was SVR, he rode the elevator to the 6th-floor residentura and placed a call on the secure line to Moscow. After a few minutes, he was patched through. "Gennady Arkadievich," he said at the sound of his old friend's voice, and they exchanged greetings. "I have a walk-in here, an American, who claims to be working for us. She has written down the name of one of ours as her bona fides." Yes, Dominguez, precisely. She claims he handled her in the States, and I was wondering— "I see. Yes. Okay." He listened to Gennady for a few minutes, then hung up. The resident's men sent the photos and video of her interview to Moscow.
Were he in charge, he would have opted to quietly shoot her. But, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing.
Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Were he in charge, he would have opted to quietly shoot her, but, alas, he was not. Gennadi's department sent over the woman's file. The resident reviewed the documents while he smoked. A cursory review made him even more certain that his approach was the sensible one. They should shoot her. That evening, the resident returned to the interview room and sat across from the woman. He introduced himself as the senior officer of the Russian SVR in Mexico, noted that he understood she had been of service to the state, and inquired whether she had information for him or perhaps a request. He said that he had placed calls to Moscow. Her bona fides were not in question. She should speak freely. "My work is done," she said. "I was given a job and I've done what I can." She thrust the backpack across the table, nodded, said, "Go ahead, open it. I mean what I say." The resident unzippered the bag and looked at a brick of American dollars. "A few thousand of that came from your man, the Spaniard," she said. "I am sure somewhere you can match the serial numbers. But there is much more than that in there, because what he provided was not sufficient. In the end, I had to buy several cars and alias documents." He let them sit in silence until she nodded at the small cardboard box. "That one, open that one." He opened it. Small tapes from a recorder. "Those," she said, "are backups." "In case of what?" "In case you don't have his fingerprints." "I don't follow." She leaned over the table to slide the last container his way. It looked to him like a modestly sized jewelry box. It was shrouded in cling wrap and entombed in a Ziploc bag. The resident did not want to open it. "You looked so different in the files," he said. "Quite the transformation." "I've made adjustments to survive," she replied. "Open it, please. I want them to know that I am done. This was all I could manage. I pray that it will be enough." The resident opened the Ziploc bag. He sloughed off the plastic wrap. He popped the top off the box. There was another bag inside. He tugged at a corner for a look. He was not surprised by the sight of mangled flesh and dried blood congealing inside, only by the quantity, like a pile of stubby, sodden carrots. The faint trace of rot that reached his nostrils curdled instantly into nausea. He zippered the bag up, placed it back in the box. He lit himself another cigarette to smoke out the smell. "What do we have here?" "Fingers," she said. "They all belong to Samuel Joseph?" "They do. When the papers covered the murder, they did not mention any missing fingers." "And why would they?" "I understand from my colleagues in Moscow that there were 2 targets." A hangdog look contorted the woman's face. "She is ashamed," he thought. "She thinks she is a bad girl." She went back to her stilted Russian. I could not find her. I looked, believe me, I did. In Florida, in Washington. I had Sam's parents' address from the Camo. It was sent to me before your people stopped responding. Before, he cut her off, in English. You have come a long way. So tell me, why you are here. What do you want, Irina? Irina, he said, and conceded to her Russian with a sigh. What do you want, Irina? I want to go home. Paris, months later. Mac Mason was painting again. The muscles had been slow to revive, the initial attempts as exhausting as they were embarrassing. He'd begun by treating it as a casual hobby, a way to burn a lovely afternoon in Paris. A landscape at the Luxembourg Gardens, Lulu at his side reading a novel or picnicking. Or in the third near Place des Vosges, brushing out a dramatic red door set under stone arches. The results were disappointing. No energy, no life. He heard the voice of his father while he worked. But Paris, Paris, the city of light. Mac was anonymous, unburdened, free. He and Lulu had acquired an old gallery in the Marais, and by summer the long atrophied muscles, unused since youth, began to strengthen and grow. He and Lulu visited the south on a painting holiday. Arles, Saint-Saturnin, Collioure near Spain, along the sea. The daily 10-milers soon shed 15 pounds of flab. His desire for Lulu was rekindled. His hands were on her, always and everywhere. Their gallery, christened Lulu Rack, sat on a side street in the Marais a few blocks north of the Place des Vosges. To the left was a green-awninged cafe, his first stop every morning. During the pleasant springtime months, the Surveillant noted, Mac Mason had become a creature of habit. An unwise decision for a man of his profession. A stop at the cafe in the morning, same route, out for lunch, typically at one of 3 cafes, all within walking distance. Then out for painting, location variable here, no pattern. Then back to the studio and home for aperitifs, and they came together intimately by the dinner hour, like a good Parisian. Though in Mac's case, the logs noted, he shared intimacy only with Lulu. He did not spot the surveillance. Operationally unawares, she wrote. Hazards of old age. On a bright spring morning, café au lait and brioche in hand, Mac turned the key in the lock and pushed in the door to Lulu Mac, heading straight for the studio and back. Lulu was down south with her mother for a run of shopping, leaving him with quality time to put the finishing touches on his current project, a reimagination of a cubist work he'd pursued before joining the agency. He clicked open the studio door and turned on the lights. The café au lait splattered onto the concrete, the brioche not far behind. Artemis Aphrodite Procter stood in the middle of the studio. She wore a jacket, sweatshirt, jeans, and a beanie, all black. Her wild spray of hair was jammed in a hairnet. She wore gloves and booties over her shoes. She was pointing a Mossberg 12-gauge semi-automatic shotgun at his head. A suppressor the size of a coffee can sat on the barrel. Jerk the gun away from the door. 2 steps in, Macintosh. There's a good boy. He was standing in front of a canvas that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. Bunch of red and black squares. She'd had to look at that very thing all night, waiting in here. She really hated it. What are you doing? He asked. What do you want? His eyes were flitting around. Gonna make something clear up front, Mac, she said. If you try to run, if you try to fight, I am going to kill you. And then, and I don't want to do this, Mac, gosh help me, I do not, but if you make me, I am going to head to your apartment, wait 2 days, and I'm going to kill Lulu when she returns from Avignon. Don't hurt Lulu, Mac said. Don't give me a reason. What do you want, Artemis? You're going to confess to me right now. In return, I spare Lulu, who's in on this, of course. You've got no proof of anything, Artemis, he said. This is dumb. Don't be dumb. But I know, she said. I really know. You were a double. I know it, and you know it. And you also know that I'm a woman of my word.
I've walked this one to the end, which is why I'm here in your studio with a gun. You think that I won't skip over to your apartment and wait for Lulu to get back? You think I'll be merciful? Well, I've tossed restraint."
His tone sharpened, his eyes darkened, his face contorted awfully. Then Max started rambling out a convoluted freaking jumble of justifications. The mess with his dad, a frozen memory of his old man dangling him by his leg until he wet himself. The failed paintings and Lulu again. He tried to sell the lie that she had no idea. He had turned to explain the Q painting thing behind him, waving his hands, spewing gobbledygook about how as a young man he'd believed art offered hope to the world, but in truth it could only make a statement about destruction. And he was just going on and freaking on, parading in front of his weird painting, and she wasn't sure how much more of this she could take. It was making her sick to look at him, to hear his voice, to smell him in her nostrils. "Shut up," she said. "Shut up." His attention twisted between her and the painting. He wiped his shining forehead. "You don't want to know why I did it?" he asked. "You don't care?" "No," she said, "I don't." Procter muttered something to herself like an incantation. "In honor," she said. Then she squeezed the trigger. The top half of Mac Mason's head sprayed across the canvas, the last strokes of his masterpiece, painted by Artemis Aphrodite Procter in his own blood and brain. Langley, Geneva, Freeport, months later. Procter was splayed face down on the bed, her ears filled with the sound of the tattoo gun buzzing. On the back side of her shut eyelids danced their faces and the places they died and the people she'd killed to avenge them. The gun went silent. The tattooist ran a disinfectant wipe over the fresh ink. She heard the crinkle of a bandage wrapper opening. "You want to see?" he said. Easing herself up, pointing her back to the mirror, Procter looked at the fresh black star and its 5 bloody points. It joined the other 9 in a trail stretching from clavicle to clavicle. She spoke to Sam through the star, all the things she never did say. 10 people, 9 men and 1 woman, stood before a vault door inside a nondescript warehouse on the grounds of the Geneva Freeport. The fountain on the lake outside was shooting blue water into an even bluer summer sky. But inside the Freeport, the world managed only variations on black and gray. Doors, suits, carpets, curtains, floors. Though these buildings housed billions of dollars worth of colorful paintings, fine wines, glittering jewelry, and artifacts from antiquity, Lambert hadn't seen a color since they'd passed under the Swiss flag flying outside. What would have been the largest art gallery or wine cellar in the world was instead shrouded in the secrecy of gray. Deborah Sweet, Lambert's boss, and the only woman in this motley group, stood behind the gray-suited Freeport managing director in a long hallway lined by banks of double-locked gray doors, each leading to a separate vault. Behind Lambert huddled a pile of Swiss officials, and behind them was a crop of Phoebes from Washington and Bern and Geneva, who were not as well dressed as the Swiss, but had admirably managed to color coordinate the gray. Only he and Sweet, the CIA contingent, stood out. Lambert for his navy blue suit and red tie, she for her form-fitting sleeveless red dress and the chunky blue costume pearls coiled around her neck. The CIA delegation had been so rushed this morning that Lambert had snatched only a few sips of coffee on the drive to the Freeport from Geneva base. They'd made him surrender his cup to a trash bin upstairs in the customs offices before visiting the vaults downstairs, and Lambert was now craving a caffeine hit. He had slept so little in the month since the call from Paris had arrived. There had been a time when he'd comfortably managed to drink less than 5 cups of coffee each day. That world had vanished with the arrival of Mac Mason's suicide note. Lambert stifled a yawn. The Freeport director punched his fingerprint onto the pad and swung open a set of doors. The group shuffled into a vault the size of a racquetball court, with shelves from floor to ceiling.
They followed the Freeport director to the far end of the room, where he halted in front of a gray metallic box with the numbers 6.24. Stenciled above a keypad. Lambert recognized the numbers from the transcribed suicide note and the search warrant they had served to the Swiss. The clank of the bolt sliding open carried through the room like a gunshot. 2 boxes were removed from the safe and slid onto a table in the room's center. The Freeport director opened the first box. Lambert, jostling here and there for a clean view, stole a peek inside. The box was felt-lined and dotted by perhaps 2 or 3 dozen shallow pits. Each was filled with diamonds. For a moment, no one spoke. Later, Lambert would remember the tomb-like silence and the feeling of nausea coiling in his throat. "My God," he heard Sweet whisper, "I thought it was a prank." One of the stranger reverberations of the Mason affair concerned a woman Lambert had known only by reputation, and it was a colorful one. The most recent entry filed in his mind was that she'd vomited at the director's table amid her involuntary retirement. Maybe a week after the trip to the Freeport, Sweet had asked him to contact the woman, a former case officer by the name of Artemis Procter, to invite her to Langley for a meeting. Normally, one of his aides would have arranged the logistics, but on Sweet's explicit instruction, Lambert made the call himself. He began by explaining that the DDO wished to speak with Procter about the Mason suicide. Sweet had insisted that he use those exact words when describing the meeting's purpose. The conversation that followed had been so singularly bizarre that he would later be able to replay it all, word for word. "Put Debs on the line, then," Procter said. "No, she wants to speak to you in person, here at Langley. Just put her on the very line." I can't. It's not that type of conversation." "Well, now, that sounds awful. So could you come up here on Thursday for a 1 p.m.? This a practical joke? It is not. Thursday, I got work. I'm covering the afternoon jumperoos, and I'm in the doghouse with my cousin boss as it is. We would be happy to contact your employer and let them know that your presence is requested by the CIA's Deputy Director for Operations. Obviously, we will cover your travel. Look, what's your name again? Lambert. Did we know each other when I was on the inside, Lambert? No, I'm afraid our paths never crossed. Well, look, I have history with Debs and also with Gosford, and it's mostly variations on a dumpster fire. But if Debs is sincere and wants me to come up to Langley, she will send down one of the air branch birds the 7th floor groupies use when flying in the States. I am willing to trek up to Orlando International Airport to meet the thing. Willing, but not happy about it. That's my concession. A drive to Orlando. You, Miss Procter, Lambert interjected, we will reimburse you for all expenses. I cannot shut up for Miss Procter. I cannot. Lambert. She just repeated his name until he stopped trying to talk over her. The line went silent for a few moments. He heard the tinkle of ice into a glass. "Phew," she piped in. "Where was I? Yes, the plane. You will tell your master, Deborah Sweet, that I will not kowtow to Langley unless you send the plane. And this is not about first-class accommodation and pampering, understand. I'm no prima donna. I'm barely 5 feet tall, so I don't give a gosh about legroom. And with you allegedly reimbursing my commercial travel, I also do not give a gosh about the in-flight liquor charges. No, this is about my firm belief that it is well within the realm of possibility that I will fly to Washington, there will be no meeting, and I will be stuck with the bill. So, there you have it. I would be happy to book the tickets so that you do not incur any personal expenses. Go talk to Debs and call me back when the answer on the plane is yes."
When Lambert relayed her demand, strictly for AI instruction, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style.
Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasize on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. When Lambert relayed her demand, the DDO's mouth twitched into an icy smile. Sweet's grim nod of approval signaled to Lambert that this was the sort of relationship in which minor concessions were extracted only through brutal warfare. 2 days later, the bombardier duly collected the Procter woman from Orlando, and that afternoon she was sitting with Lambert outside Sweet's office. She was indeed short, but it was her hair that struck him. Jet black, it was the curliest hair he had ever seen, like a cartoon character who'd been plugged into an electrical socket. Inside the office, the only thing she'd said to Lambert was, "No chocolate muffins, huh?" Before he could ask her what she meant, Sweet opened the door. He watched the two of them shake hands and stare each other down with some weird blend of disdain and amusement, as if they might stab each other to death and have a ball doing it. The DDO told Lambert to sit this one out. The woman went inside and Sweet shut the door. The meeting had been scheduled for 30 minutes, but went on for more than 90. Lambert, whose office sat immediately across from Sweet's, heard yelling and shouting on 2, maybe 3 occasions. Muffled voices were raised with some frequency. There were brief patches of laughter. At one point, he swore he heard the clink of a glass. After the Procter woman had left, Lambert shuffled in to ask the DDO what, if anything, had come from the meeting. Were there to be follow-ups, taskings to distribute? A hint of vodka floated on the air, and the empty table was decorated by 2 tiny paper parasols protruding from drained glasses standing proudly in rings of their own condensation. The DDO was seated at her desk scribbling in a notebook. Lambert, who'd grown accustomed to his boss's moods and facial grammar, believed the meeting had left her both wildly agitated and thoroughly entertained. The corner of her left eyelid was twitching, a clear relic of her anger. But she was also smiling. It was a genuine happy smile, and he had the impression that she did not even know she was doing it. He knew she could show both emotions, but he'd never seen her manage both at once. She waved him off. "I've got it," she said. Less than 6 months in the DDO's office, and Lambert was already something of a meeting connoisseur. Long and short, large and small, tense and happy, vapid and productive, he had seen it all. Though he knew little of the meeting's content beyond the DDO's vague subject line, its apparent chaos and the strange light now pouring from Sweet's face left him with the singular impression that something weighty had been turned over, and that Sweet and Procter had done the lifting together. He also knew that they had made decisions requiring Sweet to take action. After all, she was jotting down notes in her green notebook, the one she did not share with him. Lambert saw Procter again about a month later. It was a flyby in the hallway, and he noticed her only because of her spray of hair. She now wore the blue badge of a full-time CIA employee, the lanyard of the China Mission Center, and a look of casual menace. They passed without acknowledgement. His second sighting came months later during an intramural baseball game, when he was standing in at second base for the Screwdrivers of the 7th floor. Procter was playing center field for the Cold Warriors. That game she hit an infield single in which she nearly bowled over the first baseman while sprinting it out down the line, and Lambert swore that when she slid into second on a hustle double in the bottom of the 5th, she'd gone in spikes up. He'd let the rage pass, remembering the conversation about the plane and the look in Sweet's eyes after their meeting. In the dugout, though, he had asked why she was playing with Raptus and Monk and the Russia House Cold Warriors, not the Dragons of the China Mission Center. "I wouldn't press it," a guy named Tobin had called out from down the bench. "Why's that?" I'd just leave her well alone." The third Procter sighting was at the annual memorial ceremony in the spring. Only one star went up that year, and to the public the recipient was anonymous. Lambert, though, knew that it was for a former case officer named Sam Joseph, who'd been killed by the Russians in the Mason affair. Lambert had followed every detail of the investigation, but the part about the Russians murdering someone on U.S. soil had been so thoroughly compartmentalized that even he'd been left off the distro. Lambert only had Joseph's name and that flash of context because Sweet had overshared once while planning for the event, grumbling that Artemis Procter had pointedly declined to speak at the closed, classified version of the ceremony for Sam. "What the hell is wrong with her, exactly?" Sweet had asked. 25, really, years with her, and I still don't know the answer. And Lambert hadn't known either, nor was he read in on Sam Joseph, so he merely shrugged and they moved on to other business. The memorial ceremony was a brisk affair, complete with the usual speeches at the memorial wall by Director Gosford and DDO Sweet. Lambert caught the spray of curly black hair out in the crowd, a few rows in front of him, legs crossed, face impassive when he managed to score a quick glance. She was sitting with Raptus and Monk from Russia House. She listened, expressionless, and left quickly after the ceremony. Later, when the DDO was meeting with Sam's family, he asked one of the SAs about Procter. "Oh, sure," the SA said, still facing his computer screen. "Chief of Moscow X once upon a time, right? She's done a bunch of spooky stuff against the Russians. She was chief in Damascus back in the day. Few other places. I heard," Lambert said, "that the Russians tried to blackmail her, put some rather revealing pictures on the web. They say she nearly killed the Russian pitching her." "Sounds made up," the SA said, and paused. "But they do call her the Angel of Death, you know." "You're kidding." "There are stories," the SA whispered, now turning to face Lambert. "From Afghanistan, from Syria. You kill one of ours, she kills you. She has the stars tattooed on her back, one for each officer avenged. But, I mean, come on, those are probably just rumors, right?" That evening, Lambert rode the elevator down from the 7th floor for a smoke in the courtyard, tracing a meandering path that took him through the hallway near the lobby. He saw the curly hair peeking out from behind a column. She was facing the memorial wall, and, from his vantage, seemed very close to it, along the far end with the newest stars. Lambert considered stopping for a look, but he did not have anything to say to her, and he did not want to risk being spotted. Walking by, he looked down the steps and snatched one brief, clean glance of Artemis Aphrodite Procter through the columns. She had a hand extended to touch the newly etched star. He thought her lips were moving, but he could not be certain. A column had broken his view.